What's good? What's good? What's good? Sound check, sound check, 1 2 1 2. Let me know all in the building, man. Appreciate y'all tuning in. Already, man, starting to show off right, man. Says still need that consultation, G. All right, bro. Yeah, man. Just hit me up, man. I got you, man. A full, thorough consultation, man. Shout out to Corey Green, man. Garfield, what's good, bro? Hope all is well, man. So, yeah, today, you know what I mean? I've thought about this for a while. And, hopefully I get, some people to come up later and chime in. But I want to really go into why Africa needs Black Americans. And even though I thought about this, a recent article that I came across in relation to El Salvador really made me want to talk about this now. And I caught wind of this watching a stream on Tariq Nasheed. Shout out to Tariq. But I want to let me pull it up real quick. Let's see. How y'all doing this Sunday? Let's give me a moment to pull up this article. And I really need our African leaders or people that have access to African leaders, to really start thinking about accelerating, because everything is about accelerating growth. So I'm going to share this article real quick. I got it up. I hate all these steps you got to do to share something, but here we go. All right, let me try to make it a little bit bigger. All right. So basically, so El Salvador, so bad. It's making everything look better. All right. So El Salvador is going to offer 5,000 passports to skilled foreign workers. Let me scroll down a bit. So just in case you didn't know, El Salvador has recently, I would say in the past couple of years, really turned around their country. So their country was, full of crime. A lot of people from El Salvador fled. Some came to the U.S., other parts, but crimes and gang and violence, was really big in El Salvador. And once this president became president, he turned a lot of things around. Now, some of his measures may, I would say, are extreme to a lot of people. He he imprisoned about 40,000 alleged gang members. Some actual gang members, and some people say alleged gang members. But he locked up 40,000 people. I don't know what span it was, but he took extreme measures. And sometimes when you take extreme measures, there's a saying called the ends versus the means. And that is what it is. But anyway, he's turned that country around. Also, he they use Bitcoin at the currency, at the standard currency in El Salvador, a country that I do plan to visit. But this article reads, El Salvador is offering 5,000 free passports to highly skilled workers from abroad. President Nayib Bukele announced last Saturday, in his latest attempt to boost the country's economy with foreign investment. Scientists, engineers, doctors, artists, and philosophers will be granted full citizen status, including voting rights, the president said in the statement. El Salvador will also help with relocation by eliminating taxes and tariffs on moving families and assets. So this is big. This is big. Let me see if anything else I need to mention. El Salvador has seen multiple radical and also often controversial reforms under the strong-arm president's leadership. And what you see here, and let me know if you guys caught that. So what you see here is, it's kind of similar to what you see in Rwanda when you have leadership, and some people will call it a quasi dictatorship, but when you have good leaders, or let's say good dictators, things go well. The issue with a lot of perceived dictatorships is when you have bad leaders. But this president and things you see like in Rwanda, they are good presidents. They are looking to highly elevate themselves from, separate themselves from the rest. Now, this president had Twitter beefs with like Colombia president, and I'm gonna tie it to Africa, but this was like maybe last year. Yeah, last year. And I'm in the Colombian president trying to defend the way he wants to run his country. And El Salvador says, look, Colombia, you have crime, you still have problems with the drugs, and things aren't changing in Colombia. And he's basically saying, look what I did with my country. So it amazes me that a country can show the blueprint on how to change things around, but then don't try to implement similar measures. And that's something that I want to hold on in. Why aren't countries implementing measures that work for other countries? I don't understand that. So help me understand that throughout this stream. Let me catch up on some of the comments real quick. Pronounce as Axie. This should be interesting. Yes. He said you can buy property with cryptocurrency. Oh, word? That's what's up. Powell said you think they will try and repatriate their own first. Why would they do that? Corey Green said we need strong leadership that isn't afraid to be offensive. That's very true. Exactly. Mugabe comes to mind. Exactly. That's why I had to mention a brother. He said, sounds like good for the chemist. Yeah, man. I am a chemist. Those that don't know, if it was an African country, I would probably be a more, how should I say, more open into the idea. But hey, you never know, man. I think Japan has green lighted, by the way, 500 to 800,000 visas for foreign workers with certain skills. I think the visas are for a minimum of 5 years. Yeah, there are countries on the books. And then also he said the Black American community could use a president like this. Exactly. So I'm gonna bring up this point real quick that you made. Now, countries that I have researched, they do have, most countries do have visas for what they call exceptional special skills, PhDs. They have those things as well, but in a lot of cases in a language, it has to be like an immediate, like pretty much like an immediate need. So like let's say I'm a chemist, right? I'm a master's level chemist. Now I could attempt to apply for a visa. Let's say this visa, saying I got special skills, I could contribute to the economy. But places like South Africa, for example, when I've talked to, when I got consultations on this, a lot of them will say that, we are educating our own chemists in the country, or we are educating those people. Basically, we have the skills in this country. So, this also is evident if you have some of these skills and you're applying for jobs overseas. A lot of times they will say, they have the skills in-house. And I've looked into this. So let's say you're a doctor, let's say you're a scientist, or let's say you have some of these special requirements, and let's say you apply to a job over the country, out the country. A lot of employers, and this is why I like what he's doing, because a lot of employers or HR, they're looking to hire people from within the country. And it has to be like such a desperate need. And then when you think of the United States, even when we get people, scientists, very smart people, let's say from India, things like that, they typically pay them at a lower wage. I should say those people typically accept a lower wage to get in the door. As an American, there's no way I'm going to accept a lower wage to go to work in a country, to work in a weaker economy country. So I would have to be at least making the same as what I would make here. So what I like what this president is doing is that he's taking it away from the employer, the business to make the decision, and he's making the decision at the government level. So that's the difference. That's the difference to what you see other countries that do offer visas for special skilled workers. You have to pretty much find a job, and and it's a lot of bureaucracy trying to show that you have value, but he's giving it right away, and you're going through the executive branch of government. You don't have to go through employers and things of that nature. So this is a direct recruitment tool. Powell said there are many highly skilled professional El Salvadorians outside El Salvador that left for economic opportunities. Give them a reason to come home. Well, they might have a reason. They might have a reason to come home. They might have a reason to come home. They're already citizens. So that means that, so I would assume that the opportunities are there and they need more people to fill it. But to develop and compete in the world economy, you need a diversified workforce. You need a diversified workforce. And what the United States did to make the United States the most powerful country in the world is exactly why El Salvador is doing this right now. So let me get to that. Now those that know, the United States became the most powerful country. Let me blow myself up. The United States became the most powerful country by winning World War II. And the reason why we won World War II, we wasn't the only country that was victorious in World War II, Russia and such, but we won the war against Japan because we had a nuclear arsenal, which was started under what we call the Manhattan Project. So hear me out. The United States is the most powerful country in the world because we won the war against Japan, which we did use nuclear weapons, which came from a research program called the Manhattan Project in Chicago, University of Chicago. So the Manhattan Project was the program that developed nuclear weapons. And how did the United States develop these weapons so fast and understanding fission and fusion physics? They hired, well, I can say that they had Russian scientists. One of the most famous scientists that we should know about is Albert Einstein. So put a 1 in the chat if you heard of Albert Einstein. 1 in the chat if you heard of Albert Einstein. Now let me see what country Albert Einstein was from. I don't want to get it wrong. Albert Einstein was German. Albert Einstein was German. And there were other scientists around the world that also worked on the Manhattan Project. I won't get into that, but Albert Einstein and others are responsible for why the U.S. is the world power it is today. These were foreign skilled people that came to the United States that helped make us the most powerful nation in the world. So why am I bringing that up? Why is El Salvador doing the same? Why do they want skilled workers? Why are they making a push? Because they know to catch up in the world, to compete in the world, and I'm speaking to Africa, you need to speed up. You need to speed it up. The economic gap is widening. The military capability gap is widening, and you need people to catch up. You need people to catch up. Look what China did in over, let's just say in a 50-year turnaround. Look what China did. It was a lot of work. It's a lot of work. China wouldn't be able to develop as fast if their start was now. Well, let me say this. They have the population. But China had to put in the work. They had to put in the work. You have to start somewhere. So you got, a lot of African countries, leaders, let me say this, a lot of African leaders are still twiddling their fingers on how to accelerate growth in their country. Yes, they're educating people and things of that nature, but to groom a scientist, it takes time. And a lot of these scientists in Africa, they're just not going to get some of the experience that a lot of people have. Think of, we just had the pandemic, we just had the COVID pandemic. And think about all the scientists, all the companies that rush to try to develop drugs in the United States, and these other countries that have, strong scientists. Like, those are skills that those are skills that, you know, you may not be able to generate because there may not be another pandemic of this such to even for people to go through that. So you need an array of talent. Let me catch up in the comments, and then I'm gonna dig into why Africa needs Black Americans specifically. Let's see. I don't like getting too far behind in the comments. Let me see real quick. Yes, he said, Corey Green, America is important, unskilled manual labor. That is true. That is true. But you know, as Americans, we always a step ahead. So even though I don't really see what our government is seeing, they seeing, you know, they're seeing something with unskilled manual labor, which, you know, I could talk about that, you know, later. But I'm gonna say going in on that later. But yeah, you're right. He said, rest of the planet is asking for skilled leaders to come back. It's still not enough. That's why I got to get into why you need diversification too. America utilized all its assets during World War II. Can you expound on that? Let's see. Season Swag said, work for Matrix company within country, make twice as much, only pay foreign earned income tax bracket. It's still hard getting hard. I work for Johnson & Johnson, and Johnson & Johnson is in a lot of different countries, and it's hard. It's still hard. It's still hard getting in, and then it's still hard. You know, it's still hard being Black too. It is still hard. Not saying it's not possible, but it's still difficult. At least from my experience. Corey Green said they tried putting women to work that would allow more easily controllable population. Let's see. As Axe said, a little pushback. China is very homogenous society and workforce. They are number 2 in the world, and not because of diversity. Yeah. No, I agree with you. That's why I did kind of circle back. You know, I think my point with China is that you got to start. Like sometimes when you're behind, or you feel like you're so behind, you know, I mean, you just don't know when to like start, like just putting your head down and grinding. And so China just did it. Even if they was going to fail at doing it, they still was going to do it. I think a lot of African countries, they're afraid to fail, but you gotta put your head down and just grind for a couple of decades. Create this weird environment where female body. Okay, let's see. Excuse me. China is where they are due to foreign investment. They are artificially propped up country. Let's see. Ronan said, but the project was to push out the desert during development. I'm not sure what you're referring to on that one. He says some didn't come to the USA willingly. Okay. I didn't know that, or you know, maybe you could chime in on that some more. He said, if African countries put out visas for us to relocate, I'd do it ASAP. I'm planning on doing a poll on that, but yeah, I would too. Not really, and I wouldn't even say visa, like it's really passports, because that's citizenship. You can have dual citizenship. He said, just pay my room and board. That's going to be, you know, El Salvador is paying relocation, things of that nature. A lot of people. You got. Not saying it's not going to be jealousy in the El Salvador situation, because by nature, people are jealous. You know, people can say that Americans are jealous of this aid that these immigrants are getting. You know, as a taxpayer, you may not like it, but you know, I'm not. You know, I mean, I'm moving on with my I'm moving on with my life like it's not I mean, it's not affecting my bottom line at the end of the day. So yeah, these African governments, for these type of initiatives, they do have to incentivize them. He said Africa needs matrix bros, show them how to code switch within Western culture. Yeah, that's true. Miles' reform was were very extreme, but catapulted China to a economic powerhouse. Yeah, you gotta make extreme changes. You got to do extreme measures to have change. That's why America. We're divided, because if we want to see a country look a certain way, it's going to take extreme measures. African leadership has no foresight. This has to change. That's true. He said, "Do you have a Ghana Nigerian video of what? Of what?" All right, cool. So caught up on the comments. So Africa needs Black Americans for a lot of the reasons that I've stated with these other examples. One, Black Americans, we understand what it's like to be Black better than whites, Europeans, Indians, Arabs. We would understand the most culturally what it's like to just be a black skinned person. One, we do things out of love. For example, you have a lot of these foreign investors, Chinese men, Indian men, etc. They build, they start businesses, they do things, but it's not with love. It's not doing it for the love of African people. It's for the love of the financial gain. Most Black Americans, we want to come to Africa. We want to help develop. We want to be successful. We want to make money, but we also want to see our African brothers and sisters, elevate to the next level. We want to see that. So we do things out of love. We're not coming to take advantage. We're coming to we want to be successful too, but we're not coming to take advantage, and we're coming with 100% respect. That a lot of these other people there, they may show respect on the outside, but on the inside, they want to take over. They would love to take over. They would love to take over your country if they could. If they could. JC said, just got back 2 days ago. I missed East Africa. So let me see. What do I have in my notes? We can do more. We can do more. We can be more of an advocate at our African embassies. We can fight for better foreign policies. So this is the power we have as Black Americans, as voting citizens. Now, a lot of times, our question, like, why don't we use our political, what I call our political capital, to get our government to, help more with African countries? And a lot of people say, well, we have our own problems here. We need to fix our issues here before we can help something else. What has Africa done for us? Why haven't Africa stood up for us or condemned our country when atrocities happen against Black people? So you have all these different type of arguments. But at the end of the day, if Africa showed, and this is from the government level, if Africa leaders showed that, hey, we gotta try to do this with the year of return, but we want, talented Black Americans. We want to offer citizenship. All these things El Salvador is offering, an African country can offer too. Like, he's only giving out 5,000 passports. Listen, He's giving out 5,000 passports. That's really that's not a lot. Why not Africa do a pilot? Why these African countries do a pilot program? 5,000 people is not a lot. We've absorbed tens of millions of immigrants. I don't know the number, but we've granted residency for tens of millions of immigrants. So 5,000, Black Americans. I'm just saying Black Americans, but it could be anyone from the diaspora. Just to offer that, is not a lot, but it will be a significant boost morale, and it will speed up the process on the direction that you want to develop your country. So why did I say being an advocate at embassies? Now, right now, what I don't like about what I see in our Democratic Party is that you have a lot of black Americans specifically, especially the older ones. They will push to go vote Democrat. They'll go hard for Democrat. And a lot of it is based on emotion, but we don't really ask for anything or look at things like really from a strategic level. So, for example, it troubles me that the president, they appoint diplomat, they appoint heads of what's the office called? But basically, they appoint diplomats for every country in the world, right? And that's where they pretty much lead the embassy. So there's an embassy, there's a U.S. embassy in pretty much every country in the world, and the president appoints the head of each respective embassies. And most of the embassies in Africa, the appointees are white. Are white. Now we can change that. We can change that, because if light is shined on that, if light is shined on that, we can press the administration and say, hey, we need to have appointments. We need to have Black people appointed in African embassies, because it just makes sense. It should be Black people at the head of embassies in almost every African country. If I was the president, right? If I was to appoint somebody at the head embassy in Colombia, I would probably want a Colombian American, right? I would probably want a Colombian American or a Latin or a Hispanic person. I would kind of want to have that appointee have some connection, some type of connection. Now I might not necessarily appoint, let's say, a Colombian American for Colombia, because it could be potential conflicts of interest at some point. But I would have some close some closer relation. But to have a white person appointed to African countries to lead embassies, I think that we as Black Americans, we need to shed a light on that. So African countries, it would motivate us to look into do things like that if Africa show interest and show that they need and wanted Black Americans. So that is something we can do. We can fight for for us to be represented at the embassies. And once we had a representation at embassies, we will be able to understand what's going on in those countries. Because you have to understand, let's use Uganda for example. Let me see. Let's use Ghana, for example. Let's say Ghana, for example, right? So you have someone white, and I'm not sure. I'm just making an example. But let's say someone white leads the embassy in Ghana. The issues that's going on in Ghana, the Ghanaian leadership, they're conveying things to the diplomat, to this white diplomat. The only things that's going to get funneled to the president are things that they're going to feel like is in the best. Basically, they're gonna filter out things that they don't want to work on. I'm trying to frame this the correct way. But if a black person was in that same position, we operate more by the book. So we would definitely looking at things and still maintaining the best interest of America. However, things that we see or policies that a black diplomat can see to say, okay, these policies are hurting Ghana. Those are things that we could address not only to the president, but address to the American people. So, So to make a long story short, we need as Black Americans, we need to be in those positions at the embassies and consulates, and we have the leverage to bring attention to it. Now, a further step is we need the motivation to even want to do it. That's where I'm getting at with that. Let me catch up with some of the comments before I move on. Let's see. The Stoic Suave said there is sentimental value when dealing with us over in Africa. It's true. Eddie Thomas said, good afternoon, chat room people from Virginia. Shout out to Eddie. What's up, man? He said, so you favor Black Americans to move to Africa? I do. If there's an initiative like El Salvador is doing, yes, I definitely would advocate for that. He said, do you know America is an empire? Maybe you're responding to something else. America's an empire. Expound on that. He said, real talk, 41 million people, Matrix, Black spend 1.6 trillion a year. Africa could use some of that. Yeah, some of the coin. Yeah, that's a good point. We are spenders. We do part of the reason why a lot of American companies, these new companies can start up and make some money is because of Black Americans. I was thinking about it. I was thinking about something because, I have a finance background as well. A lot of these prepaid car companies, most of they make a lot of their money from Black Americans. During tax season, you got these companies, deposit your tax refund on this card. People that aren't bankable, they have these prepaid bank cards. And they make money off fees. They may make $1 here, $2 here, but then if you multiply that by 10 to 20 million people, we're creating businesses for businesses that really shouldn't even exist because of certain situations. A lot of I'm gonna give you another example, but I don't want to go too deep on the Black spending power. Now, I go to this cigar bar. I go to this cigar bar frequently, and the clientele is mostly Black, right? It's mostly Black. It's a bar. They sell cigars. They sell food and drinks. And I ain't gonna lie, like I spend at least $100 every time I go, and I just get paid. I pretty much get like a cigar, a drink, and something to eat. And then they hit you with 20% gratuity. And I'm just like, damn, they're making a lot of money. But it just seems like Black establishments, we either we get charged more money or we just willing to pay more money, however you want to look at it. Now, yesterday I was gonna go to this same bar, but they were it was too crowded, so I just went to this pretty much place where white people go. I don't want to say white establishment because it's for everybody, but pretty much where more white people go. And I spent like $30 in there. I spent like $30 in there. So that in itself shows like how much black people contribute to the economy. And then just to add insult to injury, the cigar bar that caters to black people, they're owned by Asians. So Asians, they taxing the shit out of us. And you go to a white establishment and they not charging an arm and a leg for the same thing. It's crazy. Eddie Thorne said, I'm not voting for Trump or Biden. Neither of them have no business running for president. Their political days are long gone. Okay, he said Trump appointed hundreds of judges and not one of them was black, and Biden has a study for reparations that will never come. Yeah, man, when it comes to at least when it comes to Biden, that's a lot of that is black people fought for not for pushing for certain things, for listening to educated people that try to, something like Ice Cube put out the black contract. It just seemed like black people, they don't want to hear intelligent. They don't want, they don't care to listen to people plan, because everything is driven by emotion with a lot of black voters and not logic. You got people like Boyce Watkins, Ice Cube. You got so many intelligent people that want to push certain agendas, but to get the black people behind it, they look at surface level stuff that causes them to make emotional decisions instead of logical decisions. Spaces and places out there. So Africans show us the world what exactly they have priority for. They can't all be that damn stupid. It's obvious something more is going on behind the scenes. Yeah, you're right. Like, they can't be that just, ignorant. That diplomats operate under the State Department, correct? They want the countries to be viewed through the eyes of a white American. Yeah, but that's why we need black people should be at black embassies. Like, it is no reason. It is no reason why we shouldn't. Indians are running circles around Africans. Just look at Uganda. Indians make up only 1% of the population, but make up 60% of the economy. It's crazy. He said, what Africans need to do is make it easier for us to do business in Africa. Do what Rwanda is doing. Yeah. I don't want to put like jealousy and envy on the governments, because they, in my belief, they don't have time to even think about that. And I think on a macro scale, Black Americans are a small, depending on the country, we are a small population in respects to a lot of African countries. But what you see in these social media comments, it is my belief that these governments don't represent a lot of the negative things you see in these comments, in a lot of social media comments, but I hope not. Season Swags, African supports an oligarchy culture similar to the Matrix Boule. Interesting. Yeah, I can see that. You got political parties in South Africa that have been the same political party, I believe, for like over 20 years. He said 3 trillion, get it right, and we actually have 80 to 100 million. Let me see, because some of these y'all might be responding to each other. Say we don't do census. Okay, Honey Badger. He said we coming to Africa for no. Okay, I don't know who we might be talking to. He said, where are the Indians? He said, were the Indians running things in Mombasa, Kenya? I've seen Indians. who's running things? Because when I went on the beach, I asked this local that worked on the beach. I said, out of all these establishments, these restaurants, hotels, how many are Kenyan owned? It was only two. It was only 2 out of 10 Kenyan owned establishments in Kenya, and most of them was owned by, Europeans. Most of them was owned by Europeans. Not maybe there was an Indian owned one, maybe 1 or 2, but a lot of them was like Europeans. All right. Let's see. Black Americans do push to do business with Africans. They try, but they ignore us. I remember Tariq Nasheed mentioning this. He said Africans are very jealous of us. We have to address this. We let's address the jealousy. Let's see. I'm interested in going to Africa to bend the knee. All right. So I talked about the importance that we would have if we were represented at embassies. We can fight for better foreign policy, which is kind of tied for that. Foreign policy is very important that hinders or helps these African countries. So we have to be in these embassies to help implement foreign policies that benefits the United States and benefits the respective African countries. We have skills and knowledge that can improve society. So let's talk about the skills Black Americans have. And anyone in the chat, if you want to add to that as well. So we do have many people in the tech industry that's Black. Black women, notably, are the highest educated demographic between black and men and women in the Black community. College educated. I don't want to say educated, but college educated. So we have a lot of Black women that are skilled in science, technology, things of that nature, lawyers. And even though we have this dating and relationship conflict within the Black community, when it comes to fighting for what you want, Black women are very good at fighting. In the not literally, but fighting in the confines of the government. So we have a lot of, I don't like the term strong Black women, but in this case, I would say we have a lot of strong women that definitely know how to fight a fight. And so just like they would fight for a lot of things they do in the United States, Black women would definitely fight in these African countries that they are, quote unquote, now citizens of. Black men too. We have truck drivers. We have people that know how to understand logistics. Logistics is something a lot of African countries need. Agriculture is always, Africa focuses on a lot of agriculture, which is cool. And they tend to show favor to people with agricultural skills, but that's just not enough. We don't really produce a lot of farmers in the Black community. From what I know, it's not something that is big. So while agriculture is important, you need, healthcare is not where it should be in Africa. Now, a lot of Africans do go to the United States and practice medicine and things of that nature, but you need more than just doctors necessarily don't know how to run a health facility. They don't know how to manage those type of things. So you need people that understand healthcare, healthcare management, and you want people to be able to come in and do things quickly. Yes, you could train your own people, but what I've noticed when in a lot of countries, not just Africa and Latin America, a lot of people don't know how to think outside the box. Like you ever try to explain something to somebody in a foreign country, whether it was dealing with money or dealing with their policy, and they don't really know like how to think outside the box when it comes to stuff and still not be okay. For example, right? I remember I was in Colombia and I wanted to get an ice cream cone, right? So in the United States, you play McDonald's, you get some ice cream, and a lot of times I get it in a cup, right? I'll just say, give me a cone in a cup. So they'll make an ice cream cone and they'll put it upside down and give you a cup, right? So I went to this ice cream. I wanted to get some ice cream. I said, can I get an ice cream cone? And I was like, can I get a little cup just to put it in? And she was like, I can't do that. And I'm like, why? I'm like, but you can buy ice cream in a cup too. And she was like, oh no, we can't do that. So in my mind, it's like, I'm like, damn, y'all conditioned in a way where you can't really think outside the box. I'm like, I'll pay extra for the cup. It could be 25 cents. I was like, I'll pay for the cup. And she was just like, there's no way for you to pay for that. Like, we don't have that option in the system. So I'm just like, oh my God. I'm using this as an example because that's a microcosm when it comes to how people are trained in their country to think. Now, when you have Americans come in, we come from a freer society, so our minds think a little freer. So we hold these positions. Yes, we understand rules and protocol, but we understand what makes sense that would still be within those confines. So my point was, we can do things fast. We could come in and do things faster, which is the whole point of wanting to bring in Black Americans, because we could come in doing things faster. We do things fast anyway. The way we communicate, the way we work faster. Even at my job, people impressed on my speed. A lot of times, women in customer service, like, a lot of times they talk fast, but a lot of times they process information fast too. So we know how to work fast and be efficient, and we have a free mind, so we don't feel like we have to follow everything to a T. You know what I mean? We understand the bottom line at the end of the day. Yeah, I'll drop the link. Let me drop the link right now. If I haven't had you up before, just show your face in the background, and then once I see your face in the background, you could cam off, and I'll bring you up. Let me drop this real quick. But yeah, other skilled labor we got. We have everything we have. So as a country, you have to build an economy. You have to train workers. So we have a lot of skill in arts as well. We have some of the best barbers in the world. We have some of the best beauticians in the world. Obviously, entertainment. There's no need for that. But even myself as a chemist, right? Let's just use myself as a chemist, like working in the pharmaceutical industry. I understand what goes behind starting up a pharmaceutical company. The regulations. You have to understand the European regulations. There's Japan regulations. Okay, I see you, bro. There's Japan regulations. There are and you could cam off if you want to. I'm gonna bring you up. It's up to you if you want to keep your camera on. I'm gonna just mute you for a minute, and then I'll let you speak real quick. But yeah, we got so like I said, pharmaceuticals. There's a lot of regulations that I'm aware of, and then there's top dogs too. You know what I mean? So there's people you could go to for funding. There's people that you could go to help start up a pharmaceutical company, and a lot of things is built on relationships as well. So we have we have the relationships as well. Can leverage we can leverage our white counterparts, because a lot of us successful Black people, we do have friends, we do have white friends, we do have connections when it comes to certain things as well, and we know how to leverage those situations. Um, I think Africa's fear. Let me say this. I think that we don't really talk about this, but Africa needs us from a policy standpoint too. They need us from a policy standpoint. Now they can hire us. They can hire more scientists that can help develop their medical, healthcare. That can help. We can have more professors. You definitely need more professors, more educators. That is very important. Military. Understanding military things from a military perspective. You got, just like Albert Einstein helped us in the Manhattan Project. There could be an Albert Einstein waiting to go to an African country. You never know. But let me let guest on the panel speak, man. I'm gonna let Anthony go first, and then you could go after him, Corey. What's good, man?
Brother, you hear me real good?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah. First of all, let me address this right quick, and this has nothing to do with you. There was a big mic in your chat room. Okay, there's a big mic guy. Okay, he's in your chat room now. He made a comment about my stuttering. Okay, he told me, he said, we don't need your stuttering self calling in. Okay, now that brother right there is part of the problem that we can't come together at all. Now, if for him to say something like that is ignorance, it's beyond that. That dude don't know me from Adam. He don't know me, and to make a comment like that to me, I thought was very ignorant. As a black man, black men, we need to grow up. We out here getting our ass kicked, and he worrying about my stuttering. That's beyond me, brother. But I digress from that. Okay, let's get back to some real black men talk. As far as Africa is concerned, us going back to Africa, I've been saying that for years. Okay, but the problem is in Africa is this. There's been some situations now in Africa where there were some brothers who went over there, who left Israel and went to Ghana, and they set up shop. And recently they bulldozer their homes and told them to get out of Ghana. Now I'm saying, wow, okay, they're doing that, but instead they telling us that they need us. Okay, so that's a problem within itself. Yes, you're right. We need policy, and one of the policies that we have to enforce with the Africans that you got to stop selling off your land to foreigners. Period. You got to stop. They constantly selling off land to foreigners, and you can't just sell your land for foreigners and suspect to have some power. You see, and so they're constantly selling off land constantly. I think the idea is great. I think we have the intelligence, we have the know-how to go back and rebuild the continent. I want to say also, we have to, in fact, instill in us that as Black people in America, we are a nation within a nation. That's something that we got to realize here. That's first of all, we are a nation within a nation, and that we have to, in fact, begin to think that way. And that's something that I think that we haven't started yet, thinking that way, that we are a nation within a nation. and then we can go on and kind of get involved with the policy making. And this is my point too, bro. Let me say this right quick. If we felt ourselves as a nation within a nation, and then we can go on and have our own ambassador. We can have our. I mean, these things come into play once you make them say, okay, they are a nation within a nation. So we can have our own ambassador. We can do all those things, and then we can become part of maybe the African Union, etc. That's how we can work that in.
Let me get Corey in. Hey, I see you in the background. I think you pronounce it A as X. If you could uncam up real quick, and then you could turn your camera off. I just want to see you real quick because you never been on the stream before. And I bring you up, but yeah, you could go ahead, Corey.
What's going on, bros? So basically, I wanted to start and say that, the mindset, like the brother Anthony was saying, the mindset.
I see, James.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so yeah, basically, we have a serious issue in terms of the maturity level amongst the men in our community, and but again, that's neither here nor there. I think the people that are already having this conversation and are serious are the people that are going to go over there and really make things pop off. And what I said earlier in terms of like we need to have leadership that's not afraid of being offensive, because in order for change to come about, somebody has to do or say something that's uncomfortable, and obviously making people uncomfortable is offensive, right, in nature. For instance, when you're with a woman and she tells you that your stroke game ain't this, or you're with your friend and you at the gym with him and he's telling you got to kind of step your game. Sorry if the background is noisy. I'm in Brooklyn right now, so basically you have to be uncomfortable to make change, right? And people who are not uncomfortable or don't understand that they are in an uncomfortable position generally don't change. So one of the biggest reasons for us to go over there is to ensure that these people understand that they are in an uncomfortable position. Most of these individuals in Africa and some of these other places, they don't realize that they're in an uncomfortable situation because they don't really see the world for what it is. Hence their low self-esteem as far as being black. For instance, some of the African gentlemen, the Nigerians that called in last time we had a discussion, and he's like, well, it's okay for the Jews to ask for reparation. It's okay for the Japanese to ask for reparation. But as a black individual, you should never ask for anything. You're supposed to stay at the bottom and prop up these other people. So when you're dealing with a group of people who have a low self-esteem and a low understanding of self, and they're very tribalistic, we got to understand that we have to start from square one with these individuals, break them down and build them back up. So there's that. Also, I think what you're saying as far as visas is important. Now, I haven't been to Africa yet. You've been there. My question to you is, how receptive on the surface level are they towards us? Now, is it a situation where, like in Europe and other places, where you're tolerated because you're bringing an American dollar, or is it a situation where they're genuinely interested in learning and growing, with us and through us, based off of our history and our accomplishments in this country?
Well, just from my travels, this is not limited to Africa. People follow the lead of their government for the most part, right? So Brazil does it. Brazil looks at their government historically looked at us as, I don't want to say adversaries, but not really like best friends. So so their citizens have to share the same sentiment for the most part of their government. Tanzania as well. Tanzania government tends to favor more Indian, Arab people, and not necessarily Americans. It doesn't matter if you're a black or white American. Tanzania shows more favoritism to certain nations, and you see that in the people. Now the people are friendly and things of that nature, but they're not going to acquiesce to Americans like they would an Indian or an Arab in Tanzania, for example. So to answer your question, it depends on the country. Countries that are very welcoming, from a government standpoint, like Kenya, some of these West African countries, like Ghana, from what I've heard, they're very warm when it comes to Americans. So everything is based on the relationship the United States has with their government, if that answers your question. Corey.
Okay, so let me just say one more thing.
Okay,
so yeah, I hear what you're saying. but also based off of the reception towards Americans, that also like dictates how well these countries are doing economically speaking. These countries that are, pivoted in the directions of the Indians and the Arabs, generally speaking, they're not doing as well as the country. And this is a broad generalization, but generally speaking, these countries are not doing as well as the more Western inclined nations. So yeah, that's all I had to say.
South Africa would definitely be the exception to that because they.
But that's a country that's very influenced by the West, like irrespective of they are very. I mean, essentially, South Africa is a Western nation, and it's the outlier, and it is a Western.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Let me get who came in next, man. Let me get as Ax, if I'm pronouncing that right. Let me unmute you real quick, or you have to unmute yourself.
Hello?
Oh, go ahead. I can hear you.
Do you hear me clearly?
Yeah. How you pronounce your name?
Eziax.
Eziax. Okay. All right. What you got for us, man?
Yeah, thanks for having me on. Thank you very much.
All right, no problem.
Yeah, I think your title on this topic is very interesting. How did you come up with this title, and what type of Black Americans do Africa need? Because we're all types of African Americans or Black Americans.
Do you represent any African community?
Can you define what is an African community? And I can answer your question.
Is your parents or grandparents from any country in the African continent?
No.
Are you a foundational Black American?
I'm an American.
Okay. What do you check for ethnicity on the application? Black.
My ethnic group is Black American, but I'm an American. Yeah, I was born, raised in America.
All right, cool. So what is
your you didn't answer my question.
No, I'm about to answer your question. So
okay.
The first question was the title, why Africa needs Black Americans.
And what type of Black Americans are you referring to?
Got it. Well, I mean, the title is, it's direct. I mean, I believe.
Can the host just answer the question, please? And
yeah, I'm
player.
Let me answer his questions. You know what I mean, and we can popcorn style in a minute. But yeah, I'm of the belief that Africa needs Black Americans, and I think a lot of people share that sentiment. And so that's why the title is what it is.
Okay.
Because I want to explain, I wanted to try to explain in the best way I can why Africa needs Black Americans. And to your second question, what skills do African nations would need? That's your question.
Specifically, I asked what type of Black Americans do Africa need?
When you say what type of Black Americans, are you meaning as far as what they bring to the table?
He's talking about ethnic groups. Because he's a
no, I'm not.
No, I want him to answer the question, like what they bring to the table.
No, I'm not saying what they bring to what type of Black Americans or African Americans does Africa need?
We define type. So I don't want to get caught up in semantics. What do you mean by type?
Well, we're not just, we come in all shapes and sizes and kinds. We're not just just one type of people.
But listen, the distinction was made earlier in the podcast when he said skilled labor versus unskilled labor. So he's talking about engineers.
Well, the host should be able to answer that. The host should be able to answer that.
How have you been able to pick that up, brother? I mean, he talked about.
I did. Well, maybe I haven't been on the podcast since they made that distinction. Okay.
You coming up here ice grilling? You should have paid attention in the beginning of the lesson, brother.
Maybe I wasn't on the podcast when they made that distinction. Could you let the host answer?
because you're trying to
let the
cause
host
confusion,
answer.
player.
I didn't interrupt you, sir.
But you come in here causing confusion, and we having a
I
serious
didn't.
conversation.
No. I came in asking a question. Isn't
let
that what
me-
we do? Isn't that
let me-
what we do in dialogue?
Let me.
And you butt it in. You butt it
I'm
in.
gonna hold on.
So why don't you just mute yourself?
I'm gonna
let the
answer your
host-
question. I want to answer your question because I got another person that hasn't
Thank
spoken
you.
yet.
Thank you. And please control your guest on the panel.
No, I got this, man. I allow for discord on my platform as long as it doesn't get out of hand. You know what I mean? But let me finish answering your question,
Thank
and
you.
I'm gonna move on to James. So I did mention, maybe you didn't catch it, but I did mention, even though I titled it Black Americans, it doesn't mean it's limited to Black Americans. I mean, I'm speaking for the diaspora, you know what I mean? Because Black Americans, we represent the diaspora just like Jamaicans do, just like Afro-Brazilians do, just like whatever country you want to mention. So blacks of the diaspora, this could be Black people in the UK, even though I probably think most of the Black people in the UK probably already have some citizenship in Africa, but it's not limited to Black Americans. To answer your question, let me
So
go.
you just want people in general to go and help out African countries, right? That's what you want.
Saying the African government, just like El Salvador, is broad, right? They just said 5,000 passports.
So you want people in general, right? It's not.
Let me finish.
Okay.
So I use El Salvador example. So they're offering passports. They don't have any. They're not targeting any specific demographic or ethnicity. I'm saying African nations should pay close attention to specifically Black Americans, and I won't limit it to Black Americans. I would say the diaspora, but Black Americans, because we are the most talented. We are the most talented, Black group.
Or rather, we have the most finances. That's
no. I'm saying we're the most talented, but before we go back and forth, let me go around.
No, I'm not going back and forth. I'm just trying to.
I hear what you're saying, but let me. Somebody else's
intentions are with your
somebody's been waiting. We could come back to you.
Sure, we can.
Just be patient.
Sure,
just be patient. All right, James, are you there, brother?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I'm here. Yeah, I'm hearing the echo.
The echo, I don't hear echo. If it's an echo on your end, do you have two things playing? Do you have like it playing two? Do you have it like open in two areas or just one?
Yeah.
Do you have? Okay, maybe you have to close a window or something if you got an echo on your end.
Oh yeah, I do. Okay, let me close. There you go. Hello.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, so I just wanted to know what you think about my question as far as Black Americans being or military trained. Like, what do you do you think that is something that Black Americans can contribute to?
Well, we have to, like some of my military friends and this Westside group I'm in. We had this conversation, and war or any type of conflict, addressing any conflict is not done by foot soldiers anymore, right? So everything now is trending towards technology, space, air, things of that nature. So you can when it comes to something like that, you want the best scientists in the world. But what we have in the United States, we have what's the word I want to use? We have like a competitive advantage, right? You got people that work for Halliburton, you got people that work for Schlumberger, was it Boeing? You got Black people that work in all these arenas, So you didn't think Albert Einstein didn't work for a big company before he came to the United States, or these other German Russian scientists that came to the United States. They work for companies, so they got the intellectual. I forgot what you want to call it, but they got the intellectual understanding of a lot of things. So that puts Black Americans at a competitive advantage because we're coming from those companies. Imagine somebody coming from Apple. And Apple is only, the technology of Apple is the science, the heart of the Apple science is in America. The intellectual property is in the United States, even though some of the work is outsourced. But the true intellectual property is in the United States. So you got people from Apple, people that work for these social media, people working for these social media companies from a tech aspect, because a lot of things that Africa uses is made from the USA. So you want that. Just like, for example, right? I get recruiters that call that may email me about an opportunity because they're starting up a new company, or they're starting up a new process, and they know you work for this company, and they know this company got a lot of information. That's why when you what's the thing you have when you work for a company, a lot of times they make you sign a non-competitive agreement. So, like, for example, if you leave this company, you're not allowed to work for our competitor or these particular companies for, like, let's say 5 or 10 years, because they understand that you have these valuable assets, valuable skills that could help the competition. So conversely, you bring these Americans that work for these big corporations, these public or private firms, that everything that really runs our country, you get some of those people in Africa, it can help accelerate them a lot.
But not only that, like Africans in general, we just talked about how Africans generally don't think outside the critical thinking is just not where it needs to be, in terms of creativity. I mean, and you can that's evidenced by the fact that, globally, wherever they are, whether they're here in England or over there, they're mimicking someone else, right? Culturally, right. It's a lot of social mimicking of other individuals who you also have this disdain and contempt for, who you look down upon because you're mimicking them. And the issue with the African is the African. The African needs to understand that he is in an unsustainable position, that he's being recolonized, and instead of addressing that, they've directed their vitriol towards us as other Black people because they don't value themselves. So we have to deal with the self-esteem issues that exist in Africa, particularly with the situation with Liberia and other places where these Americans came over there to try to do something and build something in this land, and they were essentially devastated by some hating ass Africans, which is what it boils down to.
Right. Before you get too deep into that, because what I'm conveying is more on a government level, because yes, the average local may have a certain mindset, but on the government level, on the executive level, you expect that these people understand what's going on in the world. And just like I used the example of the El Salvador president, that program is directly through the executive branch. So you're dealing with
right, but the El Salvadorian president has a nationalist sentiment and an understanding and respect for his El Salvadorian culture, right? Whereas the African, and again, I'm speaking in very generalized terms, but I'm speaking about my scientific observations over my short 30 years on this planet. The African doesn't really have much of a it's a false nationalistic fervor that the Nigerians seem to have, and many other Africans. It's false. It's propped up because there are no real achievements, right?
Hold that thought. I want you to get into the nationalist standpoint. I just want to make sure I answer James completely, and if he had any follow-up questions.
So so you're saying that Africa really doesn't need that the tactical training of Black Americans. You saying that it might be something else, like maybe biological or technological or.
Yeah. I mean, there's certain things, like, I don't want to show how smart I am on YouTube, but yes, science. All that you said is science. I mean, tactical. I mean, how tactical can you be when you got 1,000 drones flying over you?
Well, I mean, there are some, you know, there are some military veterans that do know drones, but I mean, it's always going. I
When
mean,
you say, I guess when you say tactical, what you mean like foot, like basically foot soldiers, or you mean like from
yeah, like foot soldiers, like um, yeah, like foot soldiers, like army, like people on the ground.
Infantrymen.
Yeah. I mean, Africa is skilled at that. I mean, look at Ethiopia, look at Somalia. Like guerrilla warfare is the best tactical thing I've ever seen. You know what I mean? The US has left countries because of guerrilla warfare. So I don't think Africa is deficient in that aspect.
Oh, so Ethiopia and Somalia is better than us when it comes to guerrilla warfare.
Yeah.
You don't want to fight with. You don't want to fight.
Yeah.
With
Yeah.
I mean, I know. I mean, I've heard stories of Ethiopia, like as far as ancient history and right now.
Equal weapons, everything equal. No, on their turf, no. They've been doing.
We're arguing like regular versus irregular warfare. America, generally, the irregular warfare that we practice is through the promotion of LGBT, feminism, and things of that nature. But when it comes to actual guerrilla warfare, as a veteran of 10 years, no, the American military, any branch besides some special forces, SOCOMs, things like that, they do not practice irregular warfare. No.
Yeah. So not to drown this out, but I don't know. I don't think, like you said, infantry. I don't think that's something that would bring. I don't think Africa needs that. Especially from the diaspora.
Now, when I say military too, I'm also saying land. I'm also saying air and sea too, because we also have Navy. We got people that can be pilots, stuff like that are very trained. And we're all trained in just better equipment too. So I'm also looking at those.
Yeah, I mean that is true. But one thing that I noticed from the United States is that it costs money. Military spending costs money. That's why we pull out of certain situations. That's why you see countries start conflicts and then pause or back out because it costs money. So that's a whole. That program in itself is expensive, and seeing a country as poor as, like, let's say Kenya, trying to boost its military, they probably don't have the resources to do it, and then two, it'll be hard. It'll be hard to implement. It'll be hard for Uganda to implement like that because they don't even have a sea. You know what I mean? So they'll be limited from a Navy standpoint already, but. I brought it up because everything is important. The Manhattan Project literally helped make the United States the most powerful country in the world. Africa needs to get in space. They need to understand missile defense technology. The United States shot down, what they say, 99% of drones Iran was shooting towards Israel. Like they was ready. That sent a message around the world to say, you know what, we can shoot down anything that you try to shoot over. So, as an American, I want to be, like I always say, I want to be part of the winning team. You know what I mean? But at the same time, I do want to see, Africa win too.
Well, can I say something right quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say that we got to understand too that we can't look at Africa as they're not as if they're not let me go back. Well, first of all, as far as technology and science, they produce some of the best. So that's something that we got to understand. Those Nigerians are killing them in technology and science. They're killing them. Of course, we don't hear about it because some of us don't read about it. Okay, so we don't have the Africans don't have that problem for technology and quote the know-how to build a military, etc. That's not even the point with them. The point with them that we got, like I said before, we got to get them. First of all, we got to deal with foreigners who come into Africa and set up, and and Africans cannot be afraid to kick folks out. That's number one. First of all, you got to clear people out of there who who not supposed to be there. That's number one. They got a lot of distractions. That's number one thing. The second part is the tribalism. Now they kind of got that kind of like somewhat subdued right now, but they still have tribalism there. Okay, you got the Yorubas that don't like the houses. The houses don't like the Igbos, etc.
Now, to be fair, to be fair to Africa, say Nigeria. Don't say Africa because Nigeria is unique to the tribalism.
Well, what I'm saying, even in Nigeria, if you go to Nigeria, Cameroon, if you go to Ghana and Kenya, they all have a high knowledge of forest science and technology. All of them have that.
Yeah, but that's not in Nigeria. These are expatriates to other Western nations.
Huh?
That's not in Nigeria though.
No, that's in Nigeria, brother. That's in Nigeria.
No, I've seen, not to cut you off, but I've seen some great. It's a guy. He's like a multi-millionaire or billionaire in Nigerian currency, but he has like he develops like certain apps. I forget what the service is. Now, being a software developer is not it's not a skill when you say being able to, because to do software, you have to understand programming and code, which still is created based off American computer language, right? So you haven't created you're using an American computer language to develop software. So when I think about technology, is these special chips that the United States has Taiwan make that countries like Russia or China can't seem to figure out. Like, how do they get these certain micro chips, that we're able to use to operate some of our military equipment? So Nigeria is not creating from scratch technology.
Well, I disagree with that. I think again we're underestimating Nigeria. I mean, this alone, not counting the other parts of Africa, the other countries on the continent. I think we're underestimating them. They lead in the top 10. They're like in the top 10, top 5.
Nigeria's steps behind.
Well, they don't have nothing to show for it, though. Go ahead.
Nigeria steps behind. They still can't even extract the oil from the ground yet.
No, they can extract it. Hold on, bro.
Advanced technologically wise, they can't even extract it.
Okay, and that's a Europeanized, Westernized thinking lie.
It's not. It's a fact. It's a reality.
No, it's not a reality.
Asian, Latino, whatever you want to call it.
That is a lie. That's a lie. Okay.
If they're so advanced technologically, why can't they do it consistently?
Okay, if you listen at me and let me talk.
Give me one technological.
One of the problems in Africa, like I stated, is what they have outside distractions. They've been colonized for damn near 1,000 years.
No, give me a technological.
Well, they need a military. They need a military so they won't have so many distractions.
Right now, I can't name all from now, but next week when I come back, I can have that for you.
All right, so let's move on. Let's move on from that point.
Rob, can I make a comment? I just want to make a comment. I want to draw a parallel between China and Nigeria.
All right.
China initially was comprised of, now you had the Han ethnic group, so most of them are the same ethnic group, but they were different kingdoms. You had the Chu, the Qin, all these different ethnic kingdoms, right? And during the War of the 5 Kingdoms or 7 Kingdoms, I'm not sure which number it is, one of the emperor, the guy who became the emperor of China, who created China, the concept of China, went to war and dominated all the other tribal groups or other kingdoms or ethnic groups and forced them to accept a single Chinese ethnic nationality. Now, obviously, within that situation, you have the different tribes and different rate, whatever the case may be, you know. But at the end of the day, they were forced to accept a Chinese national identity. The issue in Nigeria, let me finish my point. The issue in Nigeria is that the Nigerians do not have a singular ethnic identity until they come to America or other places. You have the Hausa tribe.
Exactly.
You got the Igbo. You got the this. You got the that. You have the police who are against the freedom fighters. So there's so much tribalism and division that you could talk about them inventing this and that. But if at the beginning you don't have an understanding of yourself as a black person, first and foremost, then you're going to have problems. If you think you're better than this other tribe because they don't eat chicken feet and you got, whatever, access to this and that, that's a problem. So that is their primary problem.
Well, that's what I was trying to say. If I was allowed to talk, but I kept getting filibustered. So, I mean, go ahead.
No, let me move it around. There's a comment. Spellcaster said Black Americans can't even take on France and NATO. Like, why would we even have to do that? Because we are American. Like,
this is a tether right here.
Yeah, I can tell we're American. Like, that is not our concern as a black person. I'm saying that we want to see thriving African countries just like we see thriving European countries. Every continent should have a thriving country. So that's my push for us to see. It may not be all of Africa, but there should be some African countries that are thriving, that are world powers.
First of all, the brother said stop France and other countries. Where do you think that Steve Biko and many of these other freedom fighters, whether in South Africa or other places, Thomas Sankara, Patrice Lumumba, where do you think they got their ideals from in the first place, brother? See, this is the issue with a lot of talent.
No. Patrice didn't get his ideals from the West.
Well, let me finish, brother. You kind of interrupted me, and I'm making a statement.
Okay.
Patrice Lumumba specifically may not have gotten his ideas from the West.
Okay.
But the concept of Pan-Africanism, the concept of a single blackness uniting the diaspora, comes from Western black people. That originated with Martin Delany, who was a black American. The first Pan-Africanist was Martin Delany, who was a major during the Civil War. Okay, so that comes from black Americans. This concept of being black, this is why you have many Nigerians who come over here and say, I didn't even know being black was a thing. Okay, so this dude Spellcaster, the point that I'm trying to make is that we've changed the global thinking amongst black people into understanding that you're black and that you're not just a Hausa person or you're not just a Rwandan person, you're a black person globally, because that tribal shit don't mean nothing internationally. So that's the point that I'm making.
Okay, well, okay.
Let me make sure I go around. I just want to make sure that I give equal time. So as a axe, did you have anything else you wanted to add?
The brother just made an excellent point. On first, I got to give him props. And speaking about China and how it became the global powerhouse that it is now. So if Nigerians or any African country wants an example to duplicate, look at China. And China is there on the continent, so they don't have very far to look. Right. As far as investing, Black Americans, I'm going to speak particularly about Black Americans right now. They can do whatever they want with their money. If they earn it, they can do whatever they want with it. I'm totally against investing in Africa to pull it up. Africa has its own bootstraps. It has so many resources and rich natural minerals in the soil. It pales to what this 1.6 million or 300 million trillion that Black Americans have. Africa needs to do it themselves. It's going to instill a sense of identity and pride within themselves. But they're letting people come over and do it, not Black Americans for the main part. Okay. We're not even a trickle. Okay. So, this idea about we need to invest. Yeah, you can do individually, you can do whatever you want with your money. Okay. But as a collective, I don't think we should be doing that. Invest in ourselves first. Build our ethnic group up first. Then when we're strong enough and have enough political clout, economic clout, sure, we can go to your Africa and help them.
Well, what
Not
if
just
it's
Africa, but let's focus on a particular country first, and then they can duplicate the idea. If we even want to do that as a collective, but as a collective, okay, I'm talking about a collective at this particular time. Individually, you can do what you want with your money, okay? Okay, but this is I just this title you have is just but you clarified it. You answered the question I had for you. Thank you very much. But I just think collectively, we're not going to do that. We're not going to do it.
We don't have to do it. Let me interject real quick. We don't have to collectively do it because, like I said earlier, El Salvador was offering 5,000. That's not a large number. So let's say our talented 10%. If they took 5,000, let's say 5,000 of our most talented Black Americans, that's not as a collective, in my opinion.
Okay, that's fine. But do you see any African country offering us visas, offering us, our group, visas to come there because of our intelligence, because of whatever?
Yes, they have.
Doctoral.
I'm saying they should.
We're going over on our own admission. Okay, yeah, maybe I don't know if they should, but they will offer Chinese to come there, for Indians to come there, Lebanese to come there, Arabs to come there, Israelis to come there. Okay, they're not off. They're going to have visas. I don't know for how long they're able to stay in the country, but they're not offering that. That is disrespectful if you're a Pan-Africanist.
No, but they have offered us, brother. I mean, wow! Don't you guys read?
Why don't you share with us what they offered us? Share with us, okay?
Look, no. They have offered us visas. Now, this is my point. They have offered us visas to come there. Now,
who?
Brother, you let me finish.
54 countries. 54 countries.
What country?
We can't say they because which countries offered us?
No. Ghana is one of them. Ghana was the first one that did it. Okay, yeah. Ghana was primarily the country that did it. Okay. Now, here's my problem with Ghana in doing that. Now, how pure were they in doing that? Because those African Americans who go back there have some issues with Ghanaians. That they got some issues. I stated earlier, if people was listening to me, I stated earlier that there was a group of brothers and sisters who left Israel and went back to Ghana. They set up a area right there and built homes. And guess what? The Ghana officials went and bulldozed their homes over. So I'm saying there are some problems there. Okay.
Why would they do that to family members?
I don't know. I don't know what that was about. I don't know why they did what they did, but they bulldozed these homes over from these brothers and sisters, and the brothers and sisters had did some video work on it, and they were letting people know that this was going on and within Ghana.
Well, so that happens in the United States too, brother. When immigrants, they may get their residency, they may get some financial assistance, but they on their own. Like they gotta deal with the American society. They gotta struggle. They gotta deal with people that don't like them. They gotta deal with crime. They have to deal with elements of our society.
But I'm saying that wasn't the first time those brothers and sisters from Israel had been there. That wasn't the first time they've been there, bro. And so the problem, that's why what happened was these particular brothers and sisters were so shocked that they were doing it. So where is this coming from? Okay, so I'm saying, so when I'm saying Ghana has offered these visas and these citizenship rights back to Africa, but again, I personally I question them and say, well, how pure were you in doing this? Was it just a media hype thing you were doing, or were you for real about what you're doing? Because the way you're acting towards descendants of Africans who got caught up in the slave trade, you're not acting like you're serious.
You got to make a distinct. That's the government versus the citizens. Like that. That's that. You're dealing with the citizens at that point. The government is not treating them any type of way. Once you're in, you're in.
Well, in order for them to bulldoze a home and the government don't hold these officials accountable, that's a government problem. The government got to hold them accountable and say, you can't do that.
Would that happen to a Ghanaian that was invited to the U.S. by a visa to come and work in the U.S.? Would that happen?
No.
Okay. So it's not reciprocated. Okay.
So that's why
I'm very worried about investing in any African country that would have a government that didn't back you,
Right.
stand behind you. Okay, if something like that would happen to you by the citizens or by the local government that came in and bulldozed your investment. Okay.
Right, and I agree with you 100%, and that's my point. So my point is that that they are saying that we can come back. They're offering these things and saying that we can come back, but in some parts now, there's a second country. I don't mean
Let
to
me get some other people in, brother. You kind of long with. Let me get some other
Hey,
people
okay.
in.
Rob. Hey, Rob.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm saying, like, I mean, you've been to the east side, the east part of Africa. I mean, you've also been like to South Africa as well. Like when you go to these countries, like, I mean, what do they like? How do they feel about Africans? I mean, well, how do they feel about Black Americans coming to Africa? I mean, would they be? Are they open to it? Like, I mean, how do they feel?
Okay, so let me address a couple of things. So you could talk about Ghana, and I could talk about South Africa. The difference is South Africa has political infrastructure. They have certain rights. They follow a similar legal enforcement system like the United States. So you're going to be you have more protections under the law in South Africa, for example. So if every African country was offering 5,000 passports for the diaspora, it's up to me to choose which country that I feel that I would want to, go to. You know what I mean? It could be South Africa. Maybe some things that was mentioned, I probably wouldn't even think about Ghana. You never know, but you have a right to choose whatever country you want to go to, and it's up to you to do your due diligence on that country to decide if that's the environment that you want to be in. Now, as far as welcoming and reception, I've been to 6 African countries so far. I say it again: the reception mirrors how the government, how the relationship between the U.S. government and their country. Places like Kenya, some West African countries, they have better relationships with the United States than maybe South Africa. Because you think of BRICS, right? BRICS is now comprising of South Africa. Other countries want to join in Africa. I can't think of which countries, but there are a lot of countries that in Africa that do not like U.S. policy, which is understandable. That's why I started the stream talking about the importance of Black Americans working at these embassies to help better relations between the United States and those countries. I would say the warmest reception, I've seen was probably like, Rwanda, and Kenya and Uganda to a certain extent as well. Where I didn't get the warmest reception as far as me being an American, South Africa, they don't really care too much about your American status. Tanzanians, not too much either. Ethiopians, they have respect for us as Black people, not as Americans. So that's all I can say. I only can speak on the 6 countries I've been to, but every country is going to be different. I just think they're more friendlier. I mean, in any country, when you go to the country, the people are going to treat you better than the people that you see in the United States that represent them.
Okay.
Can I address something? I want to address some individuals in the chat. Spellcaster and his friend Hash. I guess this is an Ethiopian individual, and I'm not sure. I guess this guy is West African or something like that. Now, I need you guys to understand that these individuals are the majority population in their respective nations, okay? And they're still being dominated by 9 Black people in their respective nations. Mm-hmm. And then when we as Black Americans come together and discuss having a conference to help you guys, your first response is to attack us. This is the issue with the African. This is the issue. You refuse to acknowledge the fact that Ethiopia as we know it wouldn't exist without the diaspora. Ethiopian Airlines, the Ethiopian Air Force wouldn't exist without a Black American by the name of John Robinson. We've had this conversation time and time again. Okay. You guys are the dominant populations. It's not a situation where you're 50 to 60 million like we are in America, where you're 14 to 15% of the population out of 400 million people. You are the 80 to 90%, and you've been dominated. You've had administrative systems, school systems, banking systems, economic systems set up by other people who are not indigenous to your land. So before you discuss anything that we're doing, well, we're in the belly of the beast, and you're making up things like there's no white supremacists in Africa. If there's no white supremacists in Africa, why does AFRICOM exist, my brother? Why does the NATO allied forces in Africa exist, my brother? These are all apparatus of white supremacy. So what are we talking about here? You need to see, this is the problem with Africans. It's this weird African racial pride or whatever the case may be. But there's no African common African currency. There's no intercontinental travel system throughout Africa. There's no agreed upon history in many of the countries in Africa. So what are we talking about? Let's have a serious conversation about Africa. This is what I'm talking about. The difference between us and you guys is that we've had separate economic systems from the people that dominate us in our country. This is what you don't understand.
Spellcaster, come up. Come up.
Come on the chat, bro, and I'll chop you up, dude. I'll chop you up, bro.
Let me get the.
Instead of talking all that shit in the chat.
Let me get that. Hey James, did you have a follow-up question?
No, not right now.
All right. As Oxy.
Yeah, I want to no excuse. Is that your name?
Yeah, no excuse.
Okay, no excuse, right. Well, I don't have any excuses for what I'm about to say. I can understand your point of view as you relate it to your so I'm going to call it expertise in East Africa. I used to work in East Africa for about 3 years, particularly the countries Burundi, Rwanda, and we were based out of Nairobi. So I got a chance to travel around East Africa, Ethiopia, Kenya, as I say, Uganda, Burundi, Rwanda. I had a great time. Beautiful people, beautiful country. Poor as hell, this is some time ago, but just beautiful. I never had any problems, any bad or negative interactions. I did get robbed twice, pickpocketed, but I was warned about that, and I kind of blame myself for
Where was this?
Those. This was in Burundi and once in Uganda. Okay, but it was not a whole lot of money today because I never walked around with a lot of money. But I just want to relate. The Africans were very, very nice to me. I did have another incident in Kenya where I met someone of interest, and she wanted some money for a business startup. I'm not gonna say how much money it was, but I did give her money on the intent that she would pay it back. She kind of got lost in the in the business, I guess, because I never really heard from her or saw her, and so I just gave up on it. I just let it go. That was during my Pan-African days. Juxtaposed here back in the States after I wasn't working in Africa anymore, and I did have some interesting neighbors from Ethiopia. They were, again, meeting them cordially. They were fine, but they were very standoffish. I would talk to them about my experiences, in East Africa, and they just didn't want to hear about it, or didn't seem like it. It kind of hurt me pridefully, but I'm like, why wouldn't they be interested? And I'm a fellow brother, and just talking to them. I'm not trying to pick up on. It was a husband and a wife, so. But they were just very standoffish, wouldn't talk to me at all, barely even speak to me when we met, just walking, passing by. I had incidents. I lived in a big city at that time. Um,
Real quick, where are you going with this? So I can kind of.
where I'm going with this is that Africans are different in the states than they are on the continent. In
Right.
my experience, and I think you can probably relate to this, or maybe you can't. I don't know, but I had worse incidents with them, and I can go into some other stories, but I won't. But here in the states than I did on the continent.
Absolutely.
They did look at me like I was. They didn't look at me as a fellow African. I'm going to tell you that when I was on the continent, and I would even ask some of them, no, you're American. I'm not a Mzungu, whatever they call the white person, but I'm not one of them. And I did feel like I was just someone that they looked at as a dollar bill. And I'll just close with that for now.
That's a fact. We all know that. And to again, spellcaster, you got to.
No, we don't all know that.
Yeah. Well, no. Well, people should know that. You should basically.
That's why
first of all,
I'm enlightening people on this chat.
Well, I'm not trying to argue with you. Though. I'm agreeing with you. The point that I'm trying to make is that the Africans send their best and brightest, financially, economically, educationally, to Western nations, and those people don't come back. There's a brain drain that they have in Africa. There's a brain drain, which is why they have the people that are left behind have a scavenger mindset. Okay, they're not concerned about dominating their own homelands because they're too worried about surviving from the day to day because the people who are supposed to be leading them have fled to Western nations. This is what people don't understand. And so you have individuals like Spellcaster in the chat. He's basically running his mouth talking about population numbers. We talked about this last week. For the remedials in the chat, population doesn't matter. What matters is access to power and finance. This is why you have the Jews in America who control everything, and the black people don't control anything. Population doesn't matter. The Jews are 0.2% of the population of America, and they control all the important sectors of American culture. I don't understand how we don't get that. This is basic.
You know what's ironic? You made me just think about. You know how ironic it is that we'll use Nigerians for example. They will come to the West. They'll come to Western nations and not want to go back after they attained all this, education and resources. But Black Americans are willing to go to Africa to build. Why?
And then we get fought for it. We get attacked for it. You got Tyson Nat, who's whatever he is, a Caribbean tether. He's talking all this crap about Black Americans, but he ain't trying to go back for real. He's not trying to go there and live. He'll go to Ghana and do a photo op, but he's not trying to go back there and stay and build. You got what's the other dude? Kodak Black, that little black Sambo. He ain't trying to go back to Haiti. None of these people who come to these nations who flee to America, they not trying to go back. We trying to go back and help y'all, and you fighting with us. Make that make sense.
No, we ain't trying to go back, bro. We ain't trying to go back.
And
I am.
I had an experience,
I'm going to say this. I say we got to decipher who wants to go back and who doesn't want to go back. I'm going to say
right.
panties want to go back. Okay.
There's a small minority of people that want to go back.
No excuses.
Panties.
No excuses. I've had one bad experience with a brother from Tanzania. I checked him, and he came at me one time. He called me an American, but the way he said it, he was so arrogant. And I looked at him. I said, "You know good and damn well, you know why I'm here, right?" And so, to make a long story short, once I broke it down to him, he went back and told his father on me. Guess what his father did? His father came up to the campus where I was and had a conversation with me and made his son apologize to me. He said, "I'm sorry about the conversation that you and my son." I said, "Look, I am an African in America. I don't care what the hell y'all think. My ancestors were stolen and brought here. Okay? That's my opinion, and that's my historical data. Okay?" So he's like, "Yeah." So he shook my hand. His son apologized to me. And every day after that, every time he saw me, that brother would stop and talk to me. As a matter of fact, he invited me over to his house and everything. And I told him, I said, this is the mind state that African and African Americans got to come out of. Okay, we've been colonized by the same European. One was the British, his brother. They're all white brothers. Okay, they're all white brothers. That they're brothers. but they colonized us. I said, y'all got a whole continent and can't get the shit together? Are you kidding me? Come on. You can't get it together?
But they don't want nobody to help, but then they don't want nobody to help them either. That is the crazy part. Like, okay, we can help you. It's not like a situation where we could say to someone, we could say to Nigerians and say, well, why aren't you doing it in your country? A lot of the things that we want to help with, we are doing it in our country. So we have backing to what we say we can do.
Bro, we got a historical track record of being in the belly of the beast and dominating and defeating our enemy. Okay. These people don't understand that there's nobody on the planet with a history of fighting back in rebellion and revolution like Black Americans.
Right. And Corey, guess what? We know the mindset of the European. That's what they don't understand. We know his mindset.
So this dude Spellcaster was talking about, see, he's talking with this 2010. See, you guys are behind the time intellectually and your intel. This is the problem that you have. Your talking points are from 2005, brother. It's 2024. You need to catch up, Spellcaster. So you in the chat like a bitch, talking all that slick stuff. The issue that you have is that you're jealous. And just go ahead and say that. Say that you're jealous of Black Americans and our history and what we've done, and then we can move forward from there. But see, you don't want to admit that.
Yeah. And like I was saying before, as far as the places where we can go, the second place I wanted to mention and I forgot was Liberia. Now, I know we had some issues historically with Liberia, okay, with the tribal people that didn't understand why we were back there. And they felt that we were coming back there to dominate them. But the question is, we were better than them at that time in building Liberia. But they didn't like that. So they went on an attack with us. And as we know, after that, some years later, Charles telling them they rose back up and they attacked them. But my point is that Liberia is the only African country that we got real citizenship rights at is Liberia. That's the only one. That's the only country in Africa that says that we can come back there. Period. It's Liberia.
Well, for a country to accept help, they have to realize that they need help. So if they don't see the need for help, that's a problem. That's the problem in itself.
I got a question for Ez right here. Guy right here.
Go ahead.
What's his name? Ez
Oxy, I believe.
I'm saying, why are Black Americans, I don't know what you call them, panties for wanting to go back to Africa?
What is your question?
I say, why is it a problem for Black Americans to go back to Africa?
It's not a problem to go back. Let's okay, panty or panties is just short for Pan-Africanism, okay? Just play on words, but we know Pan-Africanism, okay, Pan-Africans, which I'll admit to you, I was one at one time. I drank the Kool-Aid, but I don't drink the Kool-Aid anymore. I got an upgrade. So your question is, why shouldn't we go back to Africa? Is that what?
No, I got confused when you said panties. I thought you meant like something negative.
Oh, oh no. It's nothing negative unless you think it's negative.
Okay.
No, it's just what we call Pan-Africans. We call them panties.
Okay.
Or panties, singular, plural panties.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't know that. So
you're not familiar with that lingo? Oh my gosh!
I thought you said panties. Like it's like a
some panties are panties.
That word sounds a little too moist. You know what I mean? For abbreviation.
Can I ask a question though? Can I ask a question? What's the ideology that the African has brought to the rest of the world? Because as far as I'm concerned, Pan-Africanism originated in America, in Philadelphia.
So, I thought it originated from Jamaica.
Garvey.
But Garvey didn't invent Pan-Africanism.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Martin Luther King was the first once again, this is why people shouldn't talk if they don't know history.
No.
There's
Why are
not-
you-
there's
I'm
why are you
saying,
blaming-
I'm saying, no, it was Robert Campbell.
Okay, regardless, it wasn't Marcus Garvey.
Okay.
It was an American and Americans who advocated for and created the Pan-African ideology. So I'm not here to get lost in the reeds. The point that I'm trying to make is that, once again, Americans are the ones who are creating the beneficial ideologies for Black people globally. Second of all, this dude Spellcaster, once again, he's making these claims about kicking people's teeth in. There's no ground war that an African has won against another country. There's no ground war.
Hey, Corey, but
Not a single one.
Except Ethiopia, but they did have some help.
And they did that with help from outside
Yeah.
forces.
let me say this though, as far as Pan-Africanism and its origins, there were a culmination of people who started Pan-Africanism. It just didn't start here in America. There were a culmination of brothers who did that, and sisters who started Pan-Africanism. There were brothers within the Caribbean that who had an idea of Pan-Africanism before they came here. So that idea that it just started in America, as a historian, as someone who's, I would say not just us that did it. It was a culmination of folks who brought that out.
Who came up with the talented 10th idea? Who was that? Because he was Pan-Africanist too.
Say it again. I'm sorry. No excuse. What you say?
Talented 10th. Who
Well,
That
because
was WB. That was WB.
that was W.D. Du Bois, but Du Bois was in fact the problem I got with him was the fact that is what he did to Garvey. I disagree with him what he did to Garvey. Okay, he was wrong to do what he did to Garvey. He was dead wrong. But later in life, he admitted that he should have did that. That he was the one that went back and told the Africans that Garvey was crazy. You see, but Du Bois was wrong to do that. You see, Booker T. Washington was part of the talented 10. Okay, so I'm saying that and some of them wasn't considered to be Pan-Africanists. You see, but at the same time, there were a culmination of Black men and women who were Pan-Africanists from the Caribbean, from Trinidad to Vester. He was from Trinidad. So I'm saying that there were a culmination of people who were part of that. But go on, excuse. I'm sorry, bro.
No. That's some good historical context, man. So I want to get from Corey, man, because you mentioned a couple of things, man. I wanted to ask you about the critical thinking aspect, and then the false nationalism that you mentioned, and then my other question is why don't some of these African countries like to follow the blueprint that works? Why don't they like to follow the blueprint or a blueprint?
Well, basically, again, these people, generally speaking, people that have no accomplishments are some of the most arrogant people that you ever meet. Like, how you'll meet a woman at the club and you'll start talking to her and she's coming at you like, you need to do this, this, and this, even though that bitch ain't never done nothing in her life. It's the same mindset with the Africans. See, they know that they're operating from an inferior position, but instead of them, kind of doing something about their situation, it's easier to point the finger at Black Americans and say, well, you were trying to do this and you're trying to lead us and there's a serious issue that these people have, because since the universities of Timbuktu were destroyed by Alexander the Great and some of the other, or Alexander the homosexual and some of these other European individuals, they haven't taken the time to build their own educational systems. I mean, the African educational system, the African judicial system is still an offshoot of the European imperial judicial system. Right. So everything that they do in Africa is driven by someone else. Their music is driven by Black Americans. Their educational system, their administrative system is driven by Europeans. Their labor is driven by Asians, Chinese, and other people. So everything that the African does is generally led by other people. It hasn't been since the Moors that the African has been a force on this planet. And this is due to the African's inability to accept his inferior position and work on his. See, us in America, we know that we're at a loss. We know that we're working at a sum negative at every moment in time. We understand that. The African doesn't understand that. He's still in this weird denial. He got this weird mindset where he thinks, well, I'm African. That means something. Brother, I'm here to tell you, being African don't mean nothing. The African passport don't mean nothing. I've been going to Bangkok at Sabarmapuni Airport, checking in as an American and seeing.
Real quick, Corey, could you provide a disclaimer, because because when you say Africa, a lot of countries might not feel like the shoe fits.
Okay, I'm not saying this to be disrespectful. I'm speaking in general terms. Like, just like when I say a lot of the things I say about Black Americans in the positive, I'm speaking in generalities because we have many issues as a community here. We got a lot of cooning, buck dancing, tap dancing, and ass kissing that's going on here as well. So I'm not saying that Black Americans are perfect, because no, we're not. And I'm not coming from the perspective that we're better than anybody, because nobody's better than anybody. But what I'm saying is that we got to look at the historical facts. We got to look at what's on the evidence board as to who's done what and who's accomplished more. And the fact of the matter is, when it comes to challenging and dealing with white supremacy and understanding our place in the world, we're at the top of the totem pole.
And let me say this too, right quick. No excuse. The point is that we keep forgetting. We talk about a place like China, etc. China did not have the same distractions that the continent had. China did not go under the same colonization that the continent has. Okay, the Chinese was allowed to be left alone.
Yes, they did.
Hold on. The Chinese. Hold on, bro. The Chinese was allowed to be left alone for some years and get their shit together. The continent has never been able to be left alone. Period. Never.
Well,
I can say the same thing about Black Americans. We've never
two advantages.
Exactly.
China has two advantages. One, they have a language, right? And then they don't use the alphabet script that we use. So it's hard trying to
Also, Chinese are considered white. Like, let's be honest, they're considered white.
Yeah.
Let's not
no, they're not. Well, let me say this. No,
yes, they are.
We forget
They
again.
come to America, they are considered white. What are you talking about?
I'm saying, but we forget again.
I remember Hitler said that. Hitler called them honorary
Aryans.
whites.
Right.
Aryans.
Yeah. But
Aryans.
right. So I'm saying, even with that, the Chinese were left alone for a period of time. After they finally got rid of the Japanese, the Chinese said, we're going to rebuild our stuff. And we're going to come back a lot more powerful. So it took them a while, but they rebuilt, and they didn't have distractions about the European. The European didn't go mess with China. They left the motherfuckers alone. This is why.
Can you control the people if you could control the language?
No, because in Africa is different, because they have different dialects and languages, bro. Totally different beasts.
And usually their government official language in a lot of them countries is English.
So, but I'm saying still, even the fact they speak English in Africa in some cases, the only why they speak English because the colonization got in there. They speak Portuguese in Africa. They speak French. I mean, so I'm saying, so that's not, so my point is that, again, that we can't, the way I'm looking at it, we can't underestimate Africa as well at the same time. Yes, I have my own issues with Africa. I'm an African in America. I don't care what nobody says. Now, you can come arguing to somebody, I'm an American, all that bullshit. I said, I'm not no American. Don't even treat me like an American. Hold on. So they don't even treat me like an American here. We're still fighting in 2024 that there was a brother in Mississippi that got ran over. There was so I'm saying that again, bro. We got work to do here as well, and trying to accept America as being Americans when these white folks are telling you you're not what you say you are. We're going to make sure that you're not what you say you are.
The issue with Black people in America, with Black Americans, FBAs, whatever you want to call us, is not that white people are telling us that we're not American. Is that we're not pushing back enough. See, after the 60s, when they got the civil rights legislation passed by LBJ, niggas just stop fight. Okay, I can have sex with a white woman and I could get a job. I could work at McDonald's at the lunch counter with Sally down the street. That was it. Niggas got sexual access, and then that was it. Instead of the fighting for economic, like the Booker T. Washington said, like the social shit, voting and all that. That's not. I don't give a fuck about voting. I need to have an economic base. So that's the issue. Niggas got socially integrated and economically devastated. That is the issue that we have.
Come on, Corey, that's what it. Come on, they eliminated a lot of leaders of women jail.
Hey, you got a little static, bro. You got a little static.
And no excuse. And guess what, bro? the most American thing that Americans can do for black folk, the most American thing they can do is give reparations. That's the most American thing they can do. Seriously.
All right,
That's
hold,
the
hold,
most American thing they can do.
And leave us alone at that. Stop
Right,
bothering
exactly.
us.
But see, they don't want to do that. They want to continue judiciously to oppress us. We can't
let me get back to. I want to get back to something because we drifted off. Yeah. As a Axie, is your audio okay? Can you say something?
Do you have an echo?
Yeah, it's static. I don't know if you could try to reconnect, but it's a lot of static on your end.
I don't know. How about now? Is it clear?
No.
Try to. I'll drop the link again if you need it, but you try to come in and come back. All right, let me mute you for a second.
Can I just say something? It's not a coincidence that the best performing groups in this country, economically speaking, are not socially integrated with this country. Your Asians, your Jews, some West Africans,
Right.
most of your third world people or immigrant people who are not socially integrated are some of the worst performing people in America are white people and black people. Okay. And the reason is that these other people come from these other places and they're not interested in being socially integrated. They're not interested in representation. Representation matters and LGBT matters. No, what matters is a man and a woman. And then you build more communities around that. And then you build businesses around that. And then you build your enclave. America is a group of enclaves, right? And then you got niggas or black Americans who are looking for social acceptance and trying to lay up with white women. That's the issue. That's the issue right there. Niggas is cooning because they want acceptance and white sex. I'm not looking for white sex, dude. I'm looking for I'm not looking for that.
Let's get back to. I want to get back to the points I was trying to get more insight far as the critical thinking aspect, and then the false nationalism. Corey, I will say that even generalizing Africa, I sometimes I cringe because I feel like countries like Ethiopia, and if you want to talk about northern countries like Egypt, a lot of them don't really fit the or Rwanda at this point in time. A lot of the leaders don't really fit the description as far as being inept.
I'm mainly talking about West Africans and Nigerians. Let me just say that specifically. West Africans and Nigerians is who I'm generally talking about.
All right.
The people, basically, the loudest people generally is Nigerians and West Africans. Those are the people that I'm addressing. Corey Green is addressing.
All right. That was the disclaimer I was trying to get. All right. So the critical thinking part and then false nationalism. Can you expound on what you was alluding to earlier?
Yeah. So again, I've already admitted it. I haven't been to Africa. The plan is to visit Africa in the near future, the very near future, which is why I was discussing us doing a consultation and things like that. But the point that I'm making is, and again, most of my experience with Africans is dealing with Africans in America and dealing with transient workers in the Middle East. And so, because I've lived in the Middle East for 2 years. And so basically, when I talk about critical thinking, what you'll notice amongst most people in these third world countries, the reason that they have such an affinity for the American cultural hegemony is because it presents a certain mindset and a certain cultural and social understanding of the world that these people generally don't tend to have. Now, I don't know what it is that causes that. Maybe it's because we're financially better, so we can worry about other things. Like, when you're not worried about survival on the day to day, then you begin to set up a podcast. Then you begin to write a book. Then you begin to consider the arts. So maybe those people, and maybe that's what it is with them. They're so caught up in the day to day living that they're not worried about these other things. And that's where I lean to. As far as the false nationalism, a lot of the false nationalism, specifically coming from West Africa, from Nigerians in particular, is based off of a jealous, insecure perspective. I mean, we all know that in 50 years, Lagos is in danger of being underwater. In Nigeria right now, you have many villages and places that don't have roads, running water, sewage systems, electricity, and yet they come here and they still think that they're better than us. Oh, I don't have electricity, but I'm still a man. And it's like, but you're not, though, because you're still being dominated. It's maybe not as direct because you don't see an Asian person there, but trust and believe, and you were just saying this, no excuse, that the government is what dictates the mindset of the people in third world countries. In first world countries, people dictate the mindset of people. We have so many different people on YouTube and other platforms that influence our thought processes in America because we have access to those people. In Africa and these other places, they don't have access to that. Or not, let me not say Africa as a whole, because there's 51, 54 different countries. I'm not saying all of Africa. I'm not saying South Africa. I'm not saying Kenya and some of these other places. I'm just really speaking about West Africa and Nigeria in particular, because Nigeria is supposed to be this global powerhouse, that leads ECOWAS, and they lead this and that in Africa. And yet, when I go to Vietnam and Cambodia and other places in Italy where I see Nigerians, what I see is a bunch of drug dealing thugs, basically. And so, with that being said, the false bravado, again, it comes from a sense of insecurity. And I land my plane at that.
Yeah, no, that's a good point. Good point. Let me see if as a axe is the audio good. Are you there?
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah. It's good. It's good. I didn't know if you had anything you wanted to add.
No, I completely agree with Corey. I traveled extensively in I guess Southeast Asia, Vietnam, in particular Cambodia, and Thailand, of course. But there just seems to be this problem, and this is coming from the locals who've told me there just seems to be a problem with Nigerians in particular, and they're always involved in some illicit. I'm not saying this is all of them, but there just seems to be a reoccurring problem with Nigerians in particular being involved in what illicit business there could be in those particular areas. And I do have some Italian friends as well that I've never been to Italy, but they go back and forth to see their family. And I've been asked to come over for a visit. I'm like, well, I don't want to be mistaken for a Nigerian. And it's based on what they've told me about what Nigerians are doing in Italy. So I just want to concur with what Curry just stated. There is some from the so-called smartest, most intelligent peoples of an African country, Nigeria, that they have some intellectual deformity outside of their country. Well, probably inside of their country too. We know that what's going on inside of Nigeria. That's not nothing new. So that's all I have to add.
I mean, the reality with Nigeria is, I mean, it's the most populated country in Africa. So of course you're gonna have, if you got 1 billion people, not saying Nigeria have 1 billion people, if you have 1 billion people, if you got 1% of 1 billion is what? 100,000?
Yeah.
It's
100,000. So people think that Nigeria has a lot of this, a lot of that, but they really represent a small population of Nigeria as a whole. So a lot of people ride the wave of their talented people, which Nigeria has, but in the grand scheme of things, like they only represent like a very small percentage of the Nigerian population of the ones that these are highly intelligent. And like I said before, I have a lot of Nigerian friends. A lot of them are cool. I never had any discord with them. So a lot of our responses and talking points is related to what people troll on social media and things like that. But just from personal experience, though, when it comes to Black Americans, I haven't seen them running laps around us as far as like our best. Put it like this: our best Black American versus the best Nigerian. The Black American tends to be better if we want to put our best against our best, not only intellectually but in sports, and so many things. And it's not, and we don't really brag about it.
That's the thing. That's the thing. See, of course, our best outperform. We can challenge anyone in the world, and we're gonna give them some superior competition. But the thing I see with the Nigerians, and it's not. I know it's not all. It's a small percentage that are intellectually intelligent. I'm sure. Small percentage that is intellectually deformed that are doing these things. But what the commonality is, at least here, once they get here to the West, or in USA in particular, once they achieve some type of status, that's when all this bravadism starts, and they start saying that we aren't worthy. Okay, but yet they're not. We don't do that when we go to their country. At least I've never heard any incident of Americans going to Nigeria, Black Americans, saying something like that once we achieve some type of status or no type of status, because we have a status even if we go there and don't achieve anything. That's a status right there.
I mean, they got an advantage, not to cut you off, but they have an advantage. Like, they come here, they have a home country, they can plot and scheme in Nigeria and not get away with it. They could, not saying all, but they have you have an advantage when you can finesse. When you can finesse in two different countries, like we limited to the United States.
Well, you think they admit to that advantage though in your face?
No,
they talk about it behind your back.
Well, what the Nigerians do is they collaborate with people as individuals who undermine them on a collective scale. I mean, look at your boy, Mr. Woodbury, right? This dude who was scamming internationally, creating these large false shell corporations to scam people in Dubai. So you're in Dubai, and instead of putting on for your people by creating positive businesses and cash flow and employing people in a positive manner, you're scamming to the tune of 1.2 or $2 billion, right? So this is the reputation that you built internationally, and then you come here, and then you're on social media as the dancing gorilla, and you're perpetuating anti-Black American stereotypes to get $1 on TikTok. So this is a high level of collaboration and coonism that's come from the African continent for a long time. And I'm not saying all Africa. I'm specifically talking about shit. We could even talk about what's the other country in West Africa not Accra, not Ghana. There's another one.
The Gambia.
Not the Gambia. There's another one. There's another
Sierra Leone, Liberia,
Senegal. The Senegalese. It's the same concept with a lot of these West Africans, in that you have a class of people with the caste system at the top who collaborate with foreigners and colonizers. They build a negative criminal caste system, and then they come here and they got these IT jobs that we're working at, and they're still collaborating with Europeans against us. This is a problem that has existed and this is why I don't identify as an African, because if not for the Africans, let's keep it a buck. Europe would still be in disarray to this moment after the fall of Rome, if not for the Moors who went to Southern Europe and basically rose them back up, re-empowered them. This is the history. There's no debating this. The Moors, when they invaded the Iberian Peninsula, Portugal, Spain, and they made them pay the jizya tax, and they collaborated with the Arabs to invade, and then they collaborated with the Europeans to push the Arabs out, and they collaborated and they built these people back up. They taught them how to bathe and all these other things. This is coonery. So you have a historical precedent of coonery coming out of that area of the world. These people are not historically, this is what we're not understanding for thousands of years as Americans, as the native people to this land of America, as the autochthonous, indigenous people of this land. We've been at war with Africans for the most part. This is why there's this weird beef that they have with us. Also, we could talk about biblically. You could talk about the Aramaic Bible and how it points out what the Israelites had. I don't want to get into all of that right now, but the point that I'm making is that historically speaking, it's in their DNA to be on some nonsense, to do things that are not beneficial to them.
Let me answer. I'm gonna answer this question, and then I want James to chime in. Big Mike said, "Why is it Nigerians who have the most smoke for Black Americans? You don't hear South Africans having smoke for us." I mean, I've heard them in the United States. Everything I hear is when they come to the United States. It's never in their country. But Tariq Nasheed, he said it best, man. He said that the jealousy comes from your ancestors sold us, gave us away for slavery, where they probably imagined us perishing or whatever. We were, to some we were probably prisoners. Our ancestors were probably prisoners of war, or a rival tribe, whatever the case may be. Our ancestors came to America and made something out of their situation, and now we're the elite Blacks of the world. So that, is jealousy that comes from that, because a lot of Nigerians they, especially with the tribalism, they hold a high regard to bloodline. You know, that's why that one boxer match where it was a Nigerian boxer and a Black American boxer, and he said, you know, your ancestors came on a boat, you know, and he was like, I came to the U.S. on a plane. So he tried to make a play on lineage, but what they are jealous about is that our lineage has surpassed the lineage that sold us off, you know, and so there's jealousy behind that, and the last thing I'm going to say is there's jealousy because of tribalism, because we are looked at as a tribe. Black Americans are looked at as a tribe, so they have a tribal lens. So Nigerian tribes beef with other Nigerian tribes. So they have this concept of being the best tribe. And right now, from a tribal lens, Black Americans are like their most, you know, are their most, competitive tribe. So that is the primary reason why I think Nigerians have this viewpoint, because they look at us as a tribe, and we allow ourselves to get emotionally offended by some things because we look at them as brother and sister while they look at us as a rival tribe.
Okay, having said that, no excuse. So your title was just, well, I don't know. Have you moved the needle at all from your title? Because I'm thinking you are in approval of Black Americans sending or taking money or investing in, let's just say, Nigeria. Have you moved the needle at all? Have you thought about it anymore, or you still kind of want to do that? And for what reason would you want to do that? Having said what you just said.
We have to, as Black people, we always have to look at the bigger picture. We can't, not saying that you are, but we can't put emotions in play. So regardless of the strife that, let's say, we could have between Nigerians and Black Americans, I would still rather see a thriving Nigeria than a non-thriving Nigeria. You know what I mean? Now, would I rather, if I had to choose, a different African country, I probably would. But it's to our benefit. One thing you have to understand is that you have true enemies, and then you have false, what I would say, false enemies.
Well, let me ask you this question: Would you rather see a thriving Nigeria at the expense of a disastrous Black America?
I mean, we have to be,
and it's not an emotional question. It's just a yes or no.
It depends. If it's about the greater good of Black people, then it's end versus means. But I mean, obviously, I'm a Black American, so I'm not going to sacrifice myself, you know what I mean, to prop up another country because I'm on a winning team. I want to remain on a winning team.
When does the investment stop? When does our interest turn into, I mean, are we doing it just out of selflessness? Not selfishness, selflessness. Are we just doing it emotionally because we think we have a family there, blood relatives in any of those tribes over there, in any African country? But let's just focus on Nigeria. I mean, why are we doing it? Is it competition? I mean, we want them to be self-sufficient eventually, but at our expense. And what about the other African countries? Will Nigeria help them in turn? I mean, something will have to come out of our sacrifice.
Can I ask a question to the brother?
Sure.
So I think what he's saying is more like how, so you know that, okay, so that Asians, right? Chinese, Japanese, Thai, all that type of stuff. Well, all that type of stuff, right? I think what the brother's saying is that like how the Japanese, right? They're Asian, but they're not Pan-Asian. They dominate all the other Asian groups. That's what he's saying. He's saying we should focus more on us. And you correct me if I'm wrong, brother, but what he's saying is as we should operate as the Japanese, and this is my mindset as well. We should dominate these other groups of Black people. That's just what it is. I mean, that's.
I'm going to tell you that.
Let me throw this example. Let me throw an example out there just to kind of let you know how I think, right?
So
So
y'all want to go around like Shaka.
let's say me and James are let's say we friends, but like he a hating ass friend behind closed doors, right? And I know he has proven to me that he really wouldn't look out for me like that. But you know, I mean, we still call ourselves friends, right? Now, if I thought the lottery, if I had a winning lottery ticket, right? And let's just say that I couldn't turn in this lottery ticket, right? But I had to give it to somebody to win, or let's just say this: it was either me forfeited. The option was either me forfeited, or have this person cash it. A hating ass, well, I ain't gonna say hating ass nigga. A person that makes an emotional decision would say, man, fuck James. I'm not gonna let him become rich overnight, even though I can't use it. But my mindset is like, you know what? I would let him cash this lottery ticket, because if there's a small chance that he would still look out, I would rather take that risk, because if I forfeit it, I get nothing. If I let him keep the lottery ticket, at least it's a possibility he might, might not, stab me in the back. So, so what I'm trying to say is that you have to look at the bigger. You have to look at the bigger picture. We talk about this with women all the time. You have to look at the bigger picture. Even if it doesn't immediately seem like it's in your best interest, it's an investment.
Mm-hmm. Excuse, can I say something with that?
Go ahead.
Yes. And the point is with me is the fact that, yes, I would want to see Nigerians rise up and be a power. Okay, despite Black America, I'm not even worried about Black America at this point. Yes, I would like to see Kenya rise up and be powerful. I'd like to see all that, the whole continent rise up and be powerful. Okay, and it's not at my expense. It's at their own survival's expense. They should be doing that themselves at their own expense, not waiting on us. Because Black folk in America, we got enough damn problems. Some of us can't even fight our way out of a wet paper bag. Okay, now here's my point for Black America. We're told not to shop at stores that are not Black owned, but we do it anyway. We're told that. It's been damn near 57 years we've been told that, but we do it anyway. We can't get Black men. Hold on, we can't even get Black men to stop shooting at each other. We can't even do that.
Yeah, I can't forget my thought, brother. If anybody gonna forget their thought, if it can't be me. I gotta
Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I gotta address something with Ez Axie. So let's use Nigeria for example, brother. Now let's say that I'm gonna say let's say we don't have an African nation powerful enough to condemn racism, U.S. racism against Blacks like Asians have with China and the rest. They don't have that power to condemn. Now, if let's say Nigeria was the country that was propped up and became a world power. Now, your argument is saying that Nigeria becomes a world power. They might not even condemn the United States on the treatment of Black people. I may say, well, maybe they will. I would rather take that. I would rather take the chance of propping them up with the at least the possibility of having an African nation that can condemn the United States against any atrocities against Black Americans. It doesn't have to be Nigeria. It could be any African nation, but that's the bigger picture I'm thinking about.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. Let me share with you my bigger picture. Anything that Black Americans have done, because everybody is considered Black around the world, this flat blackness, which really is not true, but let's just say it does exist. Anything Black Americans have done in the USA, anything we've achieved, other Black races and melanated people have taken advantage of our political capital and our social capital all around the world, especially if they immigrated here. So that is the bigger picture for me. We focus on ourselves, build ourselves a better community, powerful, okay, socially and politically, okay, and it's gonna extend out to other Black melanated communities or countries. It has already. You can bank on that, but we can't be banking on Nigeria or Ghana or Sierra Leone or Angola or even South Africa. You know, we can't bank on them. I just don't see it. Now you can come, you can push back if you want. I mean, but I don't see it.
And
Let me
also,
Well,
Hold on, I want to get James in if he got anything, because you know, I want to make sure I kind of spread the time as equal as possible, man. Did you have anything you want to add, James?
No, I'm just listening, but I think I just don't see Nigeria, if they were to gain this world power, I just don't see them kind of looking out for us. I don't know. I mean, they might, maybe, but I don't know.
But if they extended that olive branch like I'm suggesting it as the title, I mean, they would deserve whatever came from that if they extended the olive branch. Like I'm not any African country that wants to extend citizenship for talented people from the diaspora. I think it's good. I think it's good for if any African country do it. Like I said earlier, it's up to that person to choose which African country they would want to contribute to. I mean, it sounds like a lot of people probably wouldn't want to contribute to Nigeria, but if it's a good deal, it might not be a good deal for everybody, but it could be a good deal for somebody. Let me get Ronan Charles with Alex in, man. What's good, bro?
Hey, what's going on, everyone? Appreciate you letting me up. How am I coming through?
Good.
Okay. You know, we had this conversation multiple times, man. You know, and 48 TCO, she kind of hit on it. I think that's a male or female. We are the blueprint. Okay. Black Americans is what I'm referring to. We are the blueprint that has replicated itself throughout the world. So with us fighting the Civil War and winning our own independence, and then also assisting other countries in winning their independence, you know, the only other culture or country that's ever demonstrated any kind of persistence in wanting to win their freedom is Haiti.
Right.
You got all of the continent of Africa with the multitudes of different cultures that are there. And you had very few Europeans conquer a whole nation and keep them subdued. And still to this day, stealing their resources and everything else in their wealth with corrupt governments. Until you have the gumption to fight for yourself, why are you waiting for Black Americans to help you? You haven't demonstrated you know how to stand on your own 2 feet. But yet and still you come to our country, you take advantage of the hard work that our ancestors did to get us to a point where we have our freedoms and access to our own generated wealth. And then you try to turn around and look down on us. There's a serious contradiction in all that.
Oh, 48 TC is a girl. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I kind of saw that because she said something about FBA men. So
also to build off what Ronan just said, let me just make a brief statement. When the Burkina Faso, Mali, those uprisings happened in northwestern and eastern Africa, pushing the francophone, some of those francophone countries pushing the French out, the French Foreign Legion. Absolutely. It was Nigeria that was the attack dog for the West. Let's not forget that. It was Nigeria who was acting on the behalf of the West to send troops into these other nations. So Nigeria's already proven that culturally, socially, governmentally, that they're not in allegiance with Black people. They're not even in allegiance with themselves.
Right. Yeah, and I want to say, to Ronan's point, I believe like in the system of white supremacy, America's the White House all around the world. It's like a plantation. If Black Americans fall, I think Black people fall.
Yeah.
So
Oh, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry. No, I
Oh,
appreciate
go
it.
ahead.
Brothers running. I just want to ask, how long will we extend?
Oh, you got static on your end, brother. I don't know what's going on.
Okay, sorry. Hope bad. My question: how long are we Black Americans extend the olive branch?
Man, you are breaking up terribly.
Yeah, you're breaking up. I don't know if you got to do something to fix your connection. It's a little static.
I don't know if you walked away. Yeah, I don't know if you walked away from your best spot or what.
You got a plug-in device like headset. Let me drop the link again.
Yeah, you should just ping your links when you drop them, bro.
Yeah. I gotta I need to make more moderators, man. I'm a one-man show, man. I gotta make moderators.
I understand. We be trying to tell you, brother.
I don't have my YouTube. I don't have a YouTube channel link because you got to do it from the YouTube screen. But I'm gonna address that.
He's back.
All right. Try to come back in if you can, because you are a little staticky right now. Let me make some.
Big Mike wants to be a mod.
Let me do this right now. All right. So while he's fixing or figuring out his audio, I didn't really want to go like 4 hours, so I wanted to give everybody like 5 minutes, man, to kind of say what you gotta say. You know what I mean? If it's intriguing, we could keep going. But if it's kind of like repetitive, then
it was intriguing enough to get me on because I was just listening. And then we started going down a direction. I was like, "Yo, I gotta get up."
Let me start with you got 5 minutes, man, to rock out Anthony.
Okay. He said 5 minutes to rock out. Okay, nah, man. I just want to say, man, that as a person born in the U.S., as we as Black people, man, we have to in fact fix ourselves. I'm not the one for being critical with other folk. Whether it's the Nigerians, the Kenyans, etc., they can fix their own problems. Our problems are right here in America. Again, like I said before, man, we can't even get these brothers to stop shooting each other. That's a problem. We can't even get these sisters, the Black woman, to get on our side. We got a group of women who don't even like us, who hate us. That's another problem. Okay, so my point is that we have to focus on ourselves, do for ourselves, fix our problem here in America, fix our Black economy, or build a Black economy, and then after that, and then we can go and talk about Nigeria, talk with Nigeria, try to get them to do things the right way. Because I'm telling you, those brothers over there on that continent, they got some serious issues. I mean, as far as them selling the land off and all that, I said, man, every time I hear that, I cringe and I just take my hand and go like this. What are they doing over there? So my point is that as African American, and me, I call myself an African American. Okay, I'm saying that we need to fix our own issues over here because we got some major problems within ourselves and dealing with ourselves, but particularly men. We have some very heavy problems, man. And if we don't get our stuff together, we could be wiped out. Period. So I'm not within a seat or a chair or a chair to be critical of someone else necessarily. You know what I'm saying? When I know the stuff here, our stuff right here in America is not great at all. So that's how I gotta look at that, man. That's it.
All right. Let's see, Corey, man. You got 5 minutes to rock out, man.
Sure, yeah. I agree with brother Anthony in that we, like, as a group of men, we have a serious just maturity problem. a lack of understanding of self, history, knowledge, economics, all the wisdom and science that we were given by these religious and spiritual leaders that we had in the 60s, 70s, so on and so forth. We need to move back into that. Even if it means that we have different competing ideologies, we still need to understand that we're all Black Americans at the end of the day. And so we have, an enemy that we have to address. And, for my, dude Spellcaster and some of these other tethers who, got a lot to say about what's going on over here. I just want to point out the fact that many of you individuals, you're biting the hand that feeds you because you're in Texas and some of these other places in America, and you're talking crap about Americans. And like Axe said, you're thriving off the political and social capital that our people have built over the past 100 years, and so on and so forth. And then as far as us going over there and helping people in Africa, because there's going to be a small subset. The people that are going to go to Africa and help Africans are the people that have already helped themselves. So that goes without being said. I'm not going over to Africa to help Africans if I haven't helped myself. So that goes without being said. That's not a talking point. So the point I want to make is that those of us who've done something with themselves here or are continuing to build themselves or even using places in Africa as a staging ground, because frankly, I'm sick and tired of looking at Hispanics, Asians, and whites. I'm just sick and tired of it. I want to be somewhere where I don't have to look at anybody but somebody that reflects me at the end of the day. So that's another reason that I want to kind of get over there. But anyway, we're going to go over there and to South Africa, Kenya, some of these places and see what we can do to help. And that's the end of it. And Africa, these dudes that's living in America who's talking crap, but he's smoking Hennessy with Jordans. He's drinking Hennessy with Jordans on in a hookah. You can talk all that shit you want, but brother, I'm still gonna go over there and do what I'm doing, and we're gonna get with your ladies too. We're gonna make that a priority. Now, with that, I land my plane.
No, facts. Let me see. Y'all can stick around. We could add to it. I just want to make sure everybody got what they wanted off their chest. As a Axie, are you there?
Yeah, is the audio better? Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, the audio
Awesome.
the audio is good.
Yeah.
Wonderful. So what's going on? What is?
All right, so I was giving everybody 5 minutes to get whatever they want to get off.
He seemed like he had a question.
Did you have a question or no? Or
I
comment?
don't recall what my last statement was of what we were talking
Hold
about.
on. My grandma want to ask a question, if that's okay, real quickly.
Sure.
If that's all right. Go ahead.
Anthony, that was Anthony who said that?
Yeah.
What's the problem that black women have with black men? Because you never elaborated on that. Because I don't have no problem with none of my men. So I want you to speak on what's the problem. I'm here. I'm representing all black women right now.
Don't do that, Grandma. Don't do that, Grandma. You from a different generation. Do not do that, Grandma.
You know
Don't
me?
do that. No, I don't know you, but I know you don't represent the new generation of women that are out there right now. Don't put yourself in that boat.
No, you're right. I didn't mean to say that.
Because I'm 56. I don't know how old you are, Grandma, but I'm pretty sure I was raised by one of your peoples. You get what I'm saying? I came from that generation. This generation now, no, ma'am. Do not step up and
okay,
speak for them.
we all right. We established that. I'm not representing them. So I still need you to speak on what's the problem? What you saying is the problem? Because you never said that.
Problem is, like I said before, we have generations of black women who don't like black men. Okay, we got generations of black women who were born to white supremacy. We got generations of black women that said that black men don't build nothing. Black men build a lot of stuff. They just don't know what they're building. So I'm saying, so this welcome. So when you have your woman that turns and dislike you, when they convince her that he's not good for you anymore, and then he gets you to buy into his system and say that his system is better, knowing that his system is not better for black women. The only system that's good for black women is a system that's built by black men. Period. Okay.
So then why aren't the black? So my question would be to you: Why aren't the black men standing up and speaking against this?
No, black men are speaking
And
against it. I'm speaking against it right now.
no, but I'm saying as well. I'm saying why are we sitting back? Why is people sitting back just allowing this to happen? I guess that's my real question.
Well, the question, no, that question goes to black women. Then black women have to answer that question themselves and say, why do we keep allowing them to trick us into thinking that all black men are doing are in fact not being up to par like men? That's something that black women have to answer. They have to do that. That's not black
Okay.
men's answer. That's your answer. That's black
Okay,
women's
so
answer.
can I give my answer from my observation?
Go ahead.
My answer is what I noticed, and I'm talking some men in my generation too. They all loving on each other. They all want to be going to bed with each other and not with the women. So that's what the women are probably upset about, because that's what I'm upset about. Why you here I am, willing, ready and able, and you over here loving one another, nigga. That's the
Well,
problem.
What generation is this?
yeah, exactly.
All,
That's what I'm
all
trying
of
to.
them. I see the young kids doing it, the old ass men, or everybody. I see them all doing it. Everybody fits in that category as far as I'm concerned. Because I'm out here and I'm watching and I'm seeing what's going on. And most of the men are gay. Most of the
Okay,
black
well,
men are gay. They all want to love one each other.
What city?
okay. Let
So
me
let's
answer
talk
that.
about that.
Hold on, real quick.
Huh?
What,
What?
what city or state is your observations from?
So basically what she's talking about is a lot of the lack of manhood, and we've already discussed this. There's just a general lack of manhood. There's a lot of Latin homosexual energy, particularly that comes from Gen X and above. I guess when the crack epidemic hit our community, there's a lot of just a lack of program and parameters that men are supposed to abide by.
I
But
can
this,
take that. I can take that question
Hey,
and answer it. Hold on, I can take that question and
one
answer it.
second. Let me answer. Let me
Go
say
ahead.
this real quick to her. Let me say this. Well, first of all, again, that's another talking point, which she just used was a talking point. The population of black men who are involved in homosexuality actually is only like 3 or 4. It's only like 3%. Okay,
Say
so
0.03.
right, it's probably lower than that. But my point is that that's a talking point that was brought up again. No offense to you, sister. That was a talking point that was brought up by other black women who choose to love white supremacy, to emasculate black men. That's all that was about. That was never true at all.
whether it's true or not, how did we get here? We
Let,
have an agenda
let-
to
let me go ahead
demasculate.
and answer that.
Huh?
We got there since women were given aid and given a choice of having a man in a house or given social services, from welfare to food stamps, especially during the Depression in the 60s, when the plants started closing down in the 70s, the gas shortages that were going on in the 70s as well, Grandma. All this. So at that time, we started leaving the home so that the women could be able to provide for their children. And then we were still feeding money into the house. You do know that.
Let me add to
But
that too. We have. I just don't want to forget my thought.
that was half my. Go ahead, finish. You go ahead and I'll finish.
We got higher estrogen in our diet, which is a high contributor to just feminine nature. You know what I mean? So we have our foods, high estrogen levels in certain cities. The absence of the father. You have to understand that a lot of women have pushed back against masculine men. So I'm a father of a son, and my son's mother did not like how I wanted to discipline my son.
Okay.
And I'm going to discipline him in a masculine manner. You know what I mean? And so when you have women pushing back against how men discipline their sons, and then the absence of the father, and then you have, you add estrogen and sugars in our diet, it creates let me say this, and I'm gonna pass it to Ronan. I read an article in Rwanda. They had discovered in baby formula that the baby formula in African countries contains 6 grams more of sugar than the the same maker. What's a popular baby formula company? Real quick.
Enfamil. Gerber.
Gerber. They sell the same product all over the world. African countries, formula has 6 grams more of sugar. Why is that? More sugar in your diet, you add, you see more babies with like little titties, they're more filled out and more feminine nature. So everything, there's so many things that come into play with emasculation with men, but I just wanted to point out those things. But I'm going to pass it back to Ron.
Going back to our culture as a whole back in the 60s and nationally or internationally, racially, we had the strongest nuclear family in the 60s. We were the group or community that had more married couples, more nuclear families where, husband and wife were raising our children. That has drastically changed. So over the 70s and 80s, 90s, 2000s, now we're in 2020, you have every 20 years, a whole nother generation of children raising children is getting younger and younger. Where's the discipline at? Where's the disciplinarian? He's not included in the home anymore because feminism and everything else has told women you to be strong by yourself. You don't need no man. And now it's backfired. Now you're wanting us to come in the 9th hour and fix 5 generations of fuck ups by single mothers trying to raise young men as they think a young man should be, not what a man should be raised by another man. There's a difference on what a definition of a woman thinks a man should be and what a man knows you should be. And by that interpretation and by the unruly nature and the moral attitudes and things that have changed in this society, this is where you have young men that are running amok, doing stupid shit, maybe even being more LGBTQ alphabet community, whatever you want to call it. You can't reach back and blame a black man for that. So when we've been trying to participate, with our children, but yet and still denied by feminism and black women all overall. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it alone.
Yeah. And like I said, as far as I'm concerned, I think the black woman has bought into white supremacy, and she's fallen in love with white supremacy because it serves her to be in the front. It serves her to say, "Oh, the black woman, oh, the strong black woman," all that stuff like that. But because she's bought into white supremacy, white males that they made sure that they would let her know, well, we're gonna make you the front, so we're gonna make you the man in the woman, and they bought into that. It's unfortunate, but these sisters, they bought into that. I'm sorry, sis, they bought into that. They bought into that stuff.
Yeah, it's a reason why black women would never support a Republican ideology. They want to take away welfare. They want to, take away what they call certain rights or whatever the case may be. Republicans typically prop up male leadership in a lot of ways. More emphasis on businesses, less government jobs because there's less government. Because most black people, the highest employer of black people is the government. You know what I mean? And so all that come into play. But Corey, did your mom have any other questions, or is she good?
You have more questions? No. So basically, what I heard was that black people are following white people, and we're doing what white people say is the best. We're taking the prescription that they're giving us. We're attempting to apply that as if it's going to fix all.
Somebody phone.
Hold on, one person at a time. Go ahead, finish, Corey.
No, basically what I'm hearing is that, for a long time, black people weren't thinking for ourselves. And so the liberal, promoting immigration, promoting homosexuality, the promotion of single parent families, the promotion of welfare, and all these other things that don't lead to building of society and reliance on the government. We swallowed that pill basically when we got the civil rights legislation passed. And that's what it's been, right? And so the liberal shit basically it was beneficial to us to a certain extent because liberals were nice to us and the Republicans weren't. And now we're realizing that that's been self-destructive, and we're dealing with the outcome of that with the sexy reds and the rest of the degenerates that we have now. you know, the Coon Tune rappers and all that. So that's basically what I heard. You know, you guys correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, man, you're pretty on point. You know, yeah, you're pretty much on point. And like I said, not to sound redundant, and I always tell black women that the black woman has not been under black men for darn near 1,500 some years. So the black man has never told you that you couldn't do nothing. He couldn't tell you anything. He
Right.
couldn't.
Well, I would co-sign on
Can
what
we
you
have
said,
the
Corey.
Eritrean tether come on the panel?
I would co-sign with what you just said, Corey, to a point. You know, black men at first took it hook, line, and sinker. But then when the economy recovered, we wanted our sisters back. Black women kept it going. Feminism kept it going on that side of it. While black men, any black man sitting on this panel will tell you first choice would be another black woman because they understand us.
Right.
But since that community is now closed to us for several reasons, now the option is to look somewhere for just a traditional woman that we can have peace in a life with, more so. But yeah, I would go along with what you said up to a point, but then we reverted back to our ethical and analytical ways where they got comfortable.
Well, also,
and they wanted to progress down that road.
I think there's also a generational, because I noticed that, like, so I'm 30, right? And I'm a millennial, I guess, like a young millennial or whatever. But I'm on the same time as you guys are, and you guys are, you know, probably, you know, early 40s, 50, stuff like that.
56, and I have sons at your age, yeah.
Right.
So
a lot
57.
Right. So a
57.
lot of the
34.
Oh damn, James, you look like you look like you was working on the railroad, brother. The first railroad. but no disrespect, I'm just joking around. But no, what I'm saying is that, you know, most of the gentlemen in my age range are bitch made. I mean, they really are. Like, let's keep it a buck. Most of the dudes that's 30 and below, 35 and below are bitch made. Bitch made. Okay, feminine, tight ass jeans, don't know how to holler at women, don't know how to not dirty Mac, don't know how to not player hate. So
can you come up, Negus? Go ahead. I'll finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, my grandmother, she comes from a different perspective because she was born, you know, in the 50s, right? So her perspective is a little bit more in line with that, more so than, you know, a chick born in the 70s or the 80s, right? So
I was born when I was growing up, the men were men.
Right. I agree.
So we do have a problem with men.
How old is your grandmother? How old is your grandmother? What's her birth year?
I'm 70 years old.
Okay, so you were born in the 50s.
53.
Okay. My mom was born in 44. So I understand where you come from.
Yeah.
I'm 56.
So we were
born in the 60s.
Our family structure was a patriarch.
But understanding where Corey comes from, Corey had a background of having those type of
exactly
baby boomers raising him, instilling those same principles that I grew up with. A lot of people in their 30s did not have that to be instilled because they were already into the second or third generation of baby mamas raising baby mamas. You get what I'm saying?
Right, because the parents were somewhere smoking crack or on heroin.
Exactly. And you remember those days. I know you do, Grandma.
Of course I do. I have a very young soul. If you see me right now, you would think I was 50 something. You wouldn't think I was my age at all.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying, because a lot of young boys be trying to talk to me. And I'm not going to say young men because they boys, but they looking for a come up. And I ain't here to take care of you. I grew up in a household where my father took care of us.
So let me ask you, can I ask you a question, man?
I'm not giving no man nothing. Okay.
Can I ask you a question, man? Have you seen the movie? Have you seen the movie Color Purple?
Yeah, I saw it.
You saw a movie Color Purple. Do you remember a series? Do you remember a series called A Brewster Place?
Yes.
Okay. Now we have, and I can name others, but we have a lot of examples of why women were against that period of time because they felt like men were either too abusive, took advantage of women, and the patriarch has the patriarch has eroded. So on one hand, I know you're saying that there were real men in those days, but I reference those like movies and series because that was the era too where a lot of women today will say we don't want to go back to that point. So, you know, you got to take the good with the bad.
No, that's not part of my experience. I didn't grow up like that. I grew up in a household with nothing but love and respect for one another. And my grandparents and my parents were around. They raised us. They taught us how to be men and women. And I think for me, for my observation, that I would say like in the late 70s and the early 80s is when all of that started falling to the wayside because they started foster care. And like when I was growing up, and I tell Corey this all the time, all my relatives on both sides of my family lived together. My Aunt Mary, everybody in my mother's family lived in that house almost. My grandmother, my father's mother, everybody lived in that house. Now these people, they be like, they ain't coming over here. They ain't sleeping on my couch. They ain't do. It's no love, and that's why these kids could gun each other down in the street the way they do. Well, I heard somebody say we can't stop the black men from killing each other. This is why, because nobody showed them no love. They don't know nothing about love. Nothing. That's why they can't love when they're women. And the reason why they have sex with each other, because it's a detached sex. There's no emotions there. It's just, I'm just getting off. And that's why they turn to each other. And then you also have these people in these families that they drunks and they mess with the young boys, they mess with the young girls. It's a lot involved. It's a whole lot more than what y'all saying that need to be looked at. Because some of this sick shit is coming from our families, some of our family members.
Yeah, I plan on doing a series
I don't
called The
have it.
Broke.
Thank God I didn't have it in my family, but I know plenty of people that did. So
Yeah,
it's a lot to it. And so now here is his uncle, your uncle, the cousins, everybody want to have sex with you, all boys. And then you thinking, oh, I like this. Because after a while, you start liking it. So that's why they loving on each other. It's a lot to it, y'all, that y'all going around it. Y'all like putting a band-aid on it or making it sounds to me. I'm gonna just be honest, because I've been listening in for quite a while. It's like y'all putting a band-aid on stuff. And that's what's wrong with us as black people. We do not face reality. Everything is a party or something to make me feel good. And that's not what life is about. And that's why we in the state that we in right now. And
no,
on that note, I'm gonna say good night.
all right, good night. I appreciate that. I got something in the works, a stream I'm gonna call the Broken Black Family, and I'm gonna address a lot of things that she mentioned, man. But let me get Ezzy Axie in because I know he's been waiting for a minute, man. You got anything you want to say?
Well, it was a very interesting interlude there. Another.
All right, we got static. We got
right?
static again. I don't know why we got static again on your end. Damn.
Get it on?
Yeah, we got static again. Okay, I see you, Ethan, in the background.
If you don't mind, I'd like to keep my camera on.
Yeah, you good.
I would like to add something, man, especially based on the young lady that was just speaking. She's of a different generation, and I need a couple of things. I've been listening for about an hour, maybe two, and I want to touch on something that y'all kind of covered already a little bit. We have to keep in mind that the continental Africans were also colonized, and many of those nations are infants as it pertains to are infants on the world stage of being a country. You know, a lot of them having less than 60 years into being their own independent nations, and those 60 years have been meddled with, to be generous, to take it lightly. You know, with they've been destabilized. They've been, they've had their currency and their culture and their resources just messed with and bogarted and taken control of. So I would like for us to think of them as brothers and sisters and not as our competition,
Right.
whether that's in the U.S. or on the world stage. Also, in relation to what the young lady said about the generation, I think a lot of us, most of us brothers here, if I can speak from my experience, we are part of the solution and not part of the problem. I've heard nothing homosexual, and I've seen nothing of homosexual relation on your channel, to be specific, nor any other African diasporic or travel channels that I follow. And I think my generation, I'm Gen X, I'm last of Gen X, I'm 42. I would like to make sure that we focus on the solutions and not necessarily berate our own as being part of the problem. We talked, and I'm glad you brothers brought up the statistics about, homosexuality in the Black community is, less than 1%. It's more Black men out here that love women than anything. You know what I'm saying? And I'm in Atlanta, of all places. It's more Black men that love Black women than anything else. We just don't like their ways. We don't like what they've adopted. We don't like their habits. We don't like their behavior. We don't like being talked to crazy. We don't like their priorities. And we're not going to allow them to subjugate and break up our families, just subjugate our families and our children to toxicity and destroy our lineage. That's what we're not going to do. And before that, we'll take our show on the road. You feel me? I go visit a African village girl in Uganda before I be a weekend father in the United States.
That's facts.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to take over the show like that.
No.
Let me sit. Let me sit.
No, you good, bro. We all
good,
put it down
man.
like that. We all put it down like that, and you're absolutely correct. Nobody on any one of No Excuses channels and a lot of the travel channels are setting that type of example. There are plenty other YouTube channels that do, but these are not one of them. So you're absolutely right. The gentlemen in these rooms and the brothers that are speaking positively, not only to our community, but positive reinforcement on how to get generational wealth and build up family ties and bonds again. These are all of the things that we profess. So the mentorship is in this room.
Correct.
Where another room,
and that's part of what we can get from having these discussions is a support system, not just a support system in the sense of having what they call a catharsis, but support system in, okay, it's a meeting of minds and being able to bounce thoughts and ideas off of each other in order to create progress.
No, facts. Let me see if James, man, you got anything you want to get up? You want to say?
Man, I just think that Black men need to get like power. We need to start coming together, building things. We need to establish like codification, and I think that most of these problems will go away.
Yeah.
A code of conduct.
I think Black men need to gain dominance, and I just don't.
Let me interject for a second. I think he's absolutely right. And Neil Fuller has a book where he outlines a code of conduct for us in all aspects of human relation. And I think a lot of us need to. And I have the book. I haven't finished reading it myself, but
compensatory code concept system.
Correct.
Yeah.
My background.
Also,
my background, even with my mentorship, is it's based off of the code of Bushido. It's an old samurai code, but it also gets into Ikigan. Ikigan is how you become professional and proficient in all different things within aspects of your life in order to be a better man. So that's the whole reason behind my name, Ronin. I'm a military vet, and pretty much as a samurai, when you lost your master, you became a wandering warrior, which is a Ronin. So technically, any veteran is a Ronin.
Facts.
Because we don't have masters anymore when it comes to the military, but we're highly trained warriors, and our mindset is different when it comes to achieving missions and prioritizing and compartmentalizing things. So hence the reason for the name, hence the idea. I have a group that also does the same thing, was talking about mentorship and getting into a set standard of rules and how you should conduct yourself, since we've gotten away from that in our communities. But look up the Code of Bushido. It'll set a lot of people straight in the way they should hold themselves as men.
Yeah, true. I mean, we got some accountability too. We got to look into another stream I got in my notes, man. I'm gonna talk about black men responsibility and impregnating our women, but black women turned on us because of things that they seen our grandparent or our grandfathers, great grandfathers. And when you get to the root of a lot of things, when you get to the root of the issue, black women always mention cheating. They always throw in cheating when it comes to the root of their issues historically with black men. And my argument is that all races of men cheat. Why do black women get hurt? Why are black women the most hurt when black men cheat? And some women say it's because of slavery and what we've been through, and so they're just more sensitive to cheating than other groups of women. So what I'm saying is that if we want to get to the point or have the conversation about women feeling comfortable allowing, I don't want to say allowing, women get to the point where men can lead without them feeling uncomfortable or without them feeling like the black man is going to take advantage of the situation, and without the black man cheating, I think women will, I think black women, if we can get this code and I would say this kind of black community agreement, I think that could spark some change. But the moment a nigga cheat, all rules are going to be off. So it's just one of those things where we really have to. We talk about a lot of things, but we never really talk about the root issue in a lot of things. The most in African societies, the societies that I see where women and men are very harmonious, like Ethiopia, for example, certain countries in Latin America, is that infidelity isn't high amongst men in those countries. So even though I'm not the best person to preach against, not being, infidelity, but that is something that affects women, not only our black women, but worldwide. So we have to have, as men, an internal conversation about fidelity, as a whole, and black women have to think about infidelity as well, in a way that, because not saying white women accept it, but they don't hold it against their men. So black women have to look at it and say, okay, black men still love us, but we should not hold that against black men. Infidelity shouldn't be held against black men. So that's a deeper issue.
It is.
But I think that's the root cause of a lot of things when it comes to black women.
I mean, Stoic kind of hit it right on the nose. It's like most black men don't even have children. And
Right.
He's right. 70% of black men are childless.
Right.
70?
70%.
That's
Yeah.
interesting.
The 75% of black men do not have children.
Yeah.
It's 25% of the men that are having the majority of children by multiple different black women.
And
That's
let me say, and guess what, Ronnie? And the point is that when you say, no excuse me, it's talking about the men who cheat, etc. But you also got to talk about the sisters who cheat as well. And the only reason why I say that because
the ratio is about even.
right, and two, we have to get black women to choose all black men, not just take one section of black men and say, well, we like these brothers here because they tall, or we like these brothers here because they dark skinned, or we like these brothers here because we don't like those brothers there because he's light, or this sister here because, or this brother here because he's short. So they think in their mind he can't protect them. A sister told me that one time to my face. She said, "Well," she looked at me and said, "You can't protect me." I said, "Well, how do you know what the hell I can do?" That's crazy. But in her mind, her mind's thinking that because I was short, she's thinking that, and I'm a nice guy, so she's thinking that there's a weakness in me. I said, Why do black men gotta walk around like pit bulls all the time? I can die like that. Walk around thinking I'm hard. That's high blood pressure all the time. That's crazy. So
you know what? We've been conditioned as at least in the United States. That comes from conditioning. Some of it comes from biology. Historically speaking, women just they choose the bigger and the strongest male
right, but see
to
again,
sire their children.
right.
And
So
I understand we're not there anymore.
right,
But to speak
and
to
I
your
can
point as well as no excuses point, that requires a higher level of emotional intelligence from the
right,
women that we deal with, and collectively we have to do a better job of edifying women
right.
to get to that point. And I'm not saying it's our fault, but I'm saying, being solution based, we have to work towards the solution,
Right.
and I've
Right.
found that when we create an environment that is safe and conducive for women to kind of relax and let their guard down, you get the best out of them. Now,
Well, bro,
again,
you know
you
what?
have to go ahead.
Let me say this to you then. Look, this is the point. The only thing that black men can give to black women is what he owes her is food, clothing, and protection. The word protection don't mean physical all the time. It's environmental. Put her in an
I
environment
agree.
where she's safe. So I'm saying, so a lot of our women have a misconception of what manhood is, because brothers have a misconception what manhood is. We think our manhood is trying to fight somebody, or nigga, I'm gonna bust upside your head, or nigga, I'm gonna shoot you. This is how we think. So our women pick that up thinking that's normal manhood. That's not normal manhood. That's a problem. That's a behavior problem. You see, so if we can get our women to stop choosing men based on that they would choose the men who are qualified and better, and then that way you wouldn't have this issue of black women saying that black men are they make babies and leave, because a good man is not going to leave his child. Period. He's not going to leave his child. Matter of fact, he's going to marry a woman that he had children with. That's a good man does that. Period.
Yeah.
Facts. I
Let's
dropped the
see.
link for whoever that was that had paragraphs to drop. Imperfect Dionysus or Dionysus. You can click that link.
I mean, I think women by nature, and I think Ethan mentioned, I think women by nature innately they know how to pick masculine men, but they just pick the wrong ones. Because, like you said,
what is masculine? Excuse though. What is masculine? What is masculine?
So what I noticed with a lot of our women is that they can pick the hyper masculine thug, or just that
Right.
that subset. Let me finish. They'll pick that subset of gentlemen because while he presents a certain level of physicality, and sometimes they don't, but there's a certain level of reckless abandonment that's generally associated with masculinity. These gentlemen tend to be more easily manipulated, right? So they're not well-rounded. They're not well-rounded individuals. Like, they might have the ability to go ahead and attack somebody or do certain things that the average man won't do, but then mentally they're used as concuserfs, as Dr. T. Hassan Johnson so eloquently uses that term. They use as concuserfs.
Right.
So they're basically the brute and a reproductive means for a lot of these women. And that's just what it is. These women are generally manipulative in nature. And so they're going to do what's beneficial for them unless the foot is on the neck. The proverbial foot is on the neck. So that's my stance.
Let me shout out the super chat real quick, man. Shao Khan, he said, "We need Black Americans. Please do not make me laugh. Please come up."
Wait. That's coming from a man that's in Canada, not even in Africa, talking that head.
Wow.
Okay, so let's start from where you at.
Drop
and
the
why
link
you're
for-
not helping your own country, and you're sitting in a whole nother country making that comment. But you're welcome to come up, Shao Khan. You're always welcome, brother.
Yeah, that's the same dude I was talking about earlier who was saying that the Jews and the Asians should get reparations, but Black Americans shouldn't because we're Black. It was literally that guy. So.
That's what he said. Wow, man, I tell you.
Oh shit! They say another super chat, man. Appreciate this $10 super chat. He said, Google the most performing currency in the world right now. Please tell us what currency Google tells you. Okay. It has to be. It has to be the dollar or close to it. It's not Nigeria. I don't think it's not Nigerian currency.
No.
It doesn't matter what currency is the highest. It's all going to be relative. The point is,
Right.
we're the international accepted currency.
Right.
Right.
It doesn't matter what your currency is worth. That has no bearing on whether you could sustain a whole world as far as an international currency. You can establish and sustain your own country. That's good. But you can't carry the whole weight of the world as far as the economy. Ours is still the highest grossing GDP country by far.
Yeah, it says. Google said Kuwait. That's what came up on my search, but I don't know what is supposed to come up.
That makes sense. The Kuwaiti dinars, yeah, that makes sense. But at the end of the day, that is based off of they're propped up by Western powers because they're used as their oil and resources are drained and used by Western powers. So.
And it's backed by oil. They oil-rich countries. All the top 10 strongest countries. What I'm showing, they're all Middle Eastern countries. And then
he brought that up like it was a mic drop, and I'm like, brother, you're in Canada, drinking maple syrup. So what are we talking about here? You got maple syrup on your fufu, brother.
And it's still one of those countries that haven't figured out how to have a drainage system. So now when they have rain, they're flooded out. It makes sense out of this.
Let me see. Imperfect, Deonis, could you cam up in the backstage? You could turn your camera off. I just gotta, verify. And sometimes
you're a humanoid.
You got people be flashing and stuff on live stream and stuff. But I'll bring you up once you you can just turn it on and turn it off, and then I'll bring you up on the screen. All right, cool. All right, what's good? What's good, bro?
Hey, how y'all feeling? I'm good. Sorry, I was just eating dinner, so I had to step outside for a minute.
Okay. What you got for us, man?
Yeah. No, I appreciate this space. I just found this channel and just followed and liked and everything. I appreciate this conversation. But I wanted to chime in on that because I think there's a lot of ignorance around a lot of different topics. So talking about like sexuality, lifestyle, and stuff like that. What I come to understand as a spiritual person is a lot of this is rooted in like a lot of spiritual foundations that we've forgotten. Mm-hmm. And for me personally, I'm talking personally, but also what I've come to understand by meeting other people and connecting with people. When we lack a lot of the spiritual foundations, we tend to find ourselves in these traps. We find ourselves in these particular cycles. And it took a lot, man. I'm 32 years old. I'm a millennial. It took a lot to really get in touch with myself and the life I wanted to lead. And it always went back to this particular theme. So I don't know if you all are familiar with Carl Jung, who established the Jungian psychology or dark psychology. And through that, it's basically the foundation of what psychology is. So it gets really deep into the dark psyche of the human being and the spiritual element. And that's where you get into telling about your childhood, telling about your mother, your upbringing, your father. And it also connects to Egyptian mythology. So there's all these different spiritual elements that brought out this psychological and scientific knowledge, right? So that's where I'm coming from with all of this. Are there any questions or anything right now before I go on?
Oh yeah, brother.
I know.
LGB?
No, you had some paragraphs that you were dropping in the chat, so we brought you up so you can kind of clarify what you're speaking on. So we're kind of waiting for you to drop the bombs. It's not a question on us. It's more about what you wanted to clarify from our statement.
I dropped it in the chat. I wanted to just drop it in the chat because I wasn't sure the situation to get them on a live, but. Yeah, so the whole idea with the anima and the animus is rooted in just the masculine and the feminine within each person. And so the anima is for the man and the animus is for women. And within women, there's a masculine being within them, and within men, there's a feminine being within them. That's where you get the concept of balance, masculine and feminine energy and polarity and imbalance. You can look at various cultures that talk about this: Hindu mythology, Egyptian mythology, Greek mythology. You can go down the list. But the point is when you over-identify with one or the other, because you only have one. As a man, I have an anima, which is a woman within, and for the woman, it is a masculine or male-like figure within them. We can agree or disagree, whatever, but it's based on the science. And the problem that people tend to have in the LGBT community is an over-identification with their anima or animus. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I get what you're saying. I mean, that's an angle that one could look at. I mean, I could say that I could say that I could say estrogen levels or lack of testosterone levels may determine, one's sexuality too, or bring out or like you say, bring out more femininity based on estrogen levels or lack of testosterone.
Right, and that's a good point, and that takes me back to the scene in Black Panther when Shuri said, "Science, magic is just science that you can't explain." So think about that. Like, all of it's connected. So whether you call it estrogen or the anima or the animus, it would still, in many respects, it would still be right? Because it all goes back to the mind. The mind is all, the universe is mental. What I had to understand was I was more attracted to women when I was exhibiting strength, when I was exhibiting masculinity.
Right.
When I wasn't exhibiting that, I was a coward, I was afraid, I was uncertain. I let people, pick on me. I was, weak. I didn't know who I was. Obviously, my father, he wasn't consistently there. So I didn't have a frame of reference.
Mm-hmm.
And I had to cultivate a masculinity within me, but I had to go through the feminine, deal with my issues with feminine energy, with my mother, with this perceived idea of weakness and things of that nature, vulnerability, emotions. I had to go through all of that. And, I had to deal with it. And I had to embrace that my masculinity shows up in the world differently. Because
did you have your father?
No, I was saying he was inconsistent, and he's still around. Like, he's there. I can call him if I want to, but he wasn't there in a way that gave me a guidance or a compass on how to navigate. You know what I mean?
Is Shao Kahn in his animus or in his anima? What's up with Shao Kahn?
Well, now, no, it's funny you say that, because for Shao Kahn, it would be his anima, and he's in his anima now because they write him like a weak bitch now. But back in the day, he was a real nigga.
Okay. Because he's kind of seemed like that picture, with Arthur with his fist balled up, because we're not even talking about Nigeria right now, brother. You about an hour behind. So
I understand. The timing is off, because when y'all mentioned it, I started posting things in the chat. So.
No, not you. We're talking about Shao Kahn. We've moved fast forward.
Let me
still stuck on it.
Let me shout out his super chats, man. Let me shout out the super chat. Appreciate the $20 super chat. He said you dudes are all laughing at the Nigerian woes right now, but I remember when Nigerians used to laugh at China. Fast forward some years now, look at them today. China's a powerhouse.
China's economic woes are so deafening right now. So if you're not up with current times, go look at the financial status of China. It's weak as hell.
I mean, China not dangling their success in your face either, though. I mean, whether you tease them or not, they don't have any. They're not thinking about revenge. Like, let's say if Nigerians, I mean, that's the fear, right? If we prop up an African country, are they going to turn their nose up at us, like, or are they going to just not worry about it,
So it's not an ad hominem when it's a fact. It's an ad hominem when they're trying to make fun of you. But when you're speaking facts, it never can be an ad hominem.
The Chinese
y'all funny. I gotta go, but I do appreciate y'all letting me up to speak and share my perspective.
You're welcome anytime, brother. Keep coming back.
Thank you so much.
All right, for sure. Peace out.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, the Chinese are fleeing like no other, right? So this whole concept of China is doing this and China's doing that, that's an African booty scratcher concept.
Misconception, right?
Chinese is coming through Mexico. They coming through Mexico.
Yeah. So and this is my thing with the African booty scratchers. You dudes are not even up to date with your information.
Damn, Corey, really?
I got to be disrespectful because once again, I'm trying to
Don't
tell
give
you
him
brothers,
the ad hominem. I'm just telling them we're speaking facts. We don't have to do the ad hominem thing.
It's all in jest, and if he can't handle it, kill yourself, dog. If you can't take a joke, kill yourself, brother. But anyway, the point that I'm trying to make is,
choke yourself.
Chinese people, they everywhere but China. Okay, that's the only point I want to make.
Let me say this real quick, and I appreciate the super chat, Shao Kahn. I did Google that, and it still came up as Kuwait as number one. But one thing, there's only two countries I know of where the citizens don't really want to leave. That's the United States and South Africa that I've traveled to. So, like you said, you got all these other countries. China which is considered the second world power. They're coming through Mexico. They're coming through that treacherous, path through Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
So, all this pride and country pride and stuff. The only ones that really could have the pride and stick their chest out from an African standpoint should be South Africans, because their America is on the continent. For a lot of them. Let's see. Appreciate the $2 super chat. B1. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Y'all know what happened to Corey. Maybe he lost out, man. But yeah, man. It's interesting. Okay. He said the phone dropped. He said, yeah, interesting conversation, man. I still stand on, Africa needs Black Americans. We can have discord about which African countries, but the need is there. If they don't feel like they need anybody, that's on them. But like I posted. I deleted. I shared what El Salvador is doing, and they're offering citizenship to anybody that has skills. Why isn't African countries doing that? So that's pretty much why I wanted to put this out here, man. But let me get some closing thoughts, man. We're gonna start with Anthony, and then Ethan, James, and then Ronan, man. Unmute yourself. Let me unmute you. Hold on, let me unmute you. All right, go ahead.
No, well, I wanted to get at with the brother when he was talking about the feminine energy and that energy, etc. And all, quote, historically in African societies in general, there's always a feminine principle and there's a masculine principle, period. There's nothing in between, okay? That's in that particular, when you're dealing with African cosmologies, etc. There's always two. It's double. It's always masculine and feminine, okay? Second thing, what I want to say, man, as far as the continent is concerned, we have to allow the continent to help themselves. They do need us. I've had Africans tell me that they do need us. They do talk about. And again, it's how you present yourself to them at times too. You can't walk up to them and be talking dumb stuff. Yeah. But my point is that it's also how you approach them and deal with them and talk with them, man. I personally have not had a lot of bad experience with the brothers or sisters from the continent. I dated a couple of sisters from the continent, so I like I said, I haven't had that because they see me as someone who knows his history. So when I know my history from the continent to America, they have a different perspective on me. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah, so we had to do that. Yes, economically, we got to build ourselves here, and we got to build and hopefully that the continent will contribute. With foreigners, when they come here, they got a country behind them, and I think someone had mentioned that they got a country behind them. It's unfortunate with Black people in America, we don't have a country behind us. America is not behind us. So they're probably the reason why we're in the situation that we are. So, but yeah, so that's how I look at that, man. You know, and like I said, no excuse, and thank you again, bro. Um, for allowing me to come up here and talk, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that. So, but I thank you again, brother. And that Big Mike guy, I don't know what to say to you, bro, but I thought that was very insulting what you said to me. Period. And that's nothing. Again, brothers, again, insulting each other. You know, but again, but thanks. No excuse.
All right, bro. Appreciate you, bro. Next time.
Mhm.
Let me shout out to Super Chat real quick, man. Appreciate this $20 Super Chat again, man. Shao Khan said, we do not need Black Americans. Look at Goldman Sachs projection of 2025 for GDP. It's China, U.S., Indonesia, then Nigeria is going to be the 5th in the world. Well, I'll put it like this. All of Africa don't need Black Americans. If Nigeria doesn't need Black Americans, hey,
We can bypass y'all.
that's fine. That's fine.
Mhm.
So,
And Goldman Sachs, by the way, is an investment firm. They put out projections all the time. They're not 100% correct. So you can go and live and die by Goldman Sachs's projections, but they couldn't even project the stock market crash in 2008. So go ahead, brother. Lean on that.
Hold on. So, all right. So if y'all pushing out more, product and generating more revenue, is that going to translate to better roads, better plumbing system? If it going to stop the defecation, the defecation? Like, what will Nigeria do if they are the 5th highest in the world as a growth domestic product? Like, what does that translate to? So, or he said 2075. You're talking about 50 years from now. Oh my God. Okay, that's the time it took.
That's a strong projection by Goldman Sachs to make you wait damn near 100 years, to come up.
Appreciate the $5 super chat. Corey Green said, appreciate the $10 super chat, Corey. He said, my closing point is that Shao Kahn specifically is a Canadian maple syrup drinker and bark scratcher. Much respect to the panel. Appreciate it, bro.
Jesus.
Oh my God, it's 2075. Like the from an investor standpoint, you don't speculate past 10 years. That's just some game to y'all. So
it's not viable.
Past 10 years,
not viable.
You shouldn't even. Yeah, it's not. Let me see who I want to go next. James, you could go next. Let me unmute you real quick. Hold on. All right, go ahead.
Like about what? Just about anything?
Oh yeah, whatever you want to close with, man. We wrapping up.
Okay. I just think all Black men should get this book right here. I don't know if you can see it.
What is it called?
Yeah, it's by Neely Fuller Jr. And it's just a good book to tell you about good codification and what we need to do in order to replace the system that we're living in. So that's one. I think that I think Africa needs us, and I think we need Africa too. So I just think that we need to come together, and that's about it.
I mean, Nigerians need us because they've emulated a lot of things we do. So they've shown us that they need us. You got some Nigerians I heard in South Africa that try to cosplay as Black Americans. So we're offering something that a lot of Nigerians like. You know what I mean? So it's a saying, sometimes you can't live with them or you can't live without them. All right, cool, man. Appreciate you coming up, James, man.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
All right, cool. Ethan, man. Oh, the Ethan up? Let me see.
Yeah, I'm here right here.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. You got a Texas accent, man. Like you from the H-Town, man. You got that.
Nah, man. I'm from Atlanta. I'm from the real Atlanta before it was G, before Atlanta went gay. But or not that he's. I shouldn't have said that because we no longer claim that kind of. We no longer have that kind of stigma. More than anything, we got scammers and young guys being violent out here. But I think what that guy in the chat was talking about was near as far as Goldman Sachs. What I take from that is that we have to keep in mind that these institutions see Africa as an endless pot of resources, and them speculating on it is basically saying, hey, that's what we need to go rape. We need to go rape and pillage more from that place. That's where the markets need to go. That's where commodities need to focus on. And so we need to keep in mind that's still a European mindset. There's still a European ideology. You understand what I mean? That doesn't help us build ourselves. Playing off of their financial system to build our own, that don't work for us. That hasn't worked for us. And more than anything, I think not just financially, but culturally, we need to build bridges as opposed to walls.
Right.
We need to build bridges in order to build institutions and build up individually and build communities. You understand what I'm saying? Our bridges need to be bigger than the walls created by the boundaries of Western civilizations, Western societies. Whether that's a boundary at a border of a country or a cultural boundary, be it food, music, language, we need to build bridges. And my experience with Africans has always been positive. For the most part, it's always been positive. And yeah, we got some Africans that don't like, Black American people, but we also have some Black American people that don't like Black American people. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And instead of focusing on that, let's focus on the solution. Let's focus on, okay, how can we be progressive? With my little pot of money that I'm gonna make from now to the rest of my life, I want a significant portion of it to be outside of these borders. I want my children to have access to growing up outside of these borders. That means I need to lay a foundation for them to have a home and early education outside of these borders while still enjoying their American citizenship. That means I got more work to do. I got time to argue with no bunch of musty such and suches and so-and-sos online. You know what I mean? And building those bridges and building that community, because, okay, America was built off rugged individualism. We can't do that in Africa. You know that. Every country you've been to, you talked about how they have community. The culture is based around having a community. People thrive in that community. And by community, I mean the network of people that know each other and that can depend on one another. They know where they can go to get their shoes fixed. They know where they can go to get their car fixed. They know where they can go to get travel plans. They know where they can go to get a visa or a passport. They have a network. They know where to go to get groceries. They know who they can call to get a taxi ride on the most basic level and on the international level, right? So that's what we need to do. Every country that we land in, we need to be exchanging info with individuals. It needs to be a fact-finding mission and not chasing skirts everywhere. You know what I mean? So even if it's just exchanging info with a taxi driver, finding out, well, what do I need to get? What do I need to establish a bank account in this country? Can I do that as a foreigner? What's required to own land? What's required to start a business? This guy, man, this Canadian guy.
Yeah, can I just say something to add on to the brother?
He got y'all attention, man. He got y'all attention, and he got y'all all off course.
No.
You gotta
Shout
stay
out
on
to
task,
Shao
man.
Kahn. Shout out to Shao Kahn for being the podcast sponsor.
Right.
I mean, he done put
Thank
up
you.
enough money that he sponsored the whole podcast.
Wait, what is he talking about when he says name calling? Maybe I missed
He's
something.
talking about that since we have a culture of roasting and getting on each other, we like to talk,
You know
that's
how you
part of our
sell
culture.
dozens. He doesn't
Playing
understand
dozens.
that.
And the tether
But who
is-
called him a name? Did somebody say African booty scratcher or something?
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I did.
Corey did.
No, we had a previous stream. We had a
Okay.
previous stream where it was some back and forth. You know,
We had a previous stream and the brother came on and he said we shouldn't get reparations, but the Jews and the Asians should get reparations because they're white and we're black. So he has a low racial self-esteem, and he's coming back on here and he's throwing shade. And I'm just messing with the dude. That's all, you know, brother. You know, these African dudes, they can't take jokes. You know,
Not those kind of jokes.
There it comes again.
But I think
love
that's also a cultural difference that we have to observe. We have to respect that they might not do that, and they're much more sincere and genuine in that way. Not to say they won't scam and finesse us, but but they're not gonna talk to us crazy. They're not gonna, you know, they're not gonna join us out and or what they call shoot the dozens and nothing like that.
So what
You
we'll
know,
do is we'll talk smack to them. We'll make jokes, but what they'll do is they'll come over here and undermine us politically. So we're not dealing with the same conversation or the same problem.
correct.
So me calling him an AB is nothing like him coming over here and telling us how we need to move politically. You know?
Yeah, and that's that. Both of those are still insults, and I think the political thing is much more of an insult because we fought and we're still fighting, and we still don't have complete political, you know, agency that we would like to have, and so that kind of stings to me. But it's true. It's true. The same way we can talk about Africans not having complete control of their resources, their economy, in their country, they can talk about us being over here for an equal amount of time. Let's say since the late 1950s, early 1960s,
right?
and still not having complete agency and still not being respected nearly as much as other minorities in our country, like Hispanics, like Asians, and
Well,
like the Jewish population. So
but the truth of the
instead of us
matter,
arguing back and forth, hold on. Instead of us arguing back and forth, let's make amends and find a way to build a bridge. You understand? Because ultimately, the rest of the world sees you and him as the same. If a Palestinian or an Afghani or a Lebanese person or a Pakistan, anybody sees you and him side by side, they don't know the difference.
well, they do, because I've been to these places and they know the difference between an American and an African or Nigerian. The point that I want to make is that I'm not.
I know, but we're still part of the diaspora, brother. That's what I'm trying to say.
Let me make my point, brother. The point that I'm trying to make is that, again, it's all jokes. It's all a jest. I'm not here to undermine him as a person. Nothing. It's a joke. So as a human being, you got to learn how to laugh and enjoy life, right? And then secondarily,
Yeah, but we also have to be mature.
Okay, that's cool. Secondarily, the point that I'm making is that these people have a culture of undermining other people who look like them. They don't have an issue with other people who don't look like them getting what they need to get. Okay, when we have political capital as Black Americans, all Black people benefit from it. Okay, we don't have a history of acting as an attack dog for hostile Western powers. Okay, so we're operating on different operating systems, different platforms. Okay, so
I'm glad you said that. Let me ask you a question about that. You said we don't have a history of acting as an attack dog for Western powers against other minorities. You mean
against other so-called Black people?
What you're doing is exactly that. By making fun of any other diasporic Black person, whether it's their culture, whether it's their social standing, whether it's the political position of their country, that's exactly what you're doing. You're acting as a political. Hold on, let me finish, please. Let me just finish this one sentence. You're acting as an attack dog, both politically and socially.
That's your opinion, and you're entitled to that.
No, he's making. Let me say this real quick, Corey. He's right in a sense. He's right in a sense that I'll put it like this: like as a YouTuber, right? The algorithm is pushing. What the fuck? Hold on.
Where the birdies coming from?
I don't know. the
That's me, y'all. I'm sorry. I'm outside.
All right. The algorithm is pushing African and Black American topics. So we're feeding into the algorithm. I mean, I'm feeding into the algorithm. Every live stream I did that does really well, it has something to do with African and Black American. So you know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is that I understand where he's going, and I don't think he's trying to say that you are part of the well, I don't want to put words, I don't want to mince his words, but we are unconsciously or subconsciously, you know what I mean, perpetuating this beef that is fueled by what these algorithms want to see. Is a reason why these videos are trending right now. Africa versus Black American. It is trending on YouTube right now. But go ahead, Corey.
100%. 100%.
So can I speak now without being interrupted?
Yeah, go ahead, bro.
Okay. So the point that I'm making is that there is a 100-year plus history of people, particularly people in Western African nations and kingdoms and polities, who have a history of undermining, underselling us. Okay. We don't have that history. So I understand the point for people to, I understand the whole concept of, oh, don't play the dozens. But, that's neither here nor there. If you can't take a joke, I don't know what to tell you. Get off the internet. Secondarily, this individual here is a Black person who is actively working to undermine Black people collectively, right? So I understand the perspective of, okay, you should be more mature, blah, 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 the typical shaming tactics. That's fine. But we've only just begun to defend ourselves from the hordes of people who are attacking us, because whether we want to accept it or not, our mindset of Black people globally being one people, they don't have that same mindset, hence their attack on us. And when somebody's continuing to attack you, you have no choice but eventually to defend yourself. So that's the square that I'm going to stand on, okay? And I'm not moving from that square.
No, you're right. You're not. I want to say this real quick, and I'll let you respond, Ethan. The problem. This is a bigger problem with tribalism. What you see from some Nigerians, not all, but what you see from some Nigerians, like you said, the bravado they have when they accomplish in the United States. Their mindset is to be the top African or the top Black group in the United States. Whether of Black Americans, we know historically that there's no tribes in Black America. There, I mean, we don't. There's no tribes. There's no dark skin versus light skin. I mean, it used to be, but there's no. We don't have any of that. So they're trying to work towards being the top Black immigrant group. And it's gonna fall flat. It's not possible in America, even in New York City, where foundational Black Americans are now the minority Blacks amongst the Caribbean people, the Africans. They still, no one still as a whole can say that they run New York from a Black aspect. So it's pointless to even try to push this tribalism ideology of being the best, of Nigerians wanting to be the best group in the United States. It can't happen. It's not going to happen. There's too many Black different minority groups for it to happen. And from a population standpoint, they're not going to outnumber us anyway. So the point is, it's pointless to try to be number one within the Black community when we all should be trying to be number one together as the top minority, as a collective in the United States. I just wanted to get that off. But go ahead, Ethan.
Really, in the world, we should be trying to be the number one collective in the world as a diaspora. You know what I mean? Listen, whether it's somebody from Guinea or Ethiopia, I'm able to connect with them in Atlanta. So what that tells me is all sub-Saharan Africa, as far as I'm concerned, I have the ability for them to be my people. When I say my people, I'm not saying I have to be a part of their tribe and do everything they do. I'm saying there should be a common thread that we able to communicate and get along and come to a meeting of minds, whether that's for business or political reasons or cultural and community reasons. You know what I mean? And sometimes I think we fall victim to being small-minded or short-sighted. You feel me? And I think you made a post in dealing with this, and I responded in reference to, I'm not even gonna say his name, but a certain mogul being targeted with charges. You know, if for every billionaire we lose, the black man's image takes a hit. You know what I'm saying? And I think on the international stage, we need to be more mindful of our brand. You know, O'Shea Duke Jackson speaks about that. Sometimes, you know, some of these guys that travel, they just bad for the brand. Some of these guys that have channels that don't travel, they bad for our brand. You feel me? And making enemies amongst the brotherhood, that's not gonna get us where we trying to go, man. Not now, not tomorrow.
So I have a question
You feel
for
me?
you, brother. Have you ever lived amongst these people?
I don't call them these people. I call them my people.
Okay, brother. Have
First
you
of
ever lived
all,
amongst your people?
yes.
So if you have lived amongst them, then you have an understanding that a lot of, again, West Africans don't bring a black boy home. Bring
I
a white
do.
boy
You
home.
know what? I'm glad you spoke on that. I do. And it's not just them. It's Caribbeans, it's East Africans, it's the same thing. That's cultural. And now it took for me to kind of start traveling to understand why. Because American black culture is degenerate AF. You get what I'm saying? And I'm not saying that from a place of from being an outsider. I'm not a tether. You know what I'm saying? As far back as I know, my people have been in middle America, from Arkansas to Indiana to Atlanta. You get what I'm saying? But I have to, as I've heard a Muslim woman say, I have to be honest with myself and wash my face with my mistakes. And as a whole, I think we should do that, you know, in exercising humility and being honest and accountable. Sexy Reds are a product of us in some of our decisions.
Nah, see, I'm not gonna take responsibility
Oh,
for Sexy Red, brother. That's not on me.
wait. Hold on. When I say us, I'm not talking about you specifically in your life decisions. You sound like an educated, progressive young brother. I'm not. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about our collective image, our brand. Our brand around the world is that of women with wigs, and they cussing and fighting and being violent in public. You know, that's our brand across the world, on the world stage. I'm not referring to you as an individual. I don't know you to be that way. I only know you on this particular stream. You feel me? So please don't think I'm attacking you in any way.
Well, that's not what I'm saying.
That is not my intention.
I get what you're saying, but you're not understanding what I'm saying. The point that I'm making is that Sexy Red and some of these other degenerates that exist, they exist due to a state and media apparatus that we have no control over. Okay, so I'm not going to absorb that. I'm not gonna associate myself with that. I'm not gonna say that that's our or that's us or Black American culture is degenerate AF. I'm not going to project any of those sorts of terms or understandings or ideologies on my own people because I understand who we are and I understand the contributions that we've made in the past 100, 200, 300, 400 years to the global system. And the contributions that we made to the global system, to Black people, to the diaspora globally, it far outreaches anything that a Jewish or Zionist controlled media is putting out in the last 10 years. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
I agree. I 100% agree with that. What I'm gonna tell you, bro, you don't have to do any of those things for that to still be, for the truth to still be that on the world stage people see you differently. Now you and I both know, and let's use the colloquial term, niggas versus black people, like Chris Rock joke says. You know, everybody up here is a black man. You understand? But on the world stage, they see us as degenerate niggas. That's what I'm referring to. And I know you may not want to claim that. I don't want to either. But as I traveled the world, I saw a consistent theme. Now, the only reason I bring that up is to focus on the solutions, right? If that's our image on the world stage, if that's our brand on the world stage, it would behoove us to do better at reaching out and to other parts of the diaspora and rectifying it. Let's come up with a remedy.
But here's my pushback on that: is that these other groups of people, whether it be Asian, Hispanics, whoever feels that we're degenerate, number one, that's a projection. Because if you traveled and you've lived amongst these people, let's just use, for example, a country like Thailand. These people have a reputation of selling their children to Russians and other foreign groups. Okay, so number one, nobody has the legs to stand on to look at us in any kind of way, politically,
Yeah, but
economically, or
here's the
otherwise.
thing. You are absolutely right, but that don't mean that they don't do it. You feel
Let me
me?
finish my
I'm
point,
not
brother.
I'm not saying that they're justified
Okay,
in
brother, let me
doing
finish my
it
point,
at
brother.
all.
Can I
Okay.
finish my point? Second of all, I've traveled the world extensively as well, from the ages of 24 to 30. I haven't had any. I've lived in the Middle East. I've lived in Asia. I've lived in many places. I've lived amongst people. The only place that I really get treated like some sort of degenerate is here in my homeland. When I'm in Asia, not treated like a degenerate. Now, are there people who are just haters because they know I'm an American and I'm coming with a different currency and a different a swag about myself? Sure, that's one thing. But ain't nobody looking at me like a degenerate based off how I control myself, carry myself, and conduct myself as an individual. Ain't nobody looking at me. And this is where we forget that we're still individuals. Okay,
I
there's a
mean,
global system of white supremacy.
That's
There's a negative
listen.
propaganda. Let me finish, brother.
I,
Let me finish. There's a negative propaganda system that does exist against us, but as an individual, your behavior amongst other individuals can have an impact that will counteract against that negative propaganda system.
I mean,
I agree. And
we beat up. I'm sorry. I don't want to beat a dead horse. I mean, ultimately, we can't control what the media puts out. I seen a Rwanda girl get interviewed. I see these people interviewing these African women or people saying, "What do you think about Black Americans?" I met a woman. She was like, she asked me if I killed somebody before, and I'm just like, you joking? Like, she was dead serious. Like, have you killed somebody before? So a lot of these people have these ignorant projections on Black Americans because it's fed through the media, which in a lot of ways we don't really control the narrative when it comes to the media. So yes, we all should be responsible and try to create a positive image of ourselves. I agree, but we have to understand too that the media does play a part in what other people see we do. So I don't want to like kind of beat that up. I mean, if y'all want to say anything else in regards to that, but I want to kind of move on.
that's fine. You covered it, and that's basically what I was getting at. As a whole, we have to be mindful of what we look like on the world stage, and even as individuals, it starts on an individual basis. So, brother, you're doing the right thing, and that's what we want to focus on. What I was just targeting was that, having those petty squabbles don't contribute to us uplifting each other as diaspora on the world stage. That's all I was, trying to get at ultimately. But the brother, no excuses, absolutely right, and I'll let him move on from there.
All right, let me read this super chat real quick. Shao Khan, appreciate the $20 super chat. He said Nigerian has emerged winner of the 2024 World Mathematics Tournament. That's great, in which 33 countries and 596 schools around the world participated in. That includes U.S., China, Russia. Google that. Yeah, I mean, okay, so that means that there are educated people in Nigeria. That's great. Now, I'm going to address something, and this is going to be my closing statement. I'm going to pass it to Ronan and everybody else. But this is when it comes to competition. So basically, I tried to make it the argument to say that trying to be competitive within the Black community isn't productive in the grand scheme of things. And so Shah Khan is making an argument that there's nothing wrong with competition. Now, you can't say there's nothing wrong with competition, and then when we flex in your face, you have a problem with it. Because if we want to be competitive, we're gonna talk shit, we're gonna boast, We're going to put up our accomplishments, and the way we talk and the way we manipulate the English language. We're going to put you to shame. That's why a lot of Africans cannot handle the way we speak. The way we speak back, because when we come, our clap back is a motherfucker in the Black community. So if you want to engage in this competition, and I don't want to get pulled into this, or I don't want our people to get pulled into it. But if you want to make this about a competition, Black Americans, we accept the competition, but just realize that it's not going to bring us closer together. Because if the only way that you want to create, if the only reason you want to create harmony is if you're on top, then that's a selfish standpoint. You know what I mean? You don't wait till you're on top to say, okay, now you my brother, you my sister. I should be able to be your brother and your sister if I'm kicking your ass, as far as, what I'm accomplishing in the world. So that's the issue I have. Competition is good if we can shake hands and dap up at the end of the day, but don't get mad if we kicking y'all ass.
And that's the point that I was trying to make. Like, I'm making jokes, and this dude is just running his mouth.
Yeah, but your jokes are undermining.
What do you mean? Undermining what? This dude is talking about Nigeria and this and that, and you're complaining about me calling him a booty scratcher. So let's talk.
I'm not talking about that specifically. I'm talking about.
It seemed like you got an issue with me in particular. So let's talk about it, dude.
No, it's not you specifically. I'm talking about what you're doing.
What am I doing? Because you're talking about what I'm doing, and he's running his mouth about how Nigeria's doing this and doing that, and you coming at me. You're not really saying nothing to the tether. So what's your problem?
Because
you get defensive, man.
Yeah, I feel you. You hear,
first of all, it's not a side. Yeah, first of all, it's not a side thing. He's not explaining it in a way, Corey, that he's taking a side to a tether
but that's how
versus a Black American.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm not either one, because I don't see nothing wrong with he's doing. He's having pride in his country, and it's kind of like me saying,
and you're having pride in America. So you guys are.
No, I am not. I can't stand this place.
Corey. I'm talking about Corey.
Oh,
right. So he's talking. So this dude Ethan is talking from the perspective of he can't stand America and this and that. And my perspective is this is my land because the blood of my ancestors is here. And so we have.
I don't even think Ethan is going that direction from what I'm hearing.
I'm not at all.
Let me finish. We have an ideological disagreement based off of whatever disdain you have for America. Now you already said American Black culture is degenerate AF. That's your opinion and you're entitled to that. I respect it. But my thing is, it seemed like to me you defending this dude because he's not American. That's where me and you have a disagreement at.
Nah, so I don't mean to take a side at all.
I'm trying to figure out who and how am I undermining anyone.
Well, like I said, it doesn't create a culture of togetherness on the world stage,
though, bro. That's not my goal.
That's clear. That's kind of clear.
I don't identify as an African, so I'm not concerned with.
I know, but here's the thing. Wow. So while I do understand that, I think the brothers here are focused on expanding their boundaries outside of these borders and not being limited by the boundaries and the borders of the United States. And what Brother No Excuse just kind of mentioned, embracing the diaspora abroad is a large part of helping each other rise out of neo-colonialism. And while I do understand what you're saying, you don't identify as an African, and I understand why, because we have a complicated past in this country and it's full of trauma, and trauma tends to galvanize people to want to hold on to what positives that they've created for themselves. And I don't see anything wrong with that. You get what I'm saying? Like I said, as far back as I know, I don't know my father, but as far back as I know, it's on my mother's side. All my people are foundational Black American. And so, but culturally speaking, I see some of the faults with my own people. I'm not
Absolutely.
gonna sit here and say that my people are without fault.
But I've
And I'm
never
not
said that.
saying that. I know. I'm not. Again, I'm not attacking you,
But
brother.
what I'm saying is
I don't have a problem
you're
with you as an individual.
right, but you're
I
making a
need you
lot
to
of
make sure
points.
you understand it.
You're
Hold
making a
on. I
lot
need
of
you to
points.
understand.
You're making a
Hold
lot
on.
of points
Hold
about
on. Let me finish for a second.
Corey,
I
at
need you
least
to know I'm
acknowledge
not
that.
attacking you.
Corey, at
I'm
least
not
acknowledge
attacking you.
that before
I'm
you
not
move your
attacking you,
point.
bro.
I'm
I'm
saying
not
is
attacking you, and I don't
I
want you
get
to be
that. I
defensive.
understand that. I'm not being defensive. I'm doing some correcting here because you're having a conversation with me without context. Okay. Number one, let me just once again. I
I thought
believe.
we were all having a
Let me finish,
conversation.
brother. Let me finish. I believe that as a Black Americans, we owe a duty to other people in the diaspora to assist them as best we can and vice versa. But my only point is that it should be a mutually beneficial agreement. This gentleman is in the chat running his mouth about what we ain't doing, Black Americans ain't doing. It's a jealousy. And I've pointed this out time and time again. And see, we want to bypass that because we on this Pan-Africanism thing. And I'm like, you're not going to punch me in my face and not expect me to hit you back, dude.
I
That's
want
what it
Shao
boils
Khan to
down to.
come up. If you can you come up or
Yeah, let's
are
get
you
him to come on it.
are you busy, Shao Khan?
See, and that's the
Let
thing.
me know.
Blackness is not inherent to being African. Not every Black person is African. This is what people don't understand. Just because you Black, that don't make you African. Okay? We need to understand that as well. And this is not due to trauma or this or that. This is based on lineage and studies of genealogy that I've personally done with my family as an individual, which is why I speak from an individual stance. Okay? This is why context is important. So first of all, just because I don't identify as an African person, because I'm not, phenotypically or genetically, does not mean that I'm not Black. Okay? Just like the people all over in the Negritos. Are they African? The Aboriginals of Australia. Are they African? No, but they're Black. They don't think
Yeah, but
and again, this
here's
is
the
my
thing.
final point. This is my
That's
final
why
point.
we use the term a diaspora.
This is my final point. But the whole thing, the diaspora thing, it points to once again, it's called an African diaspora, not a Black diaspora. It's called an African diaspora, and I don't identify as African. So number two point that I want to make is that once again, not everybody that is Black is African. That's an important thing that people don't seem to understand or consider. Okay, people can have their beliefs about that, but this is what I've done through my research and my heritage through lineage and genealogy research. Okay, not through a genetic scam. I'm talking about records. Okay, in this country, because the record keeping has been impeccable in this country for a long time, at least since going back to the 1700 census. Okay.
So you don't buy into you don't buy into like the 23andMe African ancestry.
No, because there's been situations where people have took DNA swabs of their dogs and their pet iguanas and things like that, and they've gotten some results back. You know what I mean? Secondarily, Shao Kahn, you and your feelings, homie, because at the end of the day, as a Nigerian person, you have an inferiority complex to a certain extent. And I'm saying this based off of my personal dealings. See, I'm not talking about all of Africa. I have much respect for the South African people, for the Zulu people, and many other tribes in Africa. What I don't respect is a jealous tether who's not even in Nigeria doing anything for his people, speaking on his people, and speaking on what we not doing. That's problematic, and that needs to be corrected.
Shao Khan, come up, man. Come up if you can, man. If you can.
I just want to make sure I want you to know I'm not taking a side. Like I'm saying that we need to build bridges as opposed to as opposed to boundaries and walls.
And how do you build bridges with a hostile group? With somebody that's hostile. I'm not trying to build bridges with somebody that's hostile. That don't make sense. That's like trying to get at a chick that don't want you.
Hold on. Let me answer that question. I'm glad you asked that. You build bridges by having some sense of humility and trying to find a common thread, a commonality with that person. The people from Pakistan that I know, the people from Bangladesh that I know, the people from Mexico, Honduras, and Guatemala that I know, they don't look like me. But in Atlanta, I'm able to communicate with them. I'm able to speak their language. I'm able to embrace their culture. You understand? So although none of those people are a part of the diaspora, the African diaspora, or the Black American diaspora, I'm still able to have a meeting of minds, an exchange of thought and ideas, and do business with these people, right? Hold on, let me finish. And conversely, you deal with people in a way, you usually get what you give. So with you having the position that you're not African, I understand why you don't see these African brothers as your family, as your brethren. You understand? And that's why they're responding to you the way they do. But everywhere I go, when I eat at a Nigerian restaurant, again, a Ghanaian restaurant, a Jamaican restaurant, I meet the owner and they love me. And I come back. I spend money with them. You get what I'm
Hey,
saying?
You making
I'm
a
not trying to.
business, dude.
what kind of business you doing with all these Pakistanis and all these South American people and stuff? If you mind me asking.
Some of them are my neighbors. That's one. One of my neighbors, just to kind of give you context, I live on some acreage in South Atlanta, and one of my neighbors, he breeds cockfighting. Now, cockfighting in the U.S. is illegal, but he breeds cocks and he exports them to what he said, Guatemala, Honduras, Mexico, and the Philippines, where it's legal. And
Bro,
so
what I'm getting
that's
from
one of
what
my
you're
neighbors.
saying, what I'm getting from what you're saying is that you value other people outside of American black people, and that's fine, bro. And the thing is, I'm
That's
not, I
not
don't,
what I'm
I'm
saying.
not. See, the thing is, you talking about humility. I'm not a disrespectful person. I don't just go up to people and violate them for being Nigerian. What we're talking about right now is a correction.
No, I'm saying, well,
Let me
look, no,
finish,
no,
bro.
no.
I'm
Well,
finishing, bro.
oh
You keep
no, let
interrupting
me.
me when I'm trying to talk, bro.
We
You can't. I'm listening to you.
You've expressed your point at least 3 times, and y'all went back and forth. So now in my ear, it sounds like y'all going in circles. Respect.
Yeah. Especially if you kind of he was trying to answer my question. You kind of got him off topic. Let him finish answer my question first.
It's local stuff. It's nothing international. To answer your question, it's all domestic stuff in the United States, in Atlanta.
But,
Yeah, you know what I
so
mean.
you talking about
I'm
illegal
a small
business?
business owner. Yeah,
I
I'm a small
mean,
business owner.
I don't want to debate on philosophy. Like, I mean, you could say, well, you could say you could kill a person with kindness. Yes, that's true. And sometimes I mean, not saying we are, but sometimes we in our nigga shit. So we gon' if somebody wants some smoke, they gonna get some smoke. You know what I mean?
That's my point.
I understand both. Now, what is more productive versus not productive? I mean, we'll debate we'll debate all
Right.
day. You know what I mean? But I try to be PC, but if somebody wants some smoke, you know what I mean? Like, hey, gloves off. Gloves can be off. You know.
The new brother that came in, he asked me a question, and I wanted to ask him where was he going with that.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to
HB.
figure out where you going with it because you were saying about you talking about building bridges with these people, and you mentioned illegal business. So I'm talking about what kind of bridge building you trying to build with these
Well,
other
I
people.
didn't mention illegal business. I mentioned other communities that I'm able to extend, that I'm able to communicate with and get along with, because I don't approach them with my ego. I approach them with humility. That's what I was getting at. That was the
No,
point I was trying to make. As far as my neighbors and some of the people I deal with, none of the people I deal with do illegal business. What my neighbor does as far as exporting cocks to roosters to other countries is perfectly legal. He just raises them. He doesn't fight them.
so
He breeds them, raises them, and he exports them.
but you say
I'm sorry.
you said we need to be trying to build with these other people. I'm trying to figure out how you gonna build with these other people when they're not doing business with us. We spend all our money with them. They're not
I
spending
wouldn't.
their money with us. So I'm saying you got to come up with a better example of building with
I'm
people
not
that ain't
talking.
trying to build with us.
When we were saying that, I was talking about the African diaspora specifically. As far as build bridges,
The Africans are not building with us either. They're not patronizing our business. We most times don't you always hear Black Americans going to these other folk restaurants? We're going to Haitian restaurants. We're going to Nigerian restaurants. We what I'm saying, we trying their food and stuff. You know what I'm saying? We buying their stuff. How often do you know they buy our stuff besides buying Jordans?
well, this is what I say. In my experience, I get Africans, they spend money with me. You feel me? I get the diaspora spend money with me, whether it's Caribbeans, South Americans, or continental Africans that are transplants or migrants in this country. I don't have a problem with them approaching me, so I get a significant. But also I understand that Atlanta is unique in that way. You
What
know,
kind of business,
and
though?
it's I work in lawn care, you know, just in agriculture. So like plants, service, stuff like that. Right. So I don't have a problem with people spending money with me. You get what I mean? But I understand your point on a larger scale. I think that kind of is a mirror of uh our lack of opportunity and our lack of taking advantage of opportunity on a larger scale. And what I've learned from being in business for, 17 years is that a lot of us as small business owners we don't get the opportunity, we don't get access to capital to do business on a larger scale. You know what I mean? So when we want to go from making 500,000 a year to making 1.2, 1.3, and really ramping up our operation, scalability, we often don't get access to that. And I've had people at banks tell me, I've had economists tell me, I know this white guy who got a loan for $10 million, and he not only was not qualified or experienced, he didn't have the paperwork in order, but he was still qualified because his daddy knew somebody. You know what I mean? And that's a different conversation. And
Yes, but
I want to make sure we focus on, like, to answer your question about building bridges. You say they don't shop with us when they kind of see us as hostile or degenerate. I would kind of stray away from that too, because in my experience, when I travel, now I've made some poor decisions when I traveled, and I've been in, the slums, but conventional thinking would have you avoid those situations if you can. You shouldn't be in the slums of Montego Bay at 3 a.m. unprotected. You shouldn't be in Dominican Republic.
You got a question.
Intoxicated.
Somebody wanted to know if you got an African wife.
Nah, I don't. Why? You know somebody? Because if y'all know somebody, I'm looking. I like them dark skinned and tall with athletic frames.
A lot of us got access to capital, man, and then when we do try to do business with Africa, it's always on some scammer shit, man. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of brothers who go over there to Africa. They try to try to build and stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like the whole system over there is broken and shit. They treating each other like shit. So how the hell we gonna build with the people that got there treating each other like shit?
Well, keep this in mind. Let me say this real quick. You have to keep in mind that they are, like I said, they're infants on the world stage as far as the age of their countries. So when I get people that go over to Africa, or let's say Ghana specifically, and they talk about how not all of their roads are paved, or they don't have like fast food like we have. They don't have the modern conveniences that we enjoy here on a basic level, as that we can enjoy on the lower. What is it called? Lower middle class income. We're not able to enjoy that there, even with money, because it's just not there. So let's keep in mind that that's kind of part of what we should want to offer them in building the bridge. They offer us.
The money is there. They just allow themselves to be taken advantage of. The thing is, they say they so smart and they so better. Why they letting the white supremacists keep their boots on their necks like that?
And the Asians as well.
Like let's be honest. Like I said, they are infants on a world stage. You have to remember they have been colonized too. We weren't the only ones colonized. They was colonized on their own land, and they were occupied. And then they were
okay. How long does it take for a nation?
That's not an excuse for your hostility towards them. That's how they see it.
We're gonna as Black people, we're gonna be split on, I would say, pro Pan-Africanism versus non-Pan-Africanism. I mean, I've seen enough debates and arguments, and we're gonna be, people are gonna be split. I still believe Pan-Africanism can work, but it's not going to work in a sense of we are brothers and sisters. Like if it's going to be a Pan-Africanism about business only. Can we do business together? Because it's clear that they're, it's clear that they're not trying to, I don't want to say not trying to be our friends, but they don't see no value in friendship. So if it's business talk, I think if we're talking about Pan-Africanism, we should be trying to talk about doing business. But as far as the relationship building, I mean, I just think that it's going to be individual relationships and not necessarily holistic. Let me
Yeah.
read the super chat real quick. Shao Kahn, I appreciate the $10 super chat. He said, "No excuses, Black American. I support him. What are y'all talking about? We don't patronize Black Americans."
Bro,
He's
Y'all doing,
patronizing.
hey,
He's patronizing him right now by contributing to his channel.
yeah, he done dropped a couple hundred. But anyway, let me say this real quick. You know, the African continent itself has been colonized. Absolutely. We as Black Americans have never been colonized. We were captured and sold, but we never owned the whole country where we allowed somebody to come in and steal it from us for pennies or trinkets. The African nations have done that. They've sold
Let me.
themselves short.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead.
Let me preface this by saying, if those of us that consider ourselves African or of African descent are honest, we were a part of those nations that allowed the others to come in and colonize us. You feel me? They just decided to export some of us, and some of one of my friends said he made this joke, and it's realistic, but it ain't funny. He said, in reference to Africans not liking African Americans or vice versa, it's like, don't get mad at me because my people couldn't run faster than your people.
No, that's not it, and that's not what I was saying. Okay.
No, what I'm saying is this:
as a colonized nation, you're living within your own country. They came and invaded your country. Okay.
Right.
We're living behind enemy lines. There's a different stress level. You get what I'm saying? We were taken from our countries. We were taken from our countries, our ancestors, and brought over here to live behind enemy lines. Why? Because we're dark skinned. We're easily identifiable amongst all the white people. Okay, so we're behind enemy lines. There's a different level of stress there. Okay. While as where you're in Africa, you have all of the thousands and millions of Black Africans that are sitting there, and you allowed a different culture to come in and conquer you.
We were all part of that, though.
No,
That's
we
what I'm
were
saying.
not.
No, we
were not.
What are you talking about, dude?
We were not a part of the colonization of Africa. We were gone long before that happened. It started off with the slave trade, but they got comfortable and allowed these white people to stay. And then they started taking ownership in things.
And they're doing
the stay part. I got you.
They're doing the same thing with the Asians, hence them constantly talking about the Chinese, bro.
So that's a different mindset. So I would never allow
look. I'm not finna shit on them. I'm not finna shit on them.
This is what I'm saying. I would never allow myself to be conquered. My ancestors were stolen and sold, however you want to look at it. And then they were told to exist behind enemy lines, which makes our genetics much stronger than theirs, because there's more of a survival mentality behind enemy lines than there is within the comfort of your own culture, but being ruled by another class of people. Okay.
While I don't disagree,
everybody sitting on this panel, you guys are all survivors of strong genetics. First of all, where they could have just survived within their family dynamics, period, but just let the ruling class rule.
I mean, to Rona's point, like we ain't scared of white people. Like
we not.
I see this image of,
and that's where the fight comes in, and that's what I've always challenged Shao Kahn. Shao Kahn is so mild-mannered when he talks. It's like, dude, if somebody spit on us, stepped on our toes, we're gonna fucking swing on them. Period.
And it's not even
we don't tolerate.
Let me ask a question.
And then we see tethers in the U.S. when a black person getting attacked, the tethers don't even help. They be helping the damn white person.
And it's not only just that. It's not even just them from the perspective of them not being afraid of white people. It's the fact that they deify non-black people. That's the problem.
That's what I was gonna ask. That's not what I got from it, but I guess y'all got a history of reading his comments, or maybe on a previous stream y'all talked to him before.
This is why
I didn't get. Well, it's not just him. It's any tether you talk to, African wise, their mentality and their mannerisms are so lighthearted, like it's not a big deal.
So they prop up white supremacy. Is that what you're saying?
They
They're okay with it.
they would look at you crazy. Like I've seen this before. Like if you're a black person and they see you stand up to a white person, they looking at you like, how dare you talk back to that
Exactly.
white person like that?
For real.
Where
For
is
real.
this?
Because,
No
I had,
excuse.
look,
You seen this before on the
Yeah,
continent?
yes,
I've
yes.
seen
Look,
it
I had, look,
everywhere.
no, look. I had a conversation. Look, I
Wow.
was having a conversation with this girl in South Africa that I was trying to date, and then I was telling her, I was explaining to her that see, my daughter wanted to go inside these white people house next door, and I told her, no, you can't go over white people house because something happened to you in there. Nothing is going to happen, and then I'm gonna goddamn break out the goddamn spirit of Ogun and goddamn do something. She was like, oh, you shouldn't do that. You should forgive. She was like on some shit, like on some like, oh, you shouldn't harm white people. I was like, what the fuck?
How old is your daughter?
She's 5.
And oh man, bless her heart. She already thinking about forgiving. But I mean, I guess
No,
that's
no,
good
no,
because
no, no.
children are innocent. You have to
the
remember,
African.
children are
No, I
innocent.
did not. No, I
No,
didn't say
his
my
daughter
daughter. I
did.
said the
The African
African.
woman he was
I
talking
said the
to did.
African girl I was dating, trying to date. I said my daughter was trying to go next door to the white, and I was trying to explain to the African chick
Oh, the
that
African chick said that.
we
Mhm.
don't allow our kids just to go with white people unattended, because if something
Right.
happens, they're not going to get punished for it.
They're not gonna be protected. Yeah, okay, I got you.
Because you know that in the incident over there in Georgia, because I'm
So
from
basically,
Georgia, and the
wait,
white,
let me ask you something. So you
the
said,
little black kid. Hold on, let me finish my point. The black kid went over the swimming, the white instructor's swimming on the white instructor swimming class. The kid drowned. Ain't shit happened to the damn white instructor. So we
this was
get
in
cases like
Georgia?
that all the time. It was in Georgia. You can look this up.
And many
Stuff like
people
this happens
from
all the time.
and many
So
people from
y'all
that
saying that
background.
over across the board that Africans tend to be more trusting of white people?
Yes,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And hold them in reverence. Not just trusting. Hold
they
them in
deify them.
reverence.
They deify them.
Mm.
There's
And
statues.
you
I ain't
can
never
see
gave it
that
that much thought.
You
I
got
ain't
listen,
never
you
gave
can
it
see
that much
that
thought.
as you
Talk to
travel.
him. Talk
As
to
you
him.
I do,
travel.
I do,
Listen,
and I guess what you're telling me now that I'm reflecting on some of the conversations I've had with people from
right.
Guinea, people from Senegal, people from the Gambia, people from Ghana, people from Cote d'Ivoire and Burkina Faso, I kind of start seeing that common thread, but
And listen, it's not just in
I never
Africa.
took it on, or I never took it on, or nor I never saw it as a reason to um put up my defenses against them as the diaspora.
But
You
that's a
know,
red
I
So
never
flag.
then,
saw that
Ethan,
as
let me
That's
go
a
a little
red
bit
flag
further. Let me
because
go a little bit further, because it's not just Africa. In any continent that's been colonized, there's already a class of people within that colonized country where lighter is better. They
right,
start
true.
dyeing their skins. Even in Asian countries,
right.
Yeah,
the
India.
dark and Asian melanated people dye their skin so that they're lighter because it's a classism thing. It stops being racism. Once you leave the country, it stops being racism. It's classism. But even the recognition in classism, it's a lighter skinned person that's always going to be up versus the dark. And that's because of the colonization mentality that they've experienced throughout their generations. And it hasn't stopped.
And again, my point that I was making earlier about this dude Shao Kahn is that he'll come in a space and they cause dissension. They act as Trojan horses to where you're coming at me as if I'm undermining. Meanwhile, this person who's reverent of white people and is going to use his position of reverence with white people and his close proximity to white people to undermine us because they view us as a competing tribe. This is the issue in Africa. You had a bunch of these tribes who hated each other. They seen the Europeans come. The European gave this person guns. The European worked with that person because they disliked each other. They thought the European was their common ally, and this is how they were undermined through war, through deception. That's the point that I'm trying to make. And so me calling this dude a booty scratcher, that ain't really nothing in the context of the history of undermining that they've done to just them to each other.
Yeah, but here's where I was going with it. Let me be brief. You know, I'm not a bosser, so I'm gonna be brief with you. I was just basically saying that us going back and forth ain't building the diaspora. And you spoke on being you don't think you don't identify as being part of the Pan-African community. And so I understand now your perspective. But those of us that do, it's kind of counterintuitive to kind of get pulled into those lower level arguments or back and
It's
forth.
not lower level,
And that's
brother. What it is correcting, it's course correcting a ship that is gone, that's basically been on the wrong course for a long time.
And
This
the
is
whole
all we're
thing
doing.
is, by your thought process, Ethan, you're conforming to their ideals versus conforming to the ideals that you know that your answers has been taught. If you're following somebody who's doing something wrong and you don't correct them, you're adding to it. You get what I'm saying? Our edict as Americans would be to go over and correct the mentality, not go along with the mentality of the African people. You get what I'm saying? Because their mentality is all the way backwards. So as we go over there, even though we would bring over our technology and our know-how in order to increase or develop a nation, we would have to change the mentality of the people. That's why it's important for them to want to fight for themselves, because you can't help a person that doesn't want to fight for themselves. So Burkina Faso and all the other cultures that are fighting for themselves and kicking out France, that's a first good step. We still not there to be able to build bridges yet. They still need to do some corrective actions on their own and develop their mindset to where they're ready to work with an American, because they can't even understand the concepts we come with because they don't have that same mindset.
Can I get a word? Can I get a word in, please?
Go ahead, sir.
No, do I got to ask for a word?
No, go ahead. I'm sorry.
All right. I'll let you respond, Ethan. I just wanted to bring up this example. I had this young lady, Raybo from South Africa, and we fell out over something. And so it was I don't know if you guys have ever seen it, but it was an article about a white Zimbabwean winning Miss Zimbabwe or something like that. And people in the Black community had a lot to say about that. Like, why is how can Zimbabwe, that is new to the world stage, like why are they propping up a white woman in a predominantly Black country for Miss Zimbabwe? And I had sent it to her, and she's South African, and I was like, man, South Africa would. I was trying to like prop her up, like, man, South Africa would never do nothing like this. And she took that as like, how could you say that about South Africa? Like we welcome and embrace, white people, stuff like that. And I'm like, that's not. I wasn't going there with that. She was like, if we wanted to have a Miss South Africa and she was white, South Africans will fully be behind it. So she made it about a racism thing, but I was pointing out the fact that we don't have enough. We already are behind in positive representations or winning anything, and white supremacy has historically, propped up their own people, deserving or not deserving. And so the problem that I have with Africans is that, they don't treat outsiders like outsiders treat them. There's nothing wrong with running your country how the UK runs their country, how France runs their country. So some look at it as something negative. But Black Americans will say, you know what? We're gonna give y'all that same energy, So that's kind of like, my issue when it comes to some Africans is that they treat them better than whites treat them,
which is a huge problem. And again, I can second and third this. I mean, having these conversations with some South African women, and I've had a conversation with a young lady, and she was like, yeah, we're separate in terms of the racial thing and the classal system. But when we have an outside enemy coming in, we're going to collaborate with each other and against that outside enemy. And it's like, no, dude, like that's not, white people are not interested in collaborating with you for anything. And so I can't reasonably collaborate with an African person who thinks that white people are going to ally with them for anything, because you don't understand white supremacy. And anybody who doesn't understand white supremacy, Black, as a Black person, I can't rock with you off top. And the number one thing that contributes to this white supremacist mindset is the tribalism.
And the reason I say that they need to work on themselves first and start breaking away from the colonizers' mentality and kick those colonizers out of their country is, there's three of us sitting on this panel that are military backed. We understand destabilizing nations and mentalities. And until we see that they're fixing that part of it, there's no sense of trying to build a bridge for somebody that's still under a destabilized rule and can be controlled with any kind of assistance that we might lend.
Let me say this real quick. This is my personal opinion. I don't think Africans have allies when it comes to other ethnic groups. I truly don't. I will say that I do believe that we have allies in the United States. We have white allies. I can't say the percentage, but we do. I do feel like we have white allies. Historically, we've had white allies. Whether they were allies for different interests, that's a different conversation. But the allies that we've had, whether it was the freedom fighters, the ones that helped during the Underground Railroad, the whites that supported us through civil rights, the Civil War to a certain extent, even though that's like a stretch. But we've had white allies, and I don't believe that the whites in South. I'm gonna use South Africa first. I don't believe the whites in South Africa are true allies like we've probably had in the United States. I wanted to just say that.
I mean, no, there's.
This is what I understand and what I learned about white allies throughout my life on this planet. They only allies until it's beneficial. But when it begins non-beneficial, that's when they'll sell your ass up the stream. And this is my personal experience.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? When we talk about on a larger scale, when we talk about hip hop, when we talk about allies like that, it's a take and not a give situation. So they constantly taking. So of course, you know what I'm saying, and that on the grand scheme of things like that, when it comes to multi-million dollars and billions of dollars, of course, you know what I'm saying, they're gonna be like, oh yeah, we allies. But as soon as that damn money drop, watch and see, goddamn, there ain't gonna be no allies no more. Even through, you know what I'm saying, with civil rights and all that shit, man, it's always white people don't do shit for nothing. It's always beneficial in some kind of way, in some type of capacity.
Whether it takes 10 years, 20 years, or 100 years, long term. See, they think long term, and they're
Exactly.
willing to be deceptive. They're willing to not operate with a code of morals and ethics like we do, generally speaking. Even though certain people think that we have a degenerate culture, they're willing to do the degenerate things and confuse people, so that in the long run things will be better for them. And my point, my only contention, and my only issue with many African individuals is that, and again, it exists here as well. So let me not front and act like it don't exist here, because it's a huge problem here as well. We seem to have convinced ourselves that white people are give a fuck about us. They view us as the enemy, and that's the end and all be all of it. Period.
I try to make friends with these people, man, so many times, man. I don't even do it no more.
It's not
Because
possible.
every time something happens, man, when it becomes non-beneficial, or you come into some type of disagreement, they'll sell your ass up the stream so goddamn quick. So that's why I don't. That's why I don't trust them. It's only like a beneficial thing, you know what I'm saying? If it's like some type of, when it comes to money, that's the only reason. But like as far as like any type of personal level, I don't trust that shit, man.
And sometimes, even depending on how degenerate they are, even if it isn't beneficial to them, they will still, if it's beneficial to them, they'll work with you. Sometimes if it's not beneficial to them, they'll basically, what I'm trying to say is they will cut off their nose to spite their face. These people have a culture of hating us.
I feel like the majority of people are good. When I say majority, I can say 51%. If I want to be that extreme, if 51% of white people were pure evil, we wouldn't even be here today. So we have to have some majority of people that wanted to do good.
Look, I agree with that to a certain extent. People are good, but the thing is, man, they were quick to get on cold with each other against you in a heartbeat.
I don't
think
think they apply morality when it comes to dealing with other racial groups. When it comes to dealing with non-white people, they don't apply morality. Morality is only for other white individuals. I'm not under the impression that white people, 51%. No, what I'm under the impression of is that we're used as a battery, where there's a psychic energy, there's an economic energy, there's a lot of things that they get from us. And also, as the first people to inhabit this land and this planet, they wouldn't be able to function without us being here. Okay, everything. Just think about everything we've done. They've taken it, they've absorbed it, they've commodified it, they've changed it, flipped it, dipped it, ripped it, and tripped it. What they've done with all the music, with the hip hop, with the this, with the that, every aspect of our culture, they've taken it. Think about how they fed us scraps, chitlins, biscuits, and gravy, all that type of stuff. Think about, these were scraps. And now, 100 years later, these things are considered high class food almost. You almost have fine dining Southern food experiences, right? So everything we do, our existence is ultimately beneficial to them, and it's used for them to fuel themselves. There is no concept of good or bad or moralistic philosophy when it comes to dealing with black people. It's how much is this nigger going to benefit me? That's what it is.
Well, but we looking at a power structure though, because I mean, not to even play devil's advocate, but there poor white. I put it like this: I've worked around white guys. They will say they will say the man is on my back, just like we would say the man is on my back. Like there's white people that feel this superiority even within their own people. So
I broke that down though. Remember we talked about Bacon's Rebellion, right? Like prior to there being a racial chattel slavery system in America, you had just a general slavery system, right? Or an indentured servitude system, right? And so you had a situation where poor whites, indentured slaves, black people, and Native Americans collaborated against wealthy white landowning, people. Now I'm not gonna say males, but people, both genders, and then what they did was they said, okay, well, we're not going to allow this anymore. So what we're going to do is make slavery a racialized system. It's going to be a generational, hereditary, racialized caste system that we're going to create in America. And so those people that you're talking about, because we all worked around these people at work, who they'll say the man has got me down, but if it benefits him, he'll sell your ass up the river to the man and work with the man to undermine you. And that's the only point that I'm making.
But we would do the same thing though.
I would not.
If the power structure was different.
No, I wouldn't though, because I stand by on a separate set of principles that most men don't. But the point that I'm trying to make is that I'm not working to sell nobody in the river, because I understand we're all trying to survive. We all got things that we're trying to do. I'm not going to go out of my way. See, white people get a psychic benefit. Because they feel so inferior to us, they get a certain psychic satisfaction in undermining us. Whereas me, as a natural man, there's no need for me to try to undermine anybody just because it's going to make me feel better about my insecurity. And because, again, if you've read the ISIS papers, then you know that Dr. Francis Cross Walsing has explained that this is about genetic survival for them. So they're operating off of that concept culturally. This is what they're taught.
No, I understand. I get everything you're saying. What I was gonna say, it just when the Indian. If anybody ever watched old Western movies, the Indians used to say something that always stuck in my head. They used, and the phrases Indians are known to say for is "Don't trust the white man." That they realized that at that period of time where during the Wild West or things like that. So yes, there is. It's valid to not trust. It's valid to not trust white people as a whole. I get that. My point is that we've had examples of whites that have been allies. How far or how genuine that is. I mean, that's just different opinions. But I just wanted to make the point that we have had whites as allies. Any progress, substantial progress, we're going to benefit with white people helping our cause. So we as a collective, we needed white people to elect our first quote unquote black president. Even though I'm not a fan of Barack Obama, but if we wanted another black president, we can't get that. We can't get that person in office just with black votes. So
listen, man. The reason why Barack was elected because he wasn't a foundational black in America. That shit was all political games and stuff, man. We see how these people operate. We you thought we had all these allies until that damn Trump election happened. Man, I live in San Diego. It's like one of the it seemed like it's liberal, but man, I never seen so many damn MAGA hats in my goddamn life when Trump got elected and shit, man. So man,
I want to put on a MAGA hat now.
But I think what we're not understanding though is that
I'm just joking.
what I think we're not understanding though collectively is that like white people are like their birth rates are declining, right? And so because their birth rates are declining, I'm telling you, in the next 5 to 10 to 15 years, the hostility, this whole concept of being a liberal and this and that, that's over. We're moving back into the Red Summer. We're moving back into the Fourth Reich. That's what's coming. And so this whole conversation that we're having about liberals and having white allies, dude, I'm telling you, the only white ally that I ever know in recorded history is John Brown, because John Brown was willing to die for black people. If you're not willing to die for black people, then you're not truly an ally.
I have a question. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, thank you. So what y'all saying, no excuse, you spoke on how the Indians say, never trust the white man. And from what I got from what y'all was saying earlier about, tethers or continental Africans, is basically that y'all have a lack of trust of them as well. So are we to only trust American blacks? And if so, where is that going to net us? That's one question. Another one I wanted to ask is that what's the difference between doing that to white people and seeing them as a benefit than the other parts of other people in the diaspora seeing white people as a benefit?
Let me address one thing, and please, man, I gotta get something to eat. I'm gonna give everybody 5 minutes to like respond, but I'm just gonna go first. You know what I mean?
Go ahead.
You have to have strategic relationships, right? Now, I've always gotten along with white people. They've always wanted to hire me. Yes. Now behind the scenes, yes, they want to pay me less.
Yeah.
I've heard instances where they was like, man, such and so, man, he a hater. He don't want you to get that promotion. You know what I mean? But I know I understand how to work with white people. You know what I mean? And so like I don't have white friends, but on a professional side, like white people love me. They like my charisma. They like interacting with me. They like me.
Yo, that just sounded so kind of funny right there. White
Tap
people
dance
love.
and choose off, brother.
Yeah, it sounded like a white person saying, "I got black friends."
Hey, why does that sound funny? Why does that sound funny? I got a question. Why does that sound funny?
Y'all gotta let me land. But
go ahead.
All right. Yes, white people. Yes, they do. I'm one of the black men that they love. You know what I mean? So yeah. I'm talking to out of 10 niggas, they be like, we like this nigga right here. We like this nigga right here. So I was always that guy, and so they respect. This is what I was gonna say too. White people. I think white people respect black Africans more than they do Africans, even though on the surface you may see certain. You may perceive certain treatments preferential against Africans. They have more respect. I would say this: they have more respect for black people that understand the game. So when I say they got respect for me, meaning that they know that I'm black conscious. I speak up, and by me doing that, being vocal, I speak up. I speak up about being fair, racism, and they have more respect for me knowing that I'm conscious and knowing that I know that I see the world a certain way. You know what I mean? So how they feel about me doesn't really matter because I didn't make six figures going up a black ladder. And what I mean by that is you have this is like this is another topic I want to talk about, but anybody that's a successful black, you can attest to this, that sometimes your talent is more recognized by white people than your own black people. So in black spaces, they may have felt like, man, no excuse. I don't see the talent. I might have got picked over in certain instances within circles where there were black power makers. But in that same scenario, that white person recognized my talent and then benefited way more times. And then black people finally see that, damn, like, we missed out on this particular talent. So, my point is that yes, I'm pro-black in nature. I support Pan-Africanism, but I know how to the relationships I have with white people. I've used that to put me in certain situations. So we work together, and white people understand that we're all taking advantage of each other at certain points. They understand that. Kanye's situation understand that Adidas used him for what they used him for, and now Kanye learned the game from Adidas on how to start and manufacture his own shoes. To now he's killing it on his website. So we need to work with. If what I'm trying to say is that black folks that know how to be strategic can strategically work with white people for the betterment of black people, because they're doing it the same way. There's no point of complaining about white people. If you don't know how to play the game, then yes, you could complain about white people. But by me understanding how to play the game and being true to myself, I've been able to uplift my community while having relationships with white people.
No excuse.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
What's the difference between you doing that and continental Africans doing it?
What, the relationships with white people?
Having strategic relationships from white people and understanding that you need them to capitalize and to get to your goals. The
difference is that most white people got a lot of white contacts in their phone. They befriend them. They have this level of admiration for them. Not saying there's nothing wrong with that, but I understand that we have nothing culturally in common, and that my relationships has always been on a business level. So what a lot of Africans try to do is they believe that these personal relationships gives them some type of advantage. And white people, like I said, white people understand the game. They know when black people are chucking and jiving, and that's why they don't respect. That's why I said they don't respect them like they respect black Africans, because we know the game. You respect a person more that's not kissing your ass versus a person that's kissing your ass. Can we all agree on that?
Agreed.
All right, that's all I got to say.
I appreciate that.
I just want Shah Khan to come up, man, because I got some questions for him, you know what I'm saying, about his Nigerian women. You know what I'm saying? I just want to bring that up.
He's not coming up tonight. He's not coming up tonight.
Hey, leave the sponsor alone, man. That man is the official sponsor for the podcast. Leave that man alone.
Yeah,
I just want the shadows of the day.
And I just want to know what he think about his Nigerian women. You know what I'm saying? They hopping on one foot and barking like a dog for a black American. That's all I want to know. You know what I'm saying? I got his Nigerian chick. She's an actress and a model over there in Nigeria, and I had her hopping on one foot and barking like a dog for a black American. So I just want to know, how you feel about that.
He said, "I'm a highly paid aerospace engineer." Yeah. He's speaking facts. All right, go ahead, bro.
Yeah. I wanted to piggyback off of what you were saying, and I'm sure Ronan and HB and some of the other brothers on the panel who either have small businesses or who work in corporate environments, military. We can all attest to the fact that you have to generally go through these people in order to get to the six-figure range, get to the multi-million-dollar range. The issue is that white supremacy always breaks its tools when it's done with them, as Professor Black Truth always so eloquently puts, right? So the point that I'm making is that, to me, the fact that we have to go through these people is problematic, and I resent that. That's an issue that I have.
Why? They're the majority of the population. Not to interject, but they're the majority of the population.
Let me finish.
Go ahead.
What I'm saying is the system that they've created globally, to me, is I resent that system. I resent what they've done to the mindset of people globally. I resent the inferiority complex that they've put on people globally. I resent how they treat, dark-skinned people, how they've created this light-skinned versus dark-skinned thing. I resent all of that. To me, it's problematic. And so me and you have different stances because I'm looking for a separate system. I'm looking for dominion. I'm not looking to be under the thumb of another race of men. Okay. It's not to say that I'm not willing to work with other groups of men or be under the tutelage of a superior man, but I'm not trying to be treated differently based off the color of my skin or what my upbringing may or may not be. It's
exactly. Hold on. I'm gonna let you finish, bro. But I gotta interject, bro. People that have an inferiority complex, that is on them. Like she said, no, that's on them. No, I'm not gonna put that on white people. Like I don't feel inferior.
Sure, you can. Absolutely, you can though. But you're.
It's a conditioning that they have put in place though.
Yeah,
they
like
condition and being part of the dominant society, being the dominant society, they can push their agenda psychologically and even socially on us. It's part of why anywhere you go in the world, the darker your complexion, you're treated worse. You know what I mean? I think that's what he's speaking of. I may be wrong though.
But to be a conquered Negro, that's on that's on you. You don't see conquered Chinese in China feeling conquered.
But Rob, but they do.
What do you consider conquered? What?
They do though, Rob, but they do. The Chinese, they absolutely feel all these groups of people, India, all the Southeast Asian. I mean, we know that these people, once again, they deify white people.
To the extent of Africans.
I'm talking about everybody.
Wait, when you say conquered, what do you mean by conquered? Maybe I'm confused.
Well, I mean,
because we operating in the United States, we operate in a capitalistic system. We mistreat each other. We don't value inherent humanity. You get what I'm saying? So if anybody's conquered, it's us. I'm not saying that other people are not. I'm saying that we have no, in the same way that the brother Roden said earlier, we have no room, or they don't have a leg to stand on. The continental Africans and other people in the diaspora, we don't either.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
Let me fix that. We do. We actually do. We actually have a system. That's the problem. They don't have a system where they can come up. We have a system. How I came up in corporate America and how I progressed is I learned the rules of their system, played their system against them so I could progress within the system and be successful. You take their rules and you spin them to where you progress through the system. You don't let the system beat you.
Rob, you gonna get something? What you doing?
Go ahead.
Cuz gonna starve, man. His ribs touch it. I see you. You over there starving. Listen, Ronan, in response to you, that wasn't your system, though. You get what I'm saying?
No,
you tried to.
It's not our system.
That's all I was getting at. And I'm not trying to undermine it. I'm not trying to hold on. I'm not trying to undermine your point, and I get it. And I'm from Atlanta. I'm all about the finesse. You know what I mean? I'm all about it. Believe me, it's in my bone marrow.
Listen, it's not.
No. What I'm saying is, what I mean by that is, I'm all about matriculating through a system to get the most and not the less. You
that
get what I'm saying?
To hold you back, but then you take advantage of the system where you progress. The system was built to hold you down.
Right, but what I'm saying is, you are the outlier, and if you see everything from a macro perspective, then you start to understand that. Although you might be at the top of the bell curve, so many others like you, there are thousands just like you that are at the bottom of the bell curve.
But see, hold on. Let me make a point to that real quick. The men in this room are the mentors that should be teaching them how to matriculate to that same system and spin the system on the side, because you can't function in the two-party system. That's the problem. We're still trying to function in a two-party system where we should have already broke away and had a third party to where all melanated people already joined in and started taking over political power, one city at a time, one county at a time, and so on. But we haven't even progressed to do that yet.
We are.
Let me let him finish. Let me let No Excuse. Let's all give No Excuse the floor.
He's hungry.
No, because he wanted to finish his point, and I wanted to actually hear I wanted to hear that.
All right. Y'all throw out so much stuff I want to respond to, but I think as a Black community, we operate as a third party, even though we don't have an official party, because we vote as a block. But as it pertains to being conquered and inferiority, yes, you can say we're conquered physically, because we don't have any military weight. We don't have any military power as a group, but we're not conquered. Most Black Americans, I don't think, are conquered mentally, and so the white power structure can push all the type of things they want on me and my people. That doesn't mean that we accept it. Like, we push back against, that's why we got the conscious movement, or woke, or whatever you want to call it. Like, I push back against on saying, yes, the inferiority complex comes from viewing somebody as superiority. It's just like a group. If white people are just highly confident and they put their women on magazine covers, they use white images when they do promotion or advertising. They have hiring preferences when it comes to certain people. If you take all that to say, man, whites are in power, they have this and they have that, then you put yourself in that inferiority thing. I understand the game. I understand why it's white people on these covers of advertisers. I understand when I watch a Netflix series in South Africa, I understand why they have, a Black woman in a relationship with a white man, but they don't have a Black man in a relationship and a white woman. Like, I understand that. So my mind is not conquered, and that's due to who I am. That's on the onus of the person, So people that's not woke, I don't want to put that to say, I don't want to give white people that much credit either.
So I hear what you're saying, but let me respond very quickly. I would say the opposite. I would say that we're not constrained any longer. However, mentally, the masses of Black people are constrained mentally. There is an inferiority complex. And at one point or another in my life, in your life, and other individuals' lives, they were confused more than they are now. And so when you're confused, generally speaking, you don't understand that it's a reverse system. So you have the white inferiority complex, which is why they have to have the white woman as the standard of beauty, which is why they have to play these little weird undermining games in the workplace. They don't want to see you doing what you're supposed to be doing and competing with them, which is why they don't want to play fair, because they're insecure. Because they understand that genetically we are the superior, we are the original people. So that's the only point that I'm trying to make. Only thing that I'm trying to say is I don't think that we can work with them, and I resent the system that they stood up, and I think we need to be separate. That's the only point that I'm making.
I agree with that. And that's kind of why I asked, what's the difference between, understanding that how to have those strategic relationships as an African American versus a continental African, having the understanding that, they're the dominant society, or even if they're not the dominant, as far as population in those countries, they're financially dominant. So it behooves them to cozy up to those white people in order to up their social status or financial status. And I'm not against that. I don't necessarily see it as being a coon, but it sounds like what y'all were saying is along those lines. To the brother Corey was that Corey that just said that?
Yeah.
Yeah, what he was saying, I agree. I don't think we should be trying to align ourselves with them. They've shown us their hand. They've shown us what they think about us. They've shown us what they're capable of. And to what Ronan was saying earlier, what you don't understand, brother, is their system. We will never win in mass in their system. They make the rules and they change them as they see fit. They pass legislation whenever they feel like it. We can't get them to say the word reparations, yet they just passed the bill.
Listen,
hold on, let me finish. No, let me finish my thought. No, please allow me to finish my thought.
Go ahead.
We can't get them to say the word reparations, but they passing billions of dollars in legislation for other nations, other countries. I'm just using that as one example of how
Right.
the Black Americans in this country don't have it as well as we might think we do. These people
And
that
I,
please allow me to finish. These people that we think that we can finesse, we can't. The system is rigged. You get what I'm saying? And I know you think you can wiggle your way up to the top, but it's only one or two out of 100,000 that's going to do that. And collectively, it's in our favor. Collectively, across the board, it works in our favor to, like I said, build bridges with the diaspora, because these people that we here with are devils. So listen, I'd rather deal with the devil, or I wouldn't even call him a devil. I don't want to deal with the devil I know no more. You feel me? I'd rather take my chances across the water. You get what I'm saying? I'd rather take my chances setting voyage on the sea, on the seven seas with other people that I know look like me at the very least. I would much rather take my chances with them than to continue to put my dollars where I know they will not be appreciated or respected. And what I'm getting at, and I'm talking about objectively on the macro level. On the macro level, we do not have the numbers to matriculate through a capitalistic corporate culture. We don't. Dr. King understood that as it pertains to violence. We do not have the numbers. Even if all of us had a rifle, shotgun, and pistol, we did not have the numbers in the 60s to
you were
shoot
jumping from one topic to another. Let me address the first.
No, I'm not. I'm using Kingian.
I get the idea that you're spinning. Let me touch on that. The idea you're spinning is we're functioning in a two-party system. There's no way to fix the system.
That's not what I'm saying. I'm not referencing the two-party system at all.
What are you referencing?
I'm referencing just population alone. In population and finances alone, we are outnumbered, and we do not have what we need in order to matriculate. It's kind of like we're the ants in the little ant colony that the kids have in the kindergarten. And once we start to build and we've developed that whole colony, they can shake it up, and we'll be in disarray, and we have to start over. That's on the macro level is what I'm saying. You have to remember we are less than 15% of the population.
But yet still they need the black vote and other things in order to
They don't need our vote.
You're right.
Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Bless your heart.
They don't need our vote.
Okay.
They don't need our vote.
So that's why the Democrats push so hard to make sure the black people show up, right? Because they don't need our vote.
They push so hard to get our vote because it's part of their base. They're competing against another.
The electoral college. It's not numbers anymore. It's about the electoral colleges. So it depends.
Again, I wasn't even talking about politics. Let me just make that clear. I wasn't talking about specifically about politics. But I understand you want to take it there, so I'm gonna give it to you.
Listen, so in order to control the system, you have to control the politics behind the system. So the first way to control the system is actually
the capital.
The way it's broke. You ain't gonna ever control the capital, man. There's too many white people there.
So let me say. So wait. So why do Asians have a better standing in this country than Black Americans? Because they are a fraction of our population. They are like what 2 or 3 or 4% of the American population. But yet they are politically.
Asians are not voting for equality. They already liberal. They already are free. It's not the same system for them.
Let me answer this question in a short phrase. Asians are they are entrepreneurs. So when you don't depend on companies to hire you or the government to hire you, they're business owners. So the political system doesn't really make or break them as entrepreneurs in the capitalist world.
And plus, they don't live in large numbers anyway in certain districts to control the district voting anyway.
Yeah, they're getting money by being business owners. So at the end of the day, that's their primary objective. They're not trying to
care about the politics.
They're not trying to
want the money.
Yes, they're getting the money. Now, if the Democrats got 75, got 75% of voting population, they wouldn't need the black vote no more because they don't have enough votes to cover them, even
Right.
if black people didn't vote. So
but it's not about numbers anymore. It's electoral colleges. That's why they always redistrict certain areas so they could steal the electoral college for the power of the vote.
I understand that, but as these urban cities and urban areas, they're being flooded with a lot of, if not just majority black. You know,
Are you looking at what Corey's typing?
It's Latino, like they're bringing up, Latinos.
So
or
my
Hispanics.
third party system was all melanated people, including Asians, Hispanics, and black.
You only
need
to
unite those. You need to unite those three in order to overcome white people. You have to unite those three. You can't do it just individually, just black people. It's not going to happen. So you guys are right. I'm agreeing with you. Just black people can't do it. It has to be a party of melanated people for melanated people, which means the lawmakers that get voted on by this party has to benefit us as a melanated people.
Well, the black and brown coalition, we have already said that doesn't work.
Why? Because it hasn't worked because nobody's united behind it.
I don't think you understand what we're saying. Hold on. Let me try to make sure. Let me try to decipher. I don't think you understand what we're saying. What we're saying is that even if that was the case, for one, that can't happen because even just the even just the black American population is so fractured in its interest groups as well as its social dynamics, social structure, social and economic structure, as well as far as aligning with Indians and Asians and the other minorities,
right?
They don't see us as a population that they want to be aligned with.
That's not necessarily true. That's not necessarily true.
Oh, bless his heart. He's so optimistic. You so naive. Bless his heart. Bless his heart. How old is his brother?
Let me touch on something because y'all both attacking me right now. Hold on.
Bless his heart. He's so precious. He's so special.
Listen.
None of them support reparations.
The black people have been split.
Not none of them. Not even the Asians that have received reparations.
Listen, the black people have been split between the Republican Party and the Democratic Party for years. Okay. And yes, we do have some swing votes that matter. But the whole thing is, if we separated ourselves out of both of those individual parties, right along with the Hispanics and the Latinos and the Asians, we would have voting power. Go back and look at what the actual edict is for the actual population. There's only 54% of white people in America. And if you split those between the Democratic and Republican Party, but unite all the other ones behind the third party, it would work. You have the parliamentary system in England. There's more than one party in England. And that country ruled the whole fucking world. So you can't say two-party system is the only system that's going to function because there's plenty of systems that are more than just two.
Man, we're not even. You keep bringing this two-party system.
Well, that ain't what I was talking about. Listen. I understand that you want to kind of push that as a solution. Neither one of us were talking about politics. We talking about how to bring up our people.
The rules and the laws is to control politics, which also gives you access to money ultimately.
So what I was saying is, hold on. Hold on. Let me say something. Just in this country, that might work for this country, but I'm talking about bridging and bringing up the diaspora as Pan-Africanists across the board.
We need to fix the power structure that we have here for ourselves before we worry about anybody else. And that's
I know, but I get you. But what I'm saying is that's not possible. And once you start traveling and you start seeing how this global system works, you start seeing.
You don't know.
Let me tell you,
I've already planned on living in the Philippines, so you don't know me. But
you haven't lived there. That's what I'm trying to say. You get what I'm saying? Have you lived there?
Yes, I will be there next.
I said, have you lived there?
I will live there permanently next year.
That ain't the answer to my question.
Let's get some closing statements, man. Because I know Anthony been waiting patiently.
So hungry, bud.
You know what I mean? So this is gonna be the last round of closing, man. I'm gonna go with Alec first, man, and then and I'm gonna drop people off as they finish, man.
Now, I
So
don't even know what to address. We done jumped around so much. I'm gonna let you eat, bro. You know, at the end of the day, there's too many things that need to be fixed within our own society and our own communities before we can address anything within Africa. So at the end of the day, until that can be fixed, Africa's on their own. They need to continue like Burkina Faso and several other countries as winning their own independence and starting structuring their own countries, opening up borders and everything else between one country to another. Once they get to that point, maybe America can start looking at it. In the meantime, we need to fix what we got going on here. And I'll leave it at that.
all right, man. Appreciate you, man. All right, you could go next, Ethan, man.
Oh, I think the kind of the opposite of that, brother. You know, these people have shown. There's nothing else these people in this country have shown. There's nothing else these people in this country have shown us, or that they need to show us, that will that we can benefit from, or that we can. They've shown us basically what they think of us. You know, like I said, we can't even get them to say the word reparation. And as far as policy goes, they've gone out of their way to thwart any kind of political progress that we have made, historically speaking, and to try to come up with another way, another means of operating in their system is futile, I think. You know, and that's to address the brother. But on an international basis, you know, we need to do a better job of seeing each other as human and seeing each other as our brother and sister, because politics aside, you know, humanity dictates that we see each other as brother and sister. You know, even if you plan on traveling as a tourist, these people ain't gonna receive you well, and you come to their country with your ego on your chest. Nowhere in the world is gonna respond well to that, whether it's Florida or the UK or a diasporic country. You know, nowhere in the world is gonna respond well to you, you know, coming to their country telling them how they should interact with other people or how they should govern themselves. Nowhere is gonna respond well to that. And that's what I was getting at when I said earlier, you know, when I spoke about humility. And I think as Pan-African is, you know, we would do ourselves more of a justice and a service by building bridges and connecting with people that look like us, you know, outside of these borders. Because building inside of these borders, we at least 3-4 generations away from making any, you know, full progress in the way that we would be able to accelerate in other countries. You know what I'm saying? If we take our best and brightest and go to Kenya and go to these even semi-developed countries, you know, like South Africa, and we take whether it's civil engineering or technology or science or engineering, you can go to these countries and put your skills to use and work with international developers, you know, or you can establish your own firms and do business with international firms and do it in a way where you don't have the boot of capitalism or white supremacy on your neck, not nearly as much as you have here. Well, or you don't have the knife in your back, you know, as it pertains to, you know, the American tax system. And finally, I'd like to say, no excuses. I appreciate you, man. You see me in the comments on the post, and I want to encourage you to continue to post them shorts. I'm EP, and I like to see your shorts whenever you pop up on my feed.
Okay.
You know, even if it's just, you know, a pretty lady, you know, with a simple ponytail, and I like that, and because it gives us encouragement. For me, it gives me encouragement to keep going, and that we can have what we want in the simplest way outside of this particular place, and we can keep going without being, you know, trifled with on a daily basis.
No doubt, man. Appreciate you, man. Hey, even Trump said he want the best people to come to the United States. So all these other African countries should get on board. Go ahead, Anthony. I know you've been waiting for a minute, bro.
Yes. Man, I ate and came back, and you all still on. But but no. What I want to say, man, that as far as colonization is concerned, because we keep throwing that word at Africa as if the Africans only been colonized one time. No, they went to two different situations where their colonizer had colonized them. It wasn't just the Europeans that colonized them. You had the Arabs that colonized them, and you had another group historically that tried to colonize them. So I'm saying, so they went to two different colonizations, man, and that needs to be understood. Okay, and as far as um um they keep throwing the word that uh these African countries are brand new on the world stage. No, they're not new on the world stage. They're new on the stage as far as being colonized after that. But I'm saying, but no, the continent period is not new on the world stage. It's the Europeans who are new on the world stage, but they are historically new on the world stage, not the Africans. Okay, so that's how I look at that. And as far as um, Black Americans and voting, we have to have a third party of Black people first. I don't care less about the Asians, the and even Latinos. Latinos don't have our best interests. So that's something we got to wake up to. They don't have our best interest at all. Okay, so that's something we got to understand with that. This thing of voting, is kind of a sham for us. We've been voting. The point is, like Ice Cube said, he had. I think he was on to something, but black folks just trashed him. He was on to something. He was trying uh, to make these folks be accountable with what they did. So that's one thing. I think again. I think uh, we should continue to fight for reparations. We should continue to talk about reparations. And that should be a conversation that we have with white people. There's only a couple of conversations that we should have with white people. All the rest of them don't even matter now. I mean, they have 400 some years to do the right thing by us, and they didn't do it. So let's just knock all that out and say the only conversation that we should be having with white people is reparations, whether or not we're citizens or not, whether or not we're Americans or not. That's the conversation we should be having with them. All that we're going around the circle with them, I think we're just wasting a lot of time. So that's how I look at that, man. That's all I have to say, man. Again, man, I say thanks again and thank you.
All right, man. Peace out. Peace out. All right, man. Eze Axie, are you there? Let me see.
No excuse.
Yeah.
Right. Thanks for letting me come back. I didn't know you guys are going to be on this long. I guess this is what 3, 4, 5 hour stream now.
Yeah, and I didn't know either, man.
Okay.
But yeah, you want to close with anything?
Just again, I'm just going back to your initial statement, your initial topic, your initial title, and throughout, there were some great points made on this stream. Thanks for having it, by the way. And I just think it's a circular argument that's never going to end, and that's the one about Pan Africanism. So there's a divide, there's a split, and some of us will, some of us won't. I think we have multiple insurmountable problems here as our Black community, and some of us I don't think we can be focused on two things. I mean, yeah, we can chew gum and walk and run. We've done that since we've come here, since we were brought here. Um, but I think if we were totally focused on being on code, as the brothers and sisters like to say, why don't we get on code for ourselves again, which we once were doing, at least the civil rights. All of us weren't on code, but most of us were. We were fighting for something substantial for us.
Right.
And I just don't want to cheapen what our ancestors fought, died, and bled for by focusing on something this is not even going to show us. We don't know what type of result is going to. Yeah, there's some fantasy stipulations what it could bring, but we don't know for sure. Okay, so I know there's a big fight for reparations, but I think the larger fight, at least for me, is establishing and determining our identity in this country. Most of us are not going to go to Africa, and we know that. And if they just want the brightest and the finest and the most gifted to go to Africa, then what's that going to leave here for us? What's that going to leave? If all of those brightest and finest and most gifted go to Africa and develop Africa, which is a great, beautiful continent, what is that going to do for us here? We're shitting in the, sorry about that. We're spitting in the face of our ancestors who fought a battle that's still not won yet. That's just the way I feel. And for me, if we're going to go to Africa as a group, okay, go. And let's be like the Arabs, the Jews, the Europeans, the Asians, the Indians. Let's be like that. Let's take those resources and develop them in our way. Okay, let's because we're not totally recognized as a family. So let's get over the game plan. Okay, this is just an illusion. So they're gonna treat us, not all, but they're not gonna treat us as family because we're not them and they're not us. That's just a reality. Okay, so going to Africa, yeah, let's be treated. Okay, let's be like the Arabs, the whites, Europeans, the Asians, the Indians, and let's not forget, let's be like the arrogant Africans who treat themselves bad. I'm landing, brother. I'll see you next time.
All right, man. Appreciate you, man. HB Gone Global, man. What's good, man? Oh, let me unmute
Good
him.
conversation, man. Yeah, yeah, I like what the last brother said, man. I was kind of, I was going to say some of the same things. That Pan African thing, man. You know what I'm saying? It's a cool concept, but the shit is one sided, and we kind of need to get over that. With the statement the brother told us we need to take our best and brightest to go to Africa. That shit don't make no sense. That's so illogical. Like, why would we take our best and brightest to go over there and build up a nation that's really not accepting or even rocking with us like that? Because their best and brightest is coming over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, their best and brightest coming over here. They're not going back to build up Africa. They're coming over here, staying over here. We hear the stories about how, what I'm saying, these people go over there and abandon their families and they come here, what I'm saying, and they're not building up anything. Look, I'm having conversations with these girls, like, with these women, some of these college women. I'm seeing the schools that they're in. The schools, man, are trash, man. They don't even have like clean paint on the walls. You know what I'm saying? How much it costs? Like, look, this girl I'm talking to, she go to a federal funded school, man. And what does it cost to put paint on the wall, clean paint on the wall? The walls look like shit, like somebody throw crap on. I shit you not, man. You look at any one of those like janky, one of those janky Hollywood, Nollywood, I think it's called Nollywood over there in Nigeria. You look at one of those movies and look at those schools. That's actually what the schools they're going into. That's the schools they're going to. So the whole idea of us, you know what I'm saying, going over there to try to fix up a nation or whatever, a country is pointless unless they're trying to offer some land, to build that country up. Because the thing is, to be able to go over there, even just to go over there, you got to have a bag to do anything. And also you got to make sure the business is right, because there's a lot of scams, you know what I'm saying? A lot of, black Americans went over there to try to, build something, and they got
Well,
taken advantage.
real quick, bro. You probably didn't see the beginning, but I had started with an article because El Salvador, as of last weekend, they're offering 5,000 passports or citizenship to the skilled people, and
Uh-huh.
they're going to pay for relocation. They're rolling out the red carpet. You know what I mean? So it's not just going. I'm saying Africa could do something similar to what El Salvador is doing. They could roll
How,
out the red carpet, you know, and
how does that
offer
work? How does that work long term?
for which side?
Well, who are they offering this to? They offering to anybody, or they offering it to Americans?
Anybody.
Anybody?
Yeah.
Okay. I think for us, I think there needs to be something straight for Black Americans. If they really truly want us to come over there, if they want a partnership with us, they want to do business with us. It needs to be real detailed of what they're giving us. You know what I'm saying? I think we should be the ones to dictate the terms, because if we're going to build a nation outside of this nation, you know what I'm saying, it needs to be beneficial for us. You know what I'm saying? Because you know how we're going to, if we did well over there, I think we will get it popping. You know what I'm saying? And also we would be, you know what I'm saying, open arms with the people over there, because that's just our nature,
Right.
for us to be, you know what I'm saying, accepting of others and shit. Over there, not so much. You know what I'm saying? We still see that out with the whole, with the tribal beefs and shit. I be talking to some of these girls, you know what I'm saying? They be talking about, they can't date somebody because they're from another tribe. Like, it's crazy. So how the hell we gonna build with people? They still fight. They fighting with each other. You know what I'm saying? So I think we should first build ourselves up. You know what I'm saying? I know we got sidetracked because you see how you saw. I mean, we know the historical facts, how we came out of slavery and got it popping. You know what I'm saying? And you know how we dealing with the systematic white supremacy issue here in America. How every time we build something, it get destroyed. But that was during a time where there was a lot of Jim Crow stuff going on. But now I think we're at a point right now. I think this opportunity, this day and time is a good time to try to build, to try to get back to those, what I'm saying, those values that we had back in the day, for us to build up. I think this is the prime point right now where we can build up communities and, what I'm saying, get industries popping, because I think that's the problem that we have. We don't have any industries. We don't have any industries that we make stuff on a mass whole. So we got intelligent black people here in America, black Americans here, just like the brother just came up. He's aerosmith, aerospace engineer. You know what I'm saying? We got smart people. We got black people that's in tech. You know what I'm saying? That work at nuclear power plants. Like, we have the know-how to do all this shit. We got people who are in, you know what I'm saying, in NASA. We got scientists. We got smart, intelligent black people that can run shit. The thing is, we have an issue with, a lot of people who are on the celebrity side that's kind of like getting a lot of money, that got a lot of money. They kind of like, I feel like they kind of playing along with the degeneracy that we have in America, as far as, like, with the subculture of hip hop. Because, a lot of people think, like, what I'm saying, hip hop is all of black culture. You know what I'm saying? When we have a slew of other things within our culture, like other cultures. We got dance, what I'm saying, music.
Hey, nigga, your 5 minutes is up, nigga.
Oh, my bad, bro. Man, I wasn't in here, you know what I'm saying?
No, I'm just fucking with you.
But yeah, man. All right, now I'm gonna let you go, man. But yeah, I appreciate you, man, having me up, man. You know what I'm saying? We got to get together, man. We got to take one of these Africa trips together, man. Get you something to eat, man.
Hey, man, for sure. All right, man. Let me shout out the super chat, man, from Ezzy Axie. He said, Black America needs Black Americans. I mean, that's true, man. I mean, everybody had a lot of good points. You know what I mean? So it's not really about agreeing or disagreement. It's just about sharing different viewpoints. And hopefully somebody can take something away from it. I'm gonna say this, man. I know some people don't really believe in, Pan-Africanism, and yes, we should be working on improving and building in the United States. But as a strategic person, thinking about future generation, our future sons, our future daughters, you need diversification. You need diversification when it comes to assets. You need diversification when it comes to, language. We need to learn. We need to know more than one language. We should have more than one home as well. And when I say more than one home, on the continent and in the United States, you need to have a backup plan. Everything you look at is like a savings account, or it's like putting a little bit in Bitcoin, whatever it is. Having an Africa plan is critical. You have to diversify. What if, just in case? You got to think about your future sons and daughters. I'm of the mindset now that I want to have an African child. So that child has the opportunity to either benefit from his United States citizenship, or benefit from whatever African country is, because a lot of Africans are winning, the ones that have dual citizenship. You know what I mean? They could play both sides. So I want people to think about Africa as a strategic and way to diversify not only yourself but your future generations, because we don't know what America might be 10, 20, 50 years from now. But that's all I got, man. It's your boy No Excuse. Pushing 6 hours, man. Appreciate you guys on Afro-Sundays. Check you out next week.